Okay. That's a new one, right? So basically, like, there's this thing I have to check each turn, right? So, like, because of the way we loop through on Elgato, we have to, like, click on a thing and just double check that it's, like, open so that it feeds the audio through. No biggie. Check that. Absolutely fine. This time, on the laptop in OBS, I needed to reset the audio track that it was tracking. What? Like, it's always something, dude. Like, always about failure, it's something. But anyway, as I was trying to say, and I'm sure those of you that are deaf perfectly heard me. Those that aren't, that's your own fault. We've got some fun ones. So, we were casting on EGC on Saturday. We saw the qualification of Dumu as well as B. But on the Sunday, 2 other players qualified. Did I say Saturday or Sunday already? I can't remember my brain. Anyway, the point is, we're going to be checking in on one of them. So we know one of the players that already qualified is Scarlet Devil. We're going to be having a look at the Numudan versus Kiliadi series to kick off the day. In fact, just to kick us off in regards to that, I am quickly seeing if I actually can find their draft. Because I was like, yeah, I was planning this out. I had everything lined up. Everything seemed to be perfect. And then last second, my brain has just gone, wait a second, KP. We didn't grab the draft. I'm going to do what everyone does in this situation, and I'm going to message an admin. It's not even my admin this time. But yeah, we're going to be kicking off the day with a best of 7 between Kiliadi as well as Numudan. So I'll even just enter the names now. And then... That is really weird placement. For a second, I thought I hadn't typed anything. All right. And then, after that, we're going to have some live series from the KPMM week number 13. So, hopefully, I'll get those sent across. Tume's usually pretty quick to respond, but obviously, I think he has got a day job, so maybe not. Actually, let me check if Kiliadi or Numudan's online. Oh, Numa's online. Yeah. Maybe I'll get a response out of him. So we're going to kick up the game. So remember, this is for one of the final available qualification slots for the EGC Masters Finals, which is the final S-tier tournament of 2025 for Age of Empires 4. So last chance to be on the dance floor before the music gets cut. And then when we return, I guess there's probably going to be one S-tier tournament before Red Bull, I would assume. You know what Red Bull should do? I should use the KPMM to qualify the players. Ooh. Okay, that would actually be pretty spicy. I don't want to give him too crazy of an idea, but that is a pretty crazy idea. I don't know how you... I don't know. I could see it... Like, I think it would be useful to use, like, KPMM to seed players into the qualifier. The full qualifier, no, because, like, then you basically would punish someone if they can't do every single week. Masters Finals is a really bad tourney name, yeah. Like EGC Masters Showdown or something like that might have been cool. EGC Masters. I don't think like what you might call it. The thing is because they had like EGC Masters Summer and all that kind of stuff, right? Like EGC Masters Ultimate. Maybe something like that. Is that my boy Tube turning up? Yo, what's up, Scarecrow? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. I think my boy Tube just turned up, so he's probably got the drafts for me. Oh, what a legend. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Whew. Damn. I mean, I was just looking for the overarching draft of, like, map picks and Civ, but he sent me everything. What a legend. All right, one sec. Let me get loaded in then. So we've got our maps and we've got our civs. All right, that's a little bit ugly, but that's what we're working with. We tolerate this. I don't know what that overlay is meant to be, but it ain't pretty. Oh, by the way, guys, I have not seen that tracker move. Has anyone been downloading this? You guys not been checking out the Opera GX? I'm going ones in chats. Have you been trying it out? I'm a little bit surprised. It hasn't moved at all. I'm like, wait, I need to know. Has someone been downloading it? Is my widget broken, or are we just all drained out on Opera GX? You're watching shrimps. What have I done? I've killed my own channel. AoE4 isn't really a tour. Why not? You can make it a tour. You can make it a tour. You can make it whatever you want. We can make Age of Empires 4 musical chairs showdown on LAN if we want to. I just realized I got that camera really high, so you're getting flush banged in the face. Let me bring it down a bit so you can see my sexy pink. Oh. I like this mouse. I'm having some disconnection issues at the moment that keeps every once in a while disconnecting. I've changed the cable because I've heard sometimes the cables that come with them aren't that great, which is weird considering how good the mouse is. Shrimp's channel is just all snails? That sounds like false advertising to me. Anyway, let's get ready for the first game. So we've got Numudan versus Kiliadi. This is a qualifying set, best of 7. And honestly, like, 2 players that I'd say are, I wouldn't be surprised to see them in kind of similar form at the moment. Numudan has looked a little bit better, but that's because I think Kiliadi just hasn't had as much time to practice. Not wireless mouse? What are you on about? This is a wireless mouse. It's just because we have a wire to connect to the wireless piece. But I think I've changed... Just mute myself. I've changed the USB cable to see if it stops it. So it might have been the USB cable was a little bit short. Alright, so I believe we've got game number 1 on... Just find the right one. Coastal Cliffs here. Malian versus Mongols. We've seen this one a few times. Guys, like, I feel like I need to mix it up a bit. I feel like I've watched Malian versus Mongols more time than any person in the history of this game. It comes up a lot, Cole. I just feel like I've seen too much of it. What do I do? I just, like, flip the screen and we'll watch this matchup upside down. Then it's, like, original. And yes, thank you. We'll turn off the music in a sec. So let me mark this in. We got... Did I say it was playing? Malians. I couldn't find Malians on his side of the roster. I was like, what? Oh, and one sec. I need to crack a can. All right, guys. This is where you get input. I know. The muffler. I just realized, actually, when I've been talking about the mouse, you guys couldn't see it. Yeah, this sexy mouse. Whoop. See, it is in wireless. All right. Do I drink the purple, the teal, or the teal? You guys gotta make a choice. This is like one of those interactive RPG adventures, you know? You walk down a tunnel. On your left, an old lady. On your right, a hooded figure. Who do you trust? Walk to the old lady. Turns out she's actually the bugger. GG. You guys want purple? You want grapefruit? Really? Because this is grapefruit. And this is iced vanilla berry. The iced vanilla berry is basically like... It's pretty much gummy bear. Yeah. I remember talking to a Red Bull guy about this. Like, the flavor profile is intentionally gummy bear. Which is a very interesting idea for a flavor, to be honest. We sticking with the choice purple? I had grapefruit yesterday, actually. I didn't load an apple. I forgot to add these in. I suck. All right, one's for purple, or 2's for the superior flavor, iced vanilla berry. Ugh. Because I want to get in the game. Because what is it? It's grapefruit and blossom. I don't know why it's and blossom. I think they've just got like this thing where they like to make it kind of botanisty, free. Like, I'm not drinking both. Well, straight away anyway. All right, we've gone from like a majority to like a ton. Didn't have to see your cable management. You know what? Screw you. Just for that, that's -1 point from purple. For Patrick speaking. Patrick isn't allowed to speak. If you're gonna speak, anytime I like read your messages, I'm just going to read them out in my brain in the SpongeBob Patrick voice, okay? You're a starfish now, Patrick. You just got to accept this. It's your existence. It's all you're ever going to be. But you know what? You can be a damn good starfish. That's even better. All right, bathe in it. It's your glory. It's your being now. All right, you guys ready? Are we hyped up? Here we go. Boom. All right, we got someone special here. This is a qualifying match for the EGC Masters Finals, the final event of 2025 Age of Empires 4. And it's going to be an epic one, folks. We've got a Scandinavian showdown. The Norse are going to war. Numudan versus Kiliadi in a best of 7 to see who is going to make it. And I don't know why I pressed that button instead of this one. Let's get to it. So, Numu with the Malian pick, Kiliadi with the Mongols. And I just realized, 1 second. Guess what I forgot to do? All right, that's going to be weird on the recording. I just had to quickly change my settings because we were playing a bunch of free-for-alls, participating in them. We're actually playing with our community across on twitch.tv/killerpigeon on the Friday. So, you know, if you're watching this and you're like, wait, I could have been part of that. You missed it. You should have been there. Things happen when you're not here 24/7. Like you ready right now? Like, look, something random's going to happen. See, didn't expect that. That was a Red Bull can opening. All right, so I guess I could have expected Malians on this map. Mongols is a little bit different. It used to be somewhat popular, but I feel like it's kind of fallen in popularity in general, though. I don't know, like with the new civs as well added in, I think Mongols is probably going to become more and more of a picked but not picked, you know? Like in a draft, you'll slot it because it has some uses, but then every time you get to a game, you realize there's something better, you know? It's kind of like when you get yourself that you know, you get yourself a little bit of travel insurance. You're never going to use that travel insurance, really. Like I've traveled a lot. I've never needed it once, but you have it just in case. And I think that's Mongols. They're just an insurance policy. 76% win rate on solos, hacker. But yeah, I don't know. I think Mongols are probably overdue for a rework in some drastic way. I mean, they tried, right? They added in some extra things like the deer stones, having the Khan hunters. But ultimately, you know, the only time we typically see this civ looking like the type of pick you'd want to ban is when someone somehow gets away with a fast Imperial build. And fast Imperial builds, I'm not going to say they're impossible, but I think they're a lot rarer now. Like, it got solved, right? Like, I think a lot of the time we see this where something looks broken and then it just gets solved. Curious to see if a lot of the new things we've got coming out are going to get solved. Probably... And, oh my god, sorry, I just opened a tab of me on YouTube. Whoops. Double me is way too much. I mean, one of me is already too much. So Kiliadi, we have got the Spinman open, and that's to be expected. But Numu's already reacted the perfect way. Like, he's already got the outpost up, so he's protected. That was frightening. I mean... I'm going to say, like, if they ever design cloning tech, for the sanity of mankind, I will not clone myself, you know? Also, I just don't like the idea of my clone trying to bang my partner, you know? Like okay, this is the thing you'll don't think about, right? So, you get a clone. That clone now wants to be your partner as well. Uh-oh, you've just created your own competition. And you know what? Like, that clone is smart. That clone knows where you're weak. That clone knows what you don't do for your partner that they would like to have done. You know, whether it's like, oh, man, it's been a long day. I can't be asked to do the dishes. They'll be there doing it, all right? You have cuckolded yourself by cloning yourself. And I just thought, just clone your partner. Do you think cloning is cheap? Come on. It's not, all right? Like, I can maybe afford to clone one of us. So, my options are clone myself and create, like, this whole dynamic of efficiency, and it can help me to work and all these things. Or, here's a much more genius idea. You clone your partner, and you create your own anime harem. You're welcome. All right? You know what you're doing with your bank account if that ever happens. All right. So, Kiliadi looking to break the Malian bank here, has committed to the outpost. It's going to be going up close in range. Mongols isn't bad, especially versus Malians. Agreed, but like in general, Mongols is a bit of a womp-womp situational pick. You kind of have to know what your opponent is likely going to pick. And then ... go from there, right? It's not, for example, like Sengoku. I could pick that in a lot of situations. You know, Macedonians, a lot of situations. Byzantines, a lot of situations. You know, if you talk to people playing at the top level on the ladder, nobody's maining Mongols anymore. I'm pretty sure of that. You know, you get the Delhi main, the Byzantine main, the Atri main, the French main. Not many people care for Mongols. A little bit of a sad civ to exist. Deerstone's now coming through. Kiliadi, he can make this a sad game, by the way, because... you know, this is something about the gold. Oh, wow. You know, imagine you're a Malian player right now, and you're just feeling so good. You're like, ah, yeah, both of the golds next to each other. Efficiency. And the guy outpost rushing you is like, yeah, efficiency. Wait, what do you mean efficiency? You don't get to say it. Oh, he does. This is close enough that he can be in a nuisance over here. So Numu's going to need a solution to clear this. And Kiliadi's not done yet. I love this about this guy. I think Kiliadi is the person to most consistently full outpost rush you. Not just one. He will send multiples. He's got one coming up the tree lines. Oh, this is so filthy. But Numu has no clue it's happening right now because his scout is garrisoned in the outpost to protect the houses. This is a brilliant bait and switch by Kiliadi. And he's already stockpiling extra stone to go straight into the arrow sleds. Man, I feel like Kiliadi is the only person I see who still does old school outpost rushes. You guys feeling that too? I'm trying to think, is there anyone else in pro play that does this anymore? Outpost is easier and safer. Oh, what you? Oh, you mean Donzo versus Spearman? Yeah, like Donzo versus Spearman is kind of a bait a lot of the time. I think it's not impossible for you to do it with Malians, but I think it's just so much better to go for this outpost. The outpost protects your resources anyway, and you're not overcommitted to the Dark Age, and then also not overcommitted to one unit comp. Because you have to also remember Donzos are more expensive than Spearman. Kiliadi, he is gonna be following up. Okay, so it looks like we're getting archers plus Keshiks. Arrow slits is on the way. This is going to get annoying really fast. Second outpost being set up. Interesting from Numu, actually. Yeah, so he knows he needs to harvest gold directly. Numu. Man, this is just so annoying to play against. I think most people forget just how annoying this was to play against because they don't do it anymore. You know? Like, let's be real. Okay, like, you know, give me a date, guys. Give me a date of the last time you were outpost rushed on ladder. Because I feel like it has been a long, long time. It's very rare if it does happen. Whereas, if you guys remember, the first year of Age of Empires 4, everybody was outpost rushing. It was literally the bread and butter of AoE 4. But the Donzo's already been scouted. I think he saw the javelins as well. This is the other annoying thing about this double outpost. You can't do anything secretly. Like, everything you do is seen. He just knows. Well, more ranks is coming in. Numu will eventually get the means to clear this. But I do wonder if it just kind of baits you into, like, over-investing in one direction. Like, we have Keshiks from Kiliadi. I wonder if he could have just archered almost solely. Keshik. Oh, okay, screw that. The Keshiks were worth the investment. No reaction out of Numu. His free work is down already. Oh, yeah, because he's struck on the tree line as well. Donzos will at least get the brace, so expensive loss there. Oh, man, this is paying off. We've got more archers on the way. It's going to be double productions as well, so he's directly reacting to the Donzo play now. You start to rush most games? Yeah, but like this is like a classic Dark Age outpost rush. He had double outpost up by the time he was going into feudal. It's not the truest OG form where you like build 4 outposts in the Dark Age, but it's really not that far off. So let's go dive in with the burn. Just go straight after the housing. Numudan, he's guarding the flank because he's moving his tree line. So he is going to forfeit some area here. Possibly the outpost as well. I mean, it's not fortified. But yeah, Kiliadi's not going to overstay his welcome, so he backs off. I imagine Oh, that was cool. Did he cancel it? He did. He was going for the raid bounty. Raid bounty is really smart here, guys. Remember, it gives you bonus resources for igniting buildings. So you go from getting, what was it? I think it's from 50 resources to 150. It's pretty lucrative. Oh, sorry, no. That's improved, isn't it? It goes to 100. So you double what you're going to get, and these houses only have 550 HP. So they're really easy targets. And so are these workers. Damn. After what I said about Mongols, Kiliadi's like, you take that back. You take that back. I'll wash those words out of your mouth. Steel Darrow also on the way, by the way. Because Numu's building javelins, he doesn't have much gold left over. The good news is, these villages are out of range. The bad news is, with a Khan Hunter, you can start to trim the villages on this tree. Man, this is the thing that makes playing against Mongols feel so painful. When they go all in pressure like this, you think you can hide your economy, you can't. It's infinite Falcons. He's got a Khan Hunter, so he's 100% uptime on God Vision. I wonder if there's a world in which he tries to go castle at any point. Not quickly here, but like, what's the break-off point? Like, does he think he can just outmass? Because there is a concern, like, when you play like this, Malians are eventually just going to get out of control. They're just going to get a ludicrous amount of troops. Am I new to this on TikTok side? Yeah, we've started like live streaming here more recently. But as a commentator, I've been doing that since 2018. I've watched a lot of esports in multiple genres. I'm getting old. Not as old as a good old Mongol outpost. Actually, I'm much older than a good old Mongol outpost rush. Much older. I don't know about this though. Like Kiliadi, the plan looked cool at first. You've convinced your opponent to scale javelins. You got a few worker kills, but like what now? Because your opponent's got some cow. He went for the free opening cow. Like you need a big win too. He's gonna dive in with his archers, Donzos. Nice move with the spears there. Gets in the way of the enemy spearmen. The Keshik's getting access to the jabs. A pull across now. The archers, long count here. Outpost about to go down, but the Donzo cost was high. 4 of them remain, and that's going to be good enough. The Keshik losses alongside the archers, enough to scare Kiliadi away. So despite the best efforts here with the outpost rush, he will finally be pushed off the gold at 12 minutes. Yeah, and the problem here is, like, you didn't really ever stop him from gathering gold. You know, you have the passive gold of Malians, but on top of that, he's been actively gathering. Hit mine may have gone down, sure, but it does feel like it was a pricey engagement for Kiliadi. But I like what he's doing now. Yeah, he doesn't reinvest again. Because like, I think reinvesting again would be a death sentence. Because then your opponent does more spearmen, more javelins. It's just good. So going Kurotai is interesting here. Against Jav Donzos, if he now just scales raw archer count, he can beat both with enough. Numu, of course, being Malians, with this comp, you play very defensive. You don't rush out. He is adding more cows, so shows you his confidence, but the difference in time is going to matter here. Outpost is going to be garrisoned. Archers are nearby. Yeah, this is tricky. Numu. You think he just takes that fight. But 1, the outpost is annoying. 2, it's the Yam. The Yam was the threat point there for Kiliadi. And this is important. Keeping this outpost alive is everything with a Kurotai build. I mean, you could move the Deerstone up, right? But you want the option of that plus an outpost. It gives you so much breadth. Numu, he understands that threat, so he's not going to let it stand any longer. Moves in, gets the snipe down on the outpost. But Kiliadi is just going to buy some time here. Veterancy on the way in 35 seconds. Could we see a sick opening win for the Finn in this qualifying series for this S-tier tournament? Using one of the civs that, in the words of some of the pro players in this scene right now, doesn't really have a place. Am I new to age 4? My friend, I've been here since the start. 4,000 hours on my account directly. God knows how many on broadcast. Army's upgraded. Kurotai to deploy. Is there enough firepower? We're going to find out. He gets the move speed arrow going. He charges in. He hasn't got the aura after this, though. He's got the damage. He's got the heal, but he doesn't have the movement. But look at the damage they do now. 8 damage into this 4 armor. Javelins aren't so tanky anymore. He's moving up further. Remember, on top of that, the Khan Hunter has buffed his range on archers. He almost has the same range as javelins now. Still, I'd love to see him bring the Deerstone up. I think that's maybe the one error right now for Kiliadi is not leveraging his other landmark to get that movement speed. What an intriguing game so far, though. I mean, when was the last time you saw this kind of comp from Malians? It's so rare these days. Most games, it's so for archers now. Like, Kiliadi forced them into an old school style. An old school style that, once upon a time, was the only way you want to play, but now almost feels subpar. Archers. Target firing down the Donzos. That's going to give access to Keshix. Baits them further in range, allowing him to A-click instead of target fire. A little bit of misfit there. Hitting the mining camp. The Keshix do get a good hit. And Numu. Like, at this point, it's meant to be, hey, I lose Donzos, you lose Archers. But it feels like the Archers are taking out both. And Keshix just forcing him to overcommit. Kurotai's like, oh, just a little bit closer. We're almost home, Papa. Wait, Kiliadi, Kiliadi, Kiliadi! I mean, in fairness, I don't think Numu can stand on top of it long enough to kill it. He'd lose too many troops, but he can block it, and that's important. Archers continue to whittle away at those Donzos. Defense arrow is going to come out. The perfect use, the perfect time. Kiliadi, he glitches it in. Kurotai up. And Numu down on the defense. Oh, threading the needle, baited him in perfectly there, scaling the catch count, and the defense arrow, mwah, so succinct. The buff, the armor rather, just giving him that extra pump of defense against the spears. And throwing Numudan in the trash in game number 1. And to think, this all began with an old school style Mongol outpost rush. We see the one all the time, but the second one, just giving him that extra leverage, that extra tempo, that pressure, and getting those free worker kills to essentially offset that first early ranch we saw from Numudan. These small details are so critical when you play Mongols if you want to play them right, as Kiliadi has just educated you. Damn, cool game number 1, G2.G, coming in as Kiliadi opens the series with a dub. That one, I don't know, man. That one might be like uploadable because it's kind of cool. Like, it's a style we've seen a long time ago, but emphasis on a long time ago. And that was old school Lash type style. Yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like referencing the fact that, like, he does old school, like, old school outpost rushes really brings his age into my mind. Do you main cast here or on, I stream to multiple platforms. So we stream to TikTok, we stream to YT as well as Twitch. So we cover them all. We even have a little bit of Special K in there, but I don't really advertise that one. It just kind of sits there. And we'll see if there's ever an audience there themselves. But yeah, so we have a few different platforms. I mean, like, usually you can see down there. I need to add TikTok in there, actually, on the rotation. But let's mark it up. Kiliadi with an opening win. And I just realized I have... There we go. We just swap them around. Let's see what the boys are going to take us next. Have I seen Voldemar's video about the tournament exhausting schedule? No. Judging by the name that you just gave it, I'm guessing he's saying there's too many tournaments. Oh, wait, was my music still on? Oh, you did. You're right. I actually left on. I think I just need to remove it from the gaming scene. Oopsie, don't look at that. Because it's on the gaming scene as well for whatever reason. So, next up we're going to Golden Heights. Knights Templar versus Japanese. Ooh. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah. All right. So we hop in. Yeah, because in this scene, Spotify is still active is the problem. That's why it comes up all the time. Have we got the score right? No, we haven't. Actually, we can. There we go. This is going to be an exciting one, folks. Knights Templar, rumor has it, is trash and water now. So why am I seeing it here on a water map? Numudan is cooking, and we're here to get a first look at what the sous chef is up to. Welcome back, folks, to the channel for a caster game. Game number 2 in this qualifying series between Numudan and Kiliadi. We're heading into Golden Heights for this one. And Kiliadi has picked a civ that just makes a lot of sense here. Japan's still really good on this map because of the Shinobi play. You can just deny the docks. And in theory, that play should be phenomenally powerful up against the Knights Templar because the Knights Templar received a nerf to water. Not only is their wood gathering in the Dark Age worse now, but the building that gets them on water costs 100 wood more than the standard dock. Almost double what Kiliadi would pay. So the concept here is like if you both then go onto the pond, it's much harder for Numudan to scale multiple docks, which means that ninjas should get more value. But before we even get to that, it is going to be a good old Dark Age battle. Yeah, Numu paying full price for his racks, of course. Kiliadi, with a 50% discount, will enable him to go straight into a dock alongside the racks play. So he will move first for it. And no, we are not Alani. We're Red Bull, baby. Right there. That's a Red Bull. And they're damn tasty. Ugh. Keep pressing the wrong button. You ever wonder where they store all the extra equipment? Hate to ruin your immersion. What does kind of fit? Have you ever noticed how a lot of the time the Japanese clothes for the villagers just look wet? Like even though they kind of look wet, right? It's almost like they were born for water. Doc now coming in. Numu, of course, getting into the spearman. Is going to be pulling them back though. So funny little fact about the tiering of these civs at the moment. Like most people put Japan at top 5, I'd say. Top 6. They are very powerful. Like they are ban-worthy in a lot of players' minds. If they don't get banned, they get picked, right? So like that's why I say like top 5, top 6 is like, you know, in KPMMs we have 3 bans. In the EGC Master Finals qualifiers, I think they have 2 bans before the first pick. So it creates like a very kind of intriguing dynamic around like the priority picks. So the other one has been Malians alongside that. Like Malians, Japanese, they make it through a lot, they get picked a lot. Ottomans is creeping in as well, though. Knights Templar, on the other hand, it used to be if there was a water map in, insta-ban. Now, we've got these water maps like Golden Heights here, and it just gets ignored, right? Frisian Marshes as well. Kalauga, like there's good maps in theory for this civ, at least for the way it used to play. They're not going to be seen here. Kiliadi is about to be in for a rude awakening, actually. He sent 2 spears across. Meanwhile, Numudan is circling him. He's even bringing the sheep. Go to war, my little boys. Go. Yeah, actually, why are that many? Have we not been home? What? Like, dude, that's literally all your sheep. He's only got 2 sheep at home. Oh, boy. All right, and in the meantime, it looks like Kiliadi's going to make a new home. Wait, does he actually have enough room for a farmhouse? I don't think he does. Oh, this is a disaster. Oh, God, this is so cooked. So he's got 2 villages that are just worthless. They may not be gone, but they're not gathering. Right, like they can gather, but they're going to be standing there is the point, like this, look. And you know, the cool idea here is obviously if these villagers carry this around long enough like this, they'll get such big biceps, they'll knock everyone out. Sadly, Age of Empires 4 doesn't have a workout regime for your units, so that doesn't really exist. The harbor does, though. Oh boy, oh boy. Kiliadi, he's guarding the gold at least, so it's going to be a nuisance. But Numu already saw him, and he's already got more spears producing. And he did finally drop off the Please put them underneath the TC. What do we do? god. Alright, he's finally moving across. The sheep story at the beginning of this game for Numu has been a bit comical, really. And we are going to get the Coca. So this is meant to be the answer to the harbor. And it is a good one. My concern is if you're 2 workers down, this looks really bad. And you are about to be 2 workers down. Dude, you just... you thought you were protecting yourself, but legitimately you just created your tomb. He can wall, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. He might actually buy enough time if he had a dock. Oh, no. They should have gone home. That's racist, okay? They can be... If they want to be here, they have earned the right to be here. If they want to build a giant outpost to stare... They can do that too. Okay, that... Wait, how the... What? How is that? I'm sorry, but what? How is that even placeable? All right, like, you know, my dad's been a builder for years, and I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to have some serious structural issues here, all right? That's going to be sinking into the sea. What? Tech up coming in, Numu. Up to 11 spearmen, by the way, which is just freaking crazy. And also not paying attention. Whoops. Okay, so Outpost is going up. Kiliadi's almost... Like, has he got enough for arrow slits? He's just shy, right? He's not gathering gold. He continues to gather it. The villager is going to go for the repair. Like... Now switch. Other villager. Yeah. Your turn. I've been stabbed in the face. Now you get stabbed in the face. It's all just a day walking around London, really. This is like one of the most pitiful defenses I've seen, but it weirdly could work out well. Honestly, I would have said just go 5 on stone, rush fortifications. If he rushed fortifications, this can't be killed. Okay, so petit problème. We do at least have the shinobi on the way. I mean, what's he gonna do with that tiny little butter knife anyway? Actually, that's a really big butter knife. What the hell? Like, wait. Like, actually, the guys, like, just kind of... I know it's hard because he's swinging, but kind of look at the size of his hand, and then look at the size of the handle. Don't look at this, though. Oh, God. It was so close! Oh, this is like that moment in the movie where he's riding across the country to save his wife and kids. And he arrives literally the moment that the villains are walking out of the house. Oh. Shinobi's like, nah, we're done here. I checked. Those bodies ain't got no pulse. We're leaving. Peace. So a sad walk of shame. Kiliadi. Wait, he docked. He docked again. He actually docked again. Dude, that's pretty sick. Okay, so he loses 2 workers, but he does at least get a dock up. However, I love this from Numu. It's expensive, but we talked about it. You need to have more than 1 dock because of this. Sabotage just kicked in. Remember, the sabotage is going to disable the ability to produce out of a dock or any building that gets targeted for 30 seconds. Now, only has a 50% uptime, which means he'd need 4 shinobi to disable both these docks. Spring. Oh, spring. Nah, I don't. Nice placement the archers here. That should be a fishing boat gone. No, wait, why? Why? Oh my god, I think Kiliadi's boats have the same risk that he does. Too much movement might cause arthritis. Wait, do you guys ever notice that, like, it shoots arrows, but it looks like it should shoot a giant harpoon? What the... Wait. Did it used to shoot something else? Because, like, looking at that model, it definitely doesn't look like it should be shooting arrows. And also, the position is completely wrong for the arrows. Things you never notice after 4,000 hours of casting. Springles. Demo ship. Oh, he's not got enough damage here. No, that was a clutch heal. Numudan baits him perfectly. Archer ship now out. And yeah, this looks like Kiliadi's plan is failing. He has at least set the harbor on fire again, so this will go into burn range. Now, this is going to be expensive, man. Like, this type of dive loses double Shinobi, Yumi, Spearman. I mean, that's the cost of the harbor. You're happy if you're Numu. This Rax, though, are you kidding me? He's pumping Samurai. All right, now we're cooking. Shinobi jump in. Really well played there, just to stick on top of his target. Yumi, of course, can gap close. So that's going to be spinning down. So Kiliadi does push Numu away. He still has to worry about the docks, but one of them is really on fire. You're not like that fake fire. You know when someone's like, oh, help, I'm burning. And you're like, it's just 3rd-degree burns. No, this is full, just covered in petrol. 360 blazer. Nice fishing boat pull as well, just to stop the demo ship from getting a connector. Push continues, but the archer mass is big now. Oh boy. Oh, he wasn't expecting it. I'm sorry, wait, did I just really say that out loud? Is that true? You're playing as Knights Templar and you weren't expecting mass archers? Isn't that literally the one thing that you always want to do every single game in the history of ever? Oh man, either way, I mean, Kiliadi, I think he wasn't wrong in going for the samurai. But, like, he just doesn't have the food income to actually get a quantity in the field that makes a difference right now. That's the problem. Yeah, he's already on berries. He's basically about to run out of sheep. He's only got 2 left. Actually, 3? Where are they? I think they're the clubbed ones. I think they got knocked down somewhere. So no safe food. And Numu now coming in with really strong timing here. I think Kiliadi needs undermesh. He needs the +1 armor. They're just getting sacked in the process. Well, if you need the +1 armor, you kind of need gold. And we're kind of lacking gold here. Alright, I'm going to blow your mind on how good blacksmith techs are. If Numudan just queues up undermesh, he wins the game. No cap, no exaggeration. Anyone who's played a lot of AoE4 right now is nodding their head in agreement. Yumi will do plastic damage. Numudan would then be able to dive as well. Like, literally the only thing he's missing is undermesh. And he has got the gold for it. Yeah, he even just went into the pilgrims. Pond player is still a bit of a pain in the ass, so that's maybe going to slow Numu down. And that's good news for Kiliadi, because have you seen what he's doing? Oh, man. AoE4 is so different these days, and I love it for it. Like, you just take risks. You can't just sit at home anymore. You know, sitting at home is the quickest way to lose every single game ever. Because imagine in 2022 Age of Empires 4. 2022 Age of Empires 4, even old man Kiliadi, who hates playing slow, because you never know when the Reaper is going to claim your life, he'll be building farms. You have no choice. Chevalier. Wait a second, he's not a real knight. Get the knives out. Okay, Numu, please just attack them. You're not getting out, just attack. Yeah, because they're stuck in there with you. Oh my god, wait, what? I wasn't wrong though. Attacking got him out. Okay, you're not castical on this. All right, attacking did actually let Numudan escape this world of existence. Right, Kiliadi's still doing a good job of posturing an army at least, but you know, I gotta switch into horseman. Numu's still pumping Chevalier. And he does have the pilgrims now coming through to generate gold to play that count. He has yet to go, there we go, blacksmith. So we have now got the ability for him to go undermesh shield arrow. Undermesh is going to be super impactful, especially for the Chevalier on the dive. And also just, it makes the Yumi feel like the most pointless unit in existence. Seriously, like, you know, when you're playing at blast disadvantage with mass Yumi, like, that's the type of situation that makes you make those Reddit threads that are completely wrong. Yumi are actually a good unit. You're like, I don't get it. They suck. They do no damage, man. It's like, well, did you actually give them arrows or did you make them shoot twigs? Like, what does it matter? They're trash anyway. 1,000,000 twigs is enough to beat the Goliath. I mean, he died to a pebble. Come on. No, guys, you need to be in control of blacksmith decks here. And Kiliadi isn't. Steel arrow now coming from Numu, so he prioritizes attack over defense. Which is interesting in the situation, like, when do you get steel arrow over undermesh? I think in these situations, even if you think your opponent is teching, or trying to, undermesh is still worth it over steel arrow. Because the idea with undermesh, in these situations, is you now need to dive around the TC. So you could technically wrap around and just kite around it. But I feel like Numu was trying to put the snorkels on him. Instead, now seeing he's not getting any reaction, I guess he's going to mirror a castle. The Shinobian again. And hold on a second. Kiliadi has been quietly creeping up an army here. Yeah, at the cost of not much fishing. I think he's had one villager and one fishing boat. We'll get scared away. Oh, because of the big flaming ballistas! What? Wait, what? What was that range? Are you kidding me? 11 tower range. It's so brutal and deceptive. Because he's able to hit out to about here. Oh my god. Robin Hood, if he had the biceps of Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Able to pull off that miraculous shot. That's enough to put Kiliadi in his place. And Kiliadi now in a bit of a desperate place here. Massing horsemen, actually. The Republic of Genoa is on the way. Numudan is wasting no more time in the Second Age. And yeah, the indicator, like, it's so weird. The indicator is just for the healing range. It doesn't tell you about the 11 range. No, think of it this way. The indicator is if you're this close, you're definitely screwed. But otherwise, you're mostly screwed. Demo connect. He goes for the archer ship instead. So he kind of just ignores the Hulk. Does try to burn in, but now we've got the repair crew. And Shinobi are not going to be enough to take down this harbor. It's just got too much health. Remember, it comes with extra health and extra fire armor. Like, technically, in a weird way, that's meant to make Shinobi better because the sabotage is pure damage, but it's not. Because overall, you still need 500 more damage to kill. Take up complaint, Nimu. Now vetting everything. I think Kiliadi's a bit cooked here. Dive's going to come through. Just looking to get rid of the fishing boats. But another annoying thing about harbors, they have 4 garrison slots. You shouldn't really kill anything. Oh, look, safety. And now it's 2 ballista versus 2 ballista. Only one of them actually hits harder, by the way. Yeah, that's right. Whoop, whoop. Not to mention the attack speed is quicker. The funny thing is, it's only 7 more damage than arrow slits and more expensive. But it looks 10 times more epic. And, oh, wait, the demo, Numu! Get him! Get him! Run, you coward! Wait, oh, we could just come back for this one, to be honest. You'll get him! He actually still connects. And fully got of it. Oh, are you kidding me? Kiliadi. Holy crap. He's playing Bloons TD6 here. Triple outpost. Now, I just want you guys to remember, Kiliadi, quote, I don't like sitting around. I want to attack. This is a very funny form of attacking, Kiliadi. It's almost like we're defending. Archers are vetted, by the way. These horsemen are irrelevant. They don't even have undermesh! Kiliadi, come on! As an old man, you should know the importance of wrapping up during winter. What was that? Alright, time for the Kiliadi strategy. We're not going to GG until we're down to 6 workers. Like, this is over. This is so done. This is more done than a bunch of Warcraft human villagers, because job's done. Knights Templar may not be as weak on water as has been speculated. There's still a sub. All right. Oh, and what is up, Shmooney? I see you with the sub. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Welcome back to the Swarm. Remember, guys, those subs, they do help. So make sure you get them in. That was orcs. Wait, why do I think that was humans? You're right, my brain. I don't know why. My brain thought that. No, wait. No, you're lying. It's definitely... Job's done is... Is it? Wait. I'm trying to remember now. It's the human peasant. You're wrong. You're definitely wrong. Job's done. That's definitely... No. Like, there's no mistake in it. You're thinking of works complete. I'm pretty sure you are. I'll say, you ready? Here we go. Work.
Job's done.
That's like they do this. Like I literally the YouTube video has a picture of a human. You're not tricking me.
Job's done.
I was like, wait a second. No. Nice try, you scum. You think they'd let an orc narrate over Hearthstone? Nah, dude. Orcs are for one thing. Mosh pit frontline. Sorry, orc mains. All right. The human are peasants? Yeah. But what's your point? Like, you wouldn't put a peasant on the front line. That's just stupid. I mean, you could. They'd be cannon fodder. But, like, an orc would be a good front line, at least, you know? Like, peasants are just, like, true cannon fodder. That's, like, filthy British strategies in the 18th century of, like, oh, let's undo the Irish regiments. Oh, let's bring in the colonials. You know, well, I can't get any blood on my red coat while I'm sipping my tea. Yeah, full militia. Levy them, you know? Jeez, that's a dark part of my history. Anyway, we have got a win on the right side. So that's going to be Knights Templar slaying Nippon. Japanese is down. Let's see what we've got next. Is it Dry Arabia time? Is it Ottomans versus... Sorry, let me just say this the way the Cracky does. Macedonians. Is it time for the Macedonian nuts? I still can't tell if he's doing it ironically or on purpose. Like, have I got any Germans in chat? Can you confirm whether you like other German people think that Macedonians is pronounced Macedonians? No judge, no judge. Okay, probably a tiny bit of judge, but like, seriously, I need to know. All right, let me mark it in. So, Dry Arabia. And Macedonians on the left, right? Yes. Versus Ottomans. Kind of historically accurate. Isn't Macedonians more correct considering the ancient... Is it? German's pronunciation is Macedonians. Okay, so he's completely like just memeing. He must be. Like technically, if I'm assuming Macedonians is right. Because if it was English connotation and based on like British people and how they pronounce things, we would call them Macedonians. No, seriously, like because the word mace is in there. So our thought process would be Macedonians. Macedonians, even. So, because like, here's another fun one for you guys. Like, you know there's two ways to pronounce the Byzantines, right? And like, here's the funny one with me that's really weird. You never hear me call them the Byzantiums. And there's a reason for that. It's because as a kid, I always pronounced it Byzantium Empire. Which is correct. It's absolutely fine. But when I say... I don't say Byzantines. I say Byzantines. So I just kind of avoid the other word. Because for some reason in my brain, I have the most warped complex on the pronunciations with that. Where both are correct. One is like Americanized and one is English. Is British. But I pronounce both of them by default in the different forms. Isn't that weird? I can't help it. It's weird. All right. Anyway, let's get into game. It is time. Yo. Okay, this is even better than historically accurate. What is up, folks? Welcome back to the channel. It is time to see if the Macedonian nuts can crack the Ottomans. What just happened to the name? One sec. That stupid bug is still a thing. I can't say eco. Got it. All right. All right, let's try this again. I cannot flip the UI. I am so sorry. But I'm not sorry for bringing this qualifying series between Kiliadi and Numudan, and it's going to be a fun one. Macedonians, Macedonian nuts up against the Ottomans. That's right. Ottomans going to be trying to trounce this new civ as Kiliadi digs deep into his Norse heritage to try and come out with the Vikings. Dry Arabia is going to be our map for this one. These two, man, I feel like this could just go back and forth. This is like the type of series that I could easily see exchanging all the way. Ottomans versus Macedonians in particular is really intriguing because Ottomans is quickly becoming the king civ of feudal age. But the interesting thing is that Macedonians love feudal age. Seriously, like, you know, you wouldn't believe it because every single player is just rushing Radari, i.e. the heavy cav in age 3. But if this civ plays full feudal, they are a complete bully. They scale really well, they get access to runestones. The units in general have a lot of deviants that makes them annoying to shut down. Things like the Varangian Guard in particular are really hard actually for Ottomans to deal with as the feudal goes on. So would not be surprised to see Kiliadi being happy if this is a feudal on feudal. Macedonius, that's where the Macedonia comes from. Okay. The Byzantines should be called the Eastern Roman Empire because that's what they call themselves. Yeah, I mean, like, you're echoing what I've already talked about. Like, it's a weird one. Like, the Byzantines never actually ever called themselves the Byzantines. They legitimately referred to themselves as the Roman Empire. Eastern Roman Empire at one point when the West is still up. Because they were the inheritors of that mantle. But when the Holy Roman Empire came around, they decided that they wanted to be the only Roman Empire. So then history gets written by the victors, right? And lol, Byzantines are busy getting sieged by Ottomans, XD. So then you can pretty much say whatever you want. Kiliadi. Going to be coming in now with the Grand Winery. So no Hippodrome strats here. Which is interesting, actually, because with the Hippodrome, your horsemen kind of become like Sapahi in terms of DPS. But this still gives him more flexibility. Like we said, if it's going to be a long feudal, you don't just want to be pumping horsemen. Typically, people go Hippodrome if they want to rush towards third age. But if you're looking to play second age, this is a great landmark. It sounds weird to say this is a great landmark for second age because normally you think Grand Winery is good when you're setting up farms. But in a long second age, you will probably start thinking about farms anyway. And yeah, you probably are getting some delay if you watch on YouTube, but like that's inherently going to happen. I can't avoid that. That's to do with the way that YouTube encodes and then pushes things. So there you go. An upside for Twitch viewers. Whoop, whoop. Just open both. There you go. Be part of it all. Twin and Minaret Madrasa coming in. Is it time that we change the other choice? Satani is never coming out. It's like... It's just kind of a dead landmark, actually. I don't know. I think this is like one of the big problems right now in AV4 is I would be hesitant as a designer to buff anything to do with trade, considering historically what trade has done to Age of Empires 4. Especially when you consider that they just had to nerf Pro Scout several times after it had been meta, and we returned to that being considered a toxic part of the game. So like it just puts a really bad angle for you as a designer. Like, maybe just completely rework the Sultani trade network into something that isn't trade-oriented. I still would love to see trade just be a case of if your traders get downed, you lose the resources. Well, that's just me. Damn, can you imagine how different the game would be in general if that worked across the board? Like, if this villager goes down right now, he'll give his opponent 9 gold and 4 silver. Not that Ottomans can use silver. The thought that counts, though. The free spearman has been slain. Kiliadi, what's the opening going to be here? We've got Varangian Stronghold coming in the gold. This makes sense. Remember, if he starts to feel pressured, he can just always build a bunch of these strongholds and then upgrade them with arrow slits to protect him at home. So many interesting choices here, actually, for Nimu based on the spawn. Gets double safe tree line. Creates a protection zone for his base. Gold on the back. Deer to the east side. Like, there's definite possibilities here of, like, FC versus just going for an all-in feudal play. He has got, what, 12 sheep? And if he chooses to go for the sheep point, he can just go for a greedy castle play. Which isn't the worst idea. Like, actually, when you're playing against the Macedonians, it's usually a good idea just to rush third age. You want to see KJ go full feudal OP men at arms? You can't. As part of like a wider comp, yes, but can you guess why you can't do that against Ottomans? Like, Ottomans is legitimately one of the worst civ to do that strat against. Because Sapahi plus the Imams. So they'll outrange you and melee you down. They can actually kite you perfectly, to be honest. And then they just pull away and heal. Varanging Guard just isn't the answer. If this was a Civ that only had Spearmen, you could actually argue Varanging Guard is pretty sick. Because the idea is that you can get up to 6 melee armor in total in the second age. So Spearmen do nothing to you. But Sipahi start with 12 damage. And on top of that, if they outnumber you, they're going to attack speed you. So the DPS then spikes up by an extra 50%. It's brutal, man. Like, it's not a winnable matchup. Not at this level, anyway. If you're playing it like bronze level and your opponent doesn't really micro, then yes, you could probably just cheese them with men-at-arms. But have you guys ever noticed how the higher up the ladder you go, the less effective men-at-arms strats become? It does feel like the most cheesy unit on average to an AoE 4. I'm not going to say the most cheesy unit full stop, but on average. Okay, so Kiliadi is going to be Bogmaffer plus Adgimaffer, just basically going for every unit that's hard to pronounce. But Kiliadi's real goal lies elsewhere. I like this. He's going for Castle. It's a little bit funky because he didn't go Hippodrome. I feel like Hippodrome makes the Castle transition nicer, but this is going to technically be faster. Seed Gathering was a smart call. It's going to be scouted now by Numu. Numu has gone for the Imam point. Reluctant to go in yet, though, which means Kiliadi's going to get some more breathing room to castle up. Wait, is Numu just going to mirror now? No, he's still producing, so he's still thinking about attacking. And we are into the berries. So, it looks sucky, but you have to remember the berry gathering rate is just so much higher now. Because of the 30% increased gathering rate from the Grand Winery. So that makes this a pretty decent gathering resource. Like, you can just see it by the tick up. Like, compare it over here to that tick up. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. And that's deer that... Oh, wait, no, sorry. No, it's going to be faster than... Yeah, because Survival Techniques wasn't even taken. A little bit surprised, actually. I could have sworn Kiliadi queued up Survival Techniques, but then cancelled it. And we are getting the Golden Horn Tower. The ultimate tower for defense. Wait, Kiliadi, I thought we went over this. You're an attacker. Why are you defending? We have a different landmark, remember. It doesn't generate mercenaries for free, but it will give you crossbowmen every 1 minute and 53 seconds. 3 of them, in fact. And in between all that is a giant outpost. Dive in now. Imams are being targeted here. Villager's gonna get sniped. What is going on? Sipahi. I'm gonna start to get dropped a bit. Adgimaffa getting in the way of it, but the archers pushing him off this. No. What? It's a doubt castle. He has to cancel it. Kiliadi, no. I think he teched a bit too fast here, and now he switches plan entirely. It's gonna be a Cistern of the First Hill. Absolutely crazy. I mean, the problem here for Kiliadi is that these Bogmaffer, there's not enough of them. I think he had 4, maybe 5 maximum. So they're going to be able to do 25 damage every almost 2 seconds. It's very difficult to slay Imams fast enough there. He wasn't able to get a single one. So double heal is still alive for Numudan. Gives him more threat. And Kiliadi now already 2, basically 3 workers almost behind. Greedy mother ducker. You see what I mean about Ottomans having potential answers to feudal? Like, the fact that Kiliadi didn't want to participate in a long feudal against Ottomans says a lot. This landmark, he's not going to be doing a lot, I feel like. What are we using it for, Kiliadi? How many charges has he got? Because I haven't seen him use any. So he's at max. Like, he's got 3 charges to start with. He's still at 3. He's not using it to ramp up production rates. He's going to add in the farms. So... Oh, wait. Is it 4 on A job? I thought it was 3. Okay, so 4 on A job. Where are the indicators? By the way, like, this level in the water actually rises and decreases. But it's like we've budgeted for an indie game here. Like, it doesn't have 9 tiers. And also, sometimes it fills up to the top when it's empty. It's confusing. But there's the Glug Glug. So he's going to use the farm strat. So This is pretty popular at the moment. A few players have been experimenting with this. The idea is you just want to add in like free farms straight away, glug them all. It's insane how valuable this is because you're spending 75 wood to generate over the course of the next minute about 200 food. You get 116 passive income off of the glug, and then there's a gathering rate of the villager. It's even more, of course, with the Grand Winery, so really effective play here. Rest of the game, not looking so effective. I think Ottomans don't like the Macedonian religion. Also, why can't we have got a unique Viking monk, you know, to really make it feel? You know what we need? We needed rune guards or something like that. It should have been cool. They should have been like they should have been religious figures that do something rune. I don't know what they're gonna do runic, guys. I don't want to copy Total War Warhammer, so I'm not gonna say they like bang their runes and give you buffs. Oh, 4-2's activated. That's the problem. Kiliadi. Where's the army? Yay. He went Vidari to try and raid, but the problem is he's got no one defending home. And I think Numudan knows. Is he keeping spears back here? Only one right now, but he can brace the... Oh, wait. These units don't charge. Well, funnily enough, he's going to be scared away by double. A little bit surprised by that. We do at least have a relic now picked up by Kiliadi. This is important. With the Grand Winery, you can generate silver out of depositing relics here, which is important for the Radari strat. You know what's also important for Radari strat, chat? Is having gold. He's taken some big risks out here. Oh no, come on. One archer? He could walk with him and snipe him. Mehmed now on the way as Numudan is going to the third age. Like, bro, can you just stop shooting? I'm unarmed. Drop the relic! It's not a weapon. That's not true. In the right hands, this is the biggest weapon. This is a super weapon. We need to keep players hoping for a full Scandinavian civ. You think we're getting... You think we'll get like full original civs anymore? Do you guys not realize? Yo, one's in chat if you brought the DLC. Gotta do an important check here. Come on, yeah, start getting those ones in. Oh yeah, see, it's time. It's time to wave your wallet a minute. Why would I make an original civ? You all bought it. Sorry, I'm thinking like a publisher Monopoly man here. It's really important to just walk a mile in the other guy's Gucci shoes. Guys, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not really seeing the plan here. So he's got a third relic coming here, and that's good. But what was this? You're completely outnumbered, and you are macroing out onto the map. I would be surprised if Kiliadi isn't 20 villages behind in 3 minutes. Especially with Sipahi raiding. He's going to chase in. That's going to be denial of that relic. Temporarily. Denial on the other side. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, I think if Kiliadi's 10 villages down, he can win this because Vidari are insane. My challenge here is the way his economy is playing right now, there's a very dangerous 3 minutes ahead of us. So Vidari are going to try to ride in. We have got crossbowmen queued up. Is there a Janissary point? Wait, there is. There is. He can get it in just 25 XP. So I think this is the stage where Kiliadi just like has to be worried because Numudan can hold on to that point. He's a game changer. Spin coming out will scare him off. He's only tier 2, so we haven't reached the absurdity point yet, right? He's not into melee 3, melee 4, as those are quite pricey. And wait, he lost the arsenal. He never rebuilt it. Guys, he's getting no silver off of this. Did at least rebuild at the back, but no forward replacement is pretty bad here. Because he'd be generating about, like, what, 50, 60 silver a minute? which means the arsenal would pay back itself pretty quick. 2 minutes and you get wood converted into silver, and silver's just better. And the wall. Oh no. I just love how he jammed himself through there. Like, don't worry, guys. I've been eating Slim Fast bars from insert brand sponsor. I can make it through. Spahi, not shy at the idea of raiding. He could actually burn that outpost down. He's going for it. Akimafa are on the way, though, so really shouldn't be able to hang around here. Is Kiliadi stabilizing? Kind of. You know, it's like the doctor has stopped having to perform CPR on you. Like, you know, you're still unresponsive, but you're not dead. And the Ridari count is starting to look pretty good. Sorry, just whenever I see Sipahi riding around the map, I almost feel like I want to have drum and bass playing. It's the only unit that truly invokes the synth to me like no other. Because you know these guys are more hardcore than everyone else. That's just not true. I guess Ridari's in there now. Ridari's more like I probably want AC, DC playing in the background, you know? I'm screaming I'm on the highway to hell because if I pick the Civ, I deserve to be there. What you guys don't realize is Ridari, they kind of have like an Achilles heel type issue. It's not the heel though. It's the left ass cheek. Yeah, if you look, like there's a reason why the Ridari wear their shield on the left side of the horse. Is because their Achilles heel is their left buttocks. So if you ever encounter a Ridari in real life and they challenge you to combat, all you have to do is just stab them in the butt and you win. Historically and factually correct. Okay, actually I lied to you guys. The truth is actually a lot darker. To beat a Ridari, you have to stab them in the left testicle. That's why he's got the shield there. Now, that is historically accurate, if anyone has looked into the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Yep. We Brits discovered the best way to beat a Viking is to hide underneath them and stab them in the balls. True story. Well, as true as we can believe from historical documentation, but can we just be totally real? Who's going to lie about climbing into a small barrel, drifting up a river, and stabbing someone in the nuts? Like, that's... I don't know, like, there's a point of specificity and randomness where I'm just inclined to believe they are 100% true. Never underestimate the nut shot. Alright, now it's time for the full Falcon Punch to the gonads. Spearman trying to get in position for the defense, but great micro there. Numudan pulls his Spearman forward first. Sipahi back and then a re-engage. They're the secondary line with their range. Ridari trying to crack through this, but the numbers are not looking good for them right now. Not with this arriving. The Janissaries! He delayed their arrival! Too much firepower! Too many guns! Crazy axe-wielding psychopaths can be beaten. And all you need to do is go down to your own local Walmart and buy 15 guns. Alright. The trend continues. You can tell this game is made by Americans because gun beats everything. Oh, that was an interesting game. Trying to think what we call that one. It's got to be something to do with the Golden Horn Tower, hasn't it? I'm just calling it That's a Bronze Horn Tower if I've ever seen one. That'll work. Almonds Rise and Power, did they buff? People have just been figuring out how to use them more and more over the last few months. And with the recent change to the Pro Scouts, it's just further amplified them. Whoopsie, sorry, just knocked my screen. So yeah, they're just getting more and more powerful because people are getting better at leveraging their strengths. Almonds is like easily a top 6 Civ now. Building your landmark forward with 5 units mattered a bit more than Almonds that game. That's true, but like in general, Almonds beyond this game. I mean, I've literally just referenced the name to this cast as Bronze Horn Tower. I think that says everything it needs to about the tower. If you skip the units, you can get it up before they arrive. Technically, he's not wrong. All right, next up, we're heading to Kalauga. It's going to be English versus Sushi time. Let me just mark all of them. Stop saying English people are memes. English Civ is memes. The English Civ is real, and you should fear it. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for a caster game. English is returning to competitive. I know, I cannot believe it. And you should be running for the hills, screaming. Game number 3. 4. We're already 4. Counting's hard. Numudan has gone for Sushi to try and extend his lead. We're on Kalauga, where Kiliadi has returned to his truest roots, because little old Kiliadi, a long time ago, was nothing but a filthy English rusher. Let's see what he's got for us here. New meta, new time. English recently receiving buffs, and actually, Kalauga is... Oh my god, dude. Kiliadi, his brain, man, his brain. He brings the wisdom. It's too big. Kiliadi, so here's the thing, like, all you other pros out there, like, right now... You go in this map thinking Sushi, Knights Templar, whatever. You were thinking like a core processor from like 2008. Not Kiliadi. Kiliadi is over here with a power of 16 cores. He's a full AMD X3D processor because he just realized the English are sick on this map because the deer start right next to your TC. Why is that so important? There's an ability that you access right at the start of Feudal Age called Set Up Camp. And Set Up Camp recently got buffed so that you can now increase your gathering rate off of huntable animals by 10%. So this gives you a really nice pump on what's already a good gather source. What a smart read. And outside that, like, not a terrible map for English necessarily. You know, a lot of people tend to struggle with food in the mid-game if they cannot control the ponds. English can always just fall back to the idea of setting up farms quite safely. 25 wood for survival techniques? Almost. It's 2/3 of survival techniques. But yes, it's much cheaper than survival techniques, so it's worth it. So Nimu, he has gone for the fishing, but we already have Abbey of Kings on the way, so it's going to be H2. And this makes sense to be rushing up. Like, you know, if you're going for this play, you want the campfire ASAP. Wait, he doesn't already have a campfire, does he? He should. That's just the ring of the bell. Does he have a campfire already? No, because it's age 2. We've got a campfire icon for reasons. I don't know why it's a campfire icon. It's a bit weird. Things that you think about after watching way too much AoE for. So, we do have confirmation it's going to be 2 TC. Well, his opening may have been Giga Brain, but literally the rest of this is just going to be brain rot. English strats, isn't it? The same thing they do every time, Pinky. Try to 2 TC. I guess you can make this cool by trying to like play towards a huntable location, but there's no huntables that close. So it should just be very tight 2 TC into Fast Castle. Nah, we don't shoot the scout. We let him watch the fact that we're going to get our 2 TC before we can burn the mining camp. Yeah. See, what you don't seem to understand is that as English people, we've watched lots of Chinese martial arts movies. And we know that if we were to shoot our slow-moving bows, we'd never hit this guy. So we're not getting bother. Like, we're not going to indulge the strategy, you know? Like, we've evolved beyond it. What rank am I? I am infinite rank. The scariest of all ranks. Because my rank says unranked, which means it can be anything. How dare I call English 2TC brain rot? It's peak gaming. Look, all I'm saying, Johan, is like, I've seen your game average length, and I've seen the state at which European Universalis 5 has released it. Not to say it's a bad game, but it feels like some of those mechanics are waiting to be fleshed out. Wink, wink. Now, my speculation is that if you spent less time playing English 2TC, your game average length would be half the duration. And the trade-off would be that in European Universalis 5, I would have an automation option for marriages. But I don't. So I take it personally. Meditation garden now on the way. I have been enjoying EU5, by the way. I think I'm up to 45 hours now. Okay, 40 hours. Second town center. It's going to be in the tree line, which makes sense. So sometimes we see it placed on the goal, but the problem here is on Kalauga, your tree lines spawn further away from your TC intentionally, so they're more raidable. So you need to protect it. And he still hasn't... Wait. Kiliadi! Like, the whole point in this strat was meant to be a campfire. Oh, okay. Alright, so he's not getting the almost free buff to his gathering rate on the deer. It would only cost him 25 wood. Fun fact, Council Hall, English citizens from 13th century onwards were required by law to practice archery on Sundays, enforced by a local sheriff. Oh my god. Until they realized that that can backfire when there was a guy called Robin that did not get along with the sheriff. Yeah, I think I'd say European Universalis 5 has released in the best state, like, out of almost any game Paradox has made in over 10 years. Once again, I'm saying I'm enjoying it. I think my review of European Universalis 5 is that they've expanded all the things you have to manage. There's a lot more to do in like downtime between wars and whatnot. But the trade-off there is I think now we have a lot of systems that almost feel not fully fleshed out. Like I see the foundation and what we're going to build towards, but some of them either don't feel like they have enough importance or are a little bit tedious. So that's why I reference like the marriage system. For anyone who's played European Universalis 5, like trying to get more of your people in your cabinet, whatever, requires you to just basically play matchmaker, right? It's like playing Sims and trying to get the neighbors to hump. And then obviously like the contradictory balance in that is like, you know, if everyone in the neighborhood hates you, you're not gonna get anywhere. So there's some cool systems to it for sure, and I'm enjoying it. I think like they'll learn like especially some quality of life changes basically on my big feedback, and that's how I think once you have that sword, with maybe missions, I'd like to see missions come back. Then you'll start to have a lot of the soul of Europa flesh out, which would be cool. Very off topic. Have you ever played Frostpunk? Yes, I've played Frostpunk, and I found it to be an incredibly immersive experience. One of the best games I've played in that genre. Because it is probably the only game I've played in the city building genre that made me feel the emotional repercussions of what I was doing. It was a true immersive experience. Like any other city builder I've played, no matter how great I think it is, like, you know, SimCity 4, you know, like Anno 1404, 1800, Season 3, like they've never invoked the emotional response. Frostpunk 1 is goated on a whole other level. I still haven't played 2, actually. But 1 makes you feel like you're doing more than just building a statistical city. And, like, although you could do that in that game, I think it's the only city building game I've played that made me feel bad for doing that. And that's good. You should feel bad. You know, like, dude, if you're putting the kids in the coal mines, you should feel bad about it. I'm not saying I'm not going to do it. It always reminds me of this game which had kid zombies and everyone was outraged. They're like, I feel so bad killing them. And then the guy was like, well, yeah, you probably should feel bad doing that. That's the idea. Congrats, you got the right emotion. What's the emotional response going to be to this, though? Mount Lu Academy is on the way. We've seen some pressure play out Numu, but it's just so hard to breach a handful of spears here. And we know where this is going next. It's going to be castle soon for Kiliadi. Probably a white tower straight next to the double TC. A game that he's already, what, equalizing on work account now because Numu did a lot of fishing. 9 fishing boats in total. Good lord. Frostpunk 1 is so much at once. I didn't feel like it was that much at once compared to other city builders, but it depends if you played them in the past. Yeah, you guys, like, also, you guys misunderstand. Those kiddos, they wanted to work in the coal mines because it's less cold down there, right? It's called a coal mine, not a cold mine. So we're doing them a favor. You know, maybe they find a little nugget of coal and they set it on fire down there. You're supposed to fail a lot. I think that's what I like as well. It's like, a lot of sea builders feel like there's a route to perfection. Same with RTSs. Like, imagine if Age of Empires 4 just had a random weather effect that kicks in a game. I mean, some people who want to play comp to the maximum are going to hate that. But, like, you know, if there's varying effects that happen as the game goes on, almost like a D&D overlord calling out what's going to... Like, your DM, your dungeon master is like, yes, and now, all of a sudden, insert calamity. I find those quite cool. Even actually, like, even in a competitive setting, like, having those type of functions is really intriguing because as long as they spawn in a balanced way that it's not biased towards one player, it creates a new challenge for you to react to. I find, like, as long as you balance that well, the only people that would hate it are people who don't like innovate. But God, is he on the goal? Oh, White Tower coming up on that goal with 30 villages, so he will tech up. But Numu should just be looking for relics now. He's got map control. You only started RTSs 1.5 years ago. Good lord. You're a baby. You're a bubba. I started RTSs in 1997. 1998, maybe? I was like 4 or 5 when I had my first RTS. Which is probably a little bit too young to appreciate it. You know what we need? Like, this map would actually be sick with sea monsters. Like, little Nessies in the center. Oh, dude. Yeah. Okay. I never played the sea monster event thing. Like, my understanding is it's pretty bad. But the sea monsters were meant to attack you, right? I think this map should genuinely have a sea monster on each of the sacred sites. That would be so cool. It could stop, like, cheesy Knights Templar plays. And also, it just means, like, you know, you have this balance to the water. If you want to try and take it all, it's very difficult. Right now, Numudan trying to take the entire game, though. Kiliadi feeling the pressure in his tree line, pulls away. TC now being harassed. He has aged up, but he does not have a real aged up army. No, the heavily armored boys is going straight for the throat on this. Trying to cut Kiliadi off and just getting a further worker lead. Nice, looking good so far. Villagers coming in for the repair. Lancers are going to ride around. No wheelbarrow from the old man. And old man reactions there. The villagers to the tree line. A questionable move. He's diving for so long. He's got the ranged armor too is the problem here. It's hard to shovel him out. Shove him out, he will. Kiliadi with the 4 crossbows up. It's threatening enough with the attack speed aura. So Numu will leave. Not really finding much in the end. And this game is Age of Empires 4, for those that did not know. In terms of new age RTSs, as in RTSs released in the last 4 or 5 years, it's easily the best one on the market. Like, I'm trying to think if there's any competition there. Like, AoE 2 is obviously older before anyone gets in that debate. Age of Mythology Remastered, like, I think AoE 4 does it better. And also, like, if we're being totally fair, Age of Mythology Remastered, and even if AoE 2 had another re-release, they're not modern RTSs. They are classic RTSs. They've been modified to be modern. Whereas, obviously, this was built from the ground up in modern times. Maybe Game of Thrones will do well. We're about to become a Game of Thrones RTS streamer, guys. You need to know this broken strategy to utilize Jon Snow to the maximum. Kiliadi has got veterancy on spears on the way. He's harvesting the forward wood. Yeah, still feel threatened at the back, even though the back is now safe. I guess, like, while there's no raiding, now's a good time to take the forward resources before the pressure comes in. They will come in fast here, Numu. Trebuchet's now out of the Swede. Oh, look at that. Numudan's such a nice guy. He made a window so that all the residents inside, they don't get too hot. See? And he even sent warning shots so they can get away before this falls. Man, Numudan is just such a nice guy. Wait, stop firing. Why are you still firing? No, don't do it. Oh, look at that. Numudan. He created an open rooftop effect so they definitely don't get too hot. All right, so outpost is down. A warning shot sent by Numu, who only has 1 Treb so far. He hasn't started scaling more to try and seize down the white tower. Like, obviously, it's going to start. It's going to force some repair, but it's not a quick slay here. Not much good RTS between SC2 and 84, but even SC2 is not a modern RTS. In some ways, yeah, but like not really. Like, I know they had the expansion they released over the years, but like the base game's release point was how long ago? Like, SC2 was built in the golden age of RTSs. I lied to you about Kiliadi wanting to attack every game. He's playing English. What do you expect? Look, I said he wants to attack, not that he's going to attack. Those are 2 different things, you know? Like, I want to be a millionaire, but I don't see someone dropping me 1 million subs right now. Actually, it'd have to be 2 million subs. So there's what we want and what we get. And sadly, quite often at the moment, in a lot of players' minds, when you play English, what you get is a Civ that's going to turn. I think that's also why Kaiser Johann likes playing them so much, one of the other pro players in the scene. Because obviously coming from developing European Universalist, a game that spans from the 13th century to the 18th century, that's a lot of time. Gotta chill. No rush here. Nice, nice. We've become a gazillionaire, you'll share. That's good to hear. Oh, Numudan's a sharer too. He wants to share this neighborhood. China built too fast, I'm afraid, folks. Shushi Legacy Castle drop on the 2nd tree line. Oh, he's going to try to drain Kiliadi of wood. What does Kiliadi do? He's going into traps himself. And a horseman wave as well. His food income is pretty good at this stage. He's up to, what, 26 farms? And remember, the Giga buff. They're 30% faster. While Numu hasn't started farming at all. You know, he's playing pocket resources and learning the pain of that. As the king on his own is going to come in and start bullying. He's out here on the D's. 2nd fish back. I mean, TikTok goes the clock, right? The problem here for Numudan is his food income is limited. He hasn't solved it. Like, there's no infinity to it. While Kiliadi is like, I made a bread. And now I will make infinite more. One thing you know about us Brits is that we like our Weetabix. We, however, do not like our castles being blown to smithereens. 4 Trebs will be enough to cut it. Kiliadi on the verge of losing this white tower. Actually, now as if the army is ready for what follows. Being pulled, but it's too late. It goes down. A long way to repair. Also, keep in mind, any repair efforts can immediately be deleted here. The king does come back to rally his forces. The Trebs with the attack speed booster are slaying Numudan's castle also. And remember, his is much more expensive to repair, being stone instead of wood. So he will bail on it. Double Sacred Site just got locked in. He's got 90 minutes to go. It is a long road to victory for Shushi via these sites. Gotta say as well, Kiliadi's army is just looking very, very scary. I think Numu got a glimpse of it though. You're seeing him scale now into Spearman, which is quite cool. Love the nest of ease. Even though you're against the horseman, you're essentially just playing old school strat here. Spear, knob, spear, knob. Those 2 units together can beat almost any beast. They've got a wide wrap here. Numu, oh no. Oh no. No. The timing on that. You gotta be kidding me. Kiliadi strikes gold. Literally, figuratively. No, oh god. 196-year-old reaction speed right there, but he's gonna follow it up. He's actually gonna find more. How does he turn this into a disaster and it actually ends up better? Are you kidding me? He finds additional workers? In fairness, he didn't get as much as he would have. If he reacted straight away, that was going to be -8. He's straight down the 4. Now, idling out food sources. He needs to just get more pressure into that base. White Tower, mostly repaired. About to be in disrepair. They'll be more worried about these nut scraps that Numudan's trying to cross towards Kiliadi's base. I mean, the nest of bees is a bit of a problem with this spear count. Crossbows don't clear spears that way. And the horsemen will struggle to get on the nest of bees because of those spears. And it's very cost efficient for him. Like, Numudan doesn't use much food for this, and then just use wood and gold to fill the gaps. He's going for the landmark snipe. He's going for the victory. He doesn't want to turn this into a raiding game. He knows that's exactly what a 2TC boomer would want. And this boomer needs to move fast. Jumps on the backside. Finds additional workers. Numu needs to be faster. I hope his favorite movie is Lion King because he needs to move faster. Into the base he goes. White Tower about to fall. Abbey of Kings next on the chopping block. Nest of bees, they look for the crossbows. They get a little bit of damage through here, but they are overextending. One goes down. Horsemen finding the value necessary. Villagers now rushing up the White Tower to recover the base. Knob shots continue, but anything they do not eliminate will receive NHS when it was good. Abbey of Kings just waiting to kick in, but the knobs continue the pressure. And the Trebs stand their ground. The backstab from the horsemen! But they get melted! Kiliadi! Not a care in the world! You can tell this man was alive during World War I. Because that right there was an out-of-the-trenches moment. Congrats, you gained -5 feet of land. And Numu now jumping in for the wipe. Trebs to fall. Start a step from the crossbow mass, but being chased by Numu's range also. White Tower just keeps getting repaired. He does still have a 30+ worker lead. It's more the military lead that I'm concerned about at this rate. Numu. He has pushed him all the way away, but I think maybe an overextension, like not focusing on this. He's finally doing it, but what Kiliadi's doing very smartly and very smugly is understanding that this is a landmark race. He's trying to kill him off of the buildings. Overextension there from Kiliadi, though. What? Numu baits him back towards the nest of bees. Primary TC also starting to be sieged up. And more knobs now on the way because Kiliadi isn't really getting much food throughout all that. Like, over half the farm's not working, right? So no remassing to horsemen. Oh, why is it going knights? What? Huh? Against this comp, knights is very confusing. Oh, wait, he's actually going to snipe the crossbows. Well, he's going to try. Abbey of Kings is down. He can't heal anymore. Reload on those nest of bees. Gets a few shots out. Stings him low. That's going to be a low blow below the belt. Kiliadi, he's dead. No research opportunity here. English will not deliver him salvation. Numudan is about to go up the match point. One away from qualifying for the main event. But I'm confused. I thought English was back. Trash can, it seems. And that's true. If he just built that campfire, he would have fully won this game. It's the only thing to it. We'll ignore anything else about it. Oh my god, no, don't do it. Don't do it. It's more World War I strats. It's the full militia. The villages with the burn. But they'll be the ones to feel that burn. I just want you guys to remember he was like 30 plus workers ahead once upon a time. 2TC is not an instant win, guys. Let this be a lesson. All right, Kiliadi suffered so you didn't have to. He used valuable minutes out of what he has left on this earth. May not be much as a 125-year-old man. I guess the good news is at that point, like, the body's starting to go numb. Like, these villagers don't feel pain. Stand there. Oh, the Giga Brain from Kiliadi is like, yep, just... Yeah, I see... Most people, they just see workers. They just see some of the cavalry resources. I see damage on these units. Longbow switch now from Kiliadi. I mean, this is actually a cool idea. He still needs to address the fact that TC's about to go down, though. Like, the Nesta Bees is still a problem. If Numu doesn't overextend, Knobs can still win him this game. He's down to this last lamb up at the night. Sally forth! Kiliadi around the back. No. Doesn't even get one. But, the Nesta Bees went down. No, surely. This game is meant to be over. Like, how can you have your final landmark on fire like this? And then out of nowhere, pluck a longbow battalion to recoup. What? Numu's also in a pretty awkward position food-wise. Yeah, this source is just starting to run out, so he's going to have to shift elsewhere. Kiliadi's snatching some resources down here, so you're going to have a long walk ahead of you. Numu doesn't have that many bodies over Kiliadi currently. Kiliadi, he's still got the small tree line down here. Back tree line here. And yeah, he's moving for it. He's also harvesting the corner. Like, this not being noticed is everything right now. The food, the wood, making a big difference. Numu, just 2 tunnel vision though. Like, if he just sends 1 knight down each flank, this doesn't happen. But the difference is we have God vision. He doesn't. You know, he's already scouting this side, but he never scouted this one. It's crazy to think just how much of Kiliadi's primary wood line has gone towards repairing this white tower. Like, he's been essentially just burning every single piece of lumber on the British Isles to keep this building up. Same with this one. This is a race to run out of trees. TC on fire. He still doesn't complete the white tower again. Rushes more workers out. Trebuchets getting it low, but never quite finishing it. Horsemen wrap around the back to find the Trebs. But he greets it! He tries to get both! White tower. Oh no! It was about to complete! The difference it would have made having the arrow fire on these Nesta Bees, but he can't do it! Millimeters away! It will finally be enough to break him. Numu had to be sweating for a moment on that one, though. When he got pushed out of that base, you truly started to believe that English was going to do the dirty that they always seem to do. I feel like I'm going to name that one 50% of your wood economy is for repair. Like, it just feels like that entire game was him trying to eat enough wood to repair and actually do anything else alongside repairing. So Numu, I mean, for a moment he gave poor Kiliadi some hope, but in the end, it is going to be a dub for Numudan. Putting him up on match point. He wins the next game. He's qualified to the main event for EGC. Next up, though, is, of course, map pick for Kiliadi. He's going to be taking us to King of the Hill. And funnily enough, this boy has been obsessed with 1 pick on this map and 1 pick only. So Iobid will be coming out for Numu. But the pick that Kiliadi keeps going for is Sengoku. Like, he's been obsessively Sengokuing this map. I think every single pick on King of the Hill for him has been Sengoku. I'm getting a bug on the map download, so let me just Alt F4 quickly because I need to download EGC King of the Hill. Honestly, by the way, like with that map development, that iteration, that introduction, I do really feel like Age of Empires 4 maps are better when they're more arcadey. And you'll see what I mean when we spawn into it. What I mean by arcadey is like the way it spawns, with more structure to it. You know, as cool as we think random map spawns are, I genuinely think more rigid spawns, and then like varying certain elements and where they spawn is more than good enough. Sushi winning with destroy value, etc., because they're just slaying so many things. Like the loss of units, the repair cost, all that. You always got to remember, you know, when you talk about repair interactions, if I have to repair, I'm idling a villager to repair, but I'm then idling the worth of another villager who's gathering. So that's like the thing that I think people often forget when you talk about villagers idling to repair. And the more villagers I idle to repair, the more villagers I will need to gather. And it's not even like on a 1-to-1 ratio there, because the more villagers I use to repair past 3, it gets really expensive. So I need even more workers gathering so that I can afford the repair. It's like it's a hungry machine that never stops begging for food, you know. All right. So let me just download King of the Hill and we'll get in. Bonk Boys OP. I don't know, like I'm still not entirely convinced about them. I think outside of like Order of the Dragon type picks, you have to wait until you're Deep Castle or an Imperial for them to be good. Other than that, and there's kind of womp womp. They're pretty sad. What's up, Doc? Okay, so if you said King of the Hill, we're going to. Load this bad boy now. All right, you guys ready? This is how maps should spawn in Age of Empires 4. There, I said it. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It is time for another caster game. Kiliadi versus Numudan. We head into King of the Hill, where Kiliadi's tournament life is on the line here. If he loses this, he's out. He will not make it to the last S-tier event of the year. And let's talk about the map. King of the Hill. What a different look here. But also a much healthier look. We all remember King of the Hill. We've seen it before in Age of Empires 4. Probably at some point you must have seen it at least once. I prefer it spawning like this, reliably. Honestly, the more I've been thinking about Age of Empires 4 maps recently, the more I actually appreciate them when they have a bit more order. Now, I'm not going to be standing here petitioning you guys that we need to get rid of random. I don't think random generation needs to go. But I think there needs to be more rigidity in the way that things spawn. Like, we've all experienced Lipany on the ladder. Lipany on the ladder is the meme tier example of what I'm talking about. It just doesn't have credibility to its identity. The cool thing about this change to King of the Hill, we now have more reliable spawns on the cliffs, and I like the way that they spawn blocking you from running straight in, and then kind of forcing you to use the flanks. I like the flow that this version of King of the Hill creates, and there's been other recent maps that are more forceful for how the map spawns that I appreciate so much more than like your old school style maps like Lipany, even like Hill and Dale type maps. This feels superior. Question is, does Sengoku? Because this civ is an interesting one, actually. I feel like it's been a bit hit or miss as people have been exploring new strategies, but I think it does overall have a lot of potency. And the cool thing about this particular civ is in the right situation, the right matchup, you get insane value off the hot dog stands. That's right. Little Yatai is coming out. They're going to be generating food here. And the cool thing about this matchup, he's against Irbans. When does an Irban player ever Dark Age you? They don't. So there's no threat until Feudal, which means Kiliadi gets to have his goodies. He's already got double Yatai out. He's keeping one at home, which is quite popular. With your starting sheep plus the berries, you come close to capping out because the Yatai can only generate 60 food maximum per minute. It starts off with 20 base, and then it gets extra based on nearby food deposits. And the other ones will be moving out the flanks because there's always boars in the corner of King of the Hill. That is a reliable anchored spawn. Other cool thing about this, by the way, is remember with the Sengoku, he doesn't even need to scout this. He knows where the boars are as well as the deer straight away. You can see the difference it makes on scanning rotations actually in terms of like vision already. Sheep haul from Numu is going to be 17. So he did win the scouting game. This is just where the ties make a lot of difference. And they kind of have to. Like, technically, Sengoku's food economy is quite weak in other places. Because, like, interesting little fact about these guys, they will get food inflated rates, and in general inflated rates, off of the Matsuri with its aura. Because remember, the hot dog stands, they're going to send little traders back here to give a buff. You get 50 food, you get 5% gathering. That's cool, but the trade-off there is this caps at 30%, and you don't have your standard ecotech for the farms. Yeah, this gives a little bit of a weird identifier, actually, when you think about it that way. It has superior wood and gold/stone gathering rates, but its food rate is technically inferior. Because in the late game, you're going to have a 30% food buff around the Matsuri on your farms, with some Yatais giving a bit of trickle food. But let's take Ibid as an example. Ibid in the late game is going to have baseline, what every Civ can get. They're going to have 30% there off those food techs, and then they're going to have a nice, healthy extra 10% on top. And Ibid isn't exactly a Civ that's renowned for a great food economy in the late game, but like theirs will be better here. And if you compare it to the original Civ Japan, Sengoku sucks there because Japan has a 75% gathering rate on farms compared to your 30. So it's a little bit of a weird Civ there for sure. But I think where Sengoku really thrives is they thrive before you get ultra late game. I think this Civ is really strong in the Castle Age, and even some feudal builds are pretty good. A lot of it enabled by this. It's going to be the Coca Township coming through, a bully of a landmark. Yeah, this it's almost like anything that's free in this game is somewhat controversial. You guys notice that about AoE 4? It's very rare that a free unit is a bad thing. These free units are badasses. He won't use them yet. The only weird thing about this pick on this map is that normally you want to be able to spawn your free shinobi near the enemy base, but this map has 0 stealth forest, so you can't spawn them there. Outpost coming up though means Numudan definitely going castle. Honestly, I think if you're Kiliadi, you're kind of happy with this though, because you've forced your opponent to build an outpost, even though they went dervish. Like normally, guys, if you're going this dervish wing, you shouldn't need the outpost, because if pressure comes in, these guys just heal. So it only matters when your opponent's got like 6, 7, 8 troops. Enough to actually out DPS the healing. So yeah, very surprised Numu actually bothered with that. Because it is suboptimal. You know, he sacrifices 100 wood. He also sacrifices a villager building that for a minute, which is about another 40 resources. So that's 140 missing from where he could be on these tech timings. He could have been like, with that, probably about 15, 20 seconds quicker. Allows catch up here, doesn't it? Because Kiliadi is just going to say, okay, I'll just blind tech. By the way, Kiliadi kind of got a crazy spawn here. The back gold is a huge deal. Because of the positioning. Normally, like, we've seen him play this matchup, and he has to place a Matsuri on the small tree line because of the gold. This one gets plopped right at the back, and it means he gets to buff a fat tree line as well as his gold. He even clips the berries. Much better than this. Yeah, berries and starting sheep. Like, this is literally the best Matsuri you could have asked for on this map. That's wild. I mean, technically, he could have actually edged it to include the stone, but yeah, let's not nitpick. And what is up, Chaos Factory? Appreciate the prime sub. Reminder, guys, always drop those subs. It helps the channel immensely. We had a guy molding on a stream about the fact that we say you should subscribe to the channel, but, you know, sometimes you need to remind people. It's almost like we do all this for free by default. So it's always nice to give a little back. And, oh, that's going to give a lot. Sake Brewery. I like that we've moved past the Iko Iki. The Temple of Equality is not that good, guys. I think the Temple of Equality is probably going to need to be buffed. I don't think the unique text it offers are that good. Remember, that's the one that gives you discounts on your Iko Iki monks. And it's a monastery. Like, it's kind of similar to the choice that Roos have. Although I'd argue the Roost choice is better than this one. Sake Brewery is just way too good. it spawns 5 mats in front of this thing that let you gather gold infinitely. And once you scale into the late game with your mining techs and a Matsuri, each villager on those farms, those gold farms, will generate about 100 gold each. Like, it's actually crazy how good this landmark is. My jaw dropped when I started to watch games on the test server and people weren't building. So we are getting Takeda, which is no surprise. Like, if you're going fast cast, you're getting Mount Samurai. It says everything it needs to when you're up against camels and you're still going to get Mount Samurai. Yeah, they're pretty good. Because once he has the estate, he has a daimyo, and that daimyo is going to give a 15% attack speed buff. So that essentially offsets most of the damage debuff you face. And then you add in the fact that you can make your knights faster. Like, going horse training plus the Mount Samurai means that you can beat camel lancers quite reliably. Thank you, Gareth. Appreciate everyone who appreciates what we put into the game. We here every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday delivering your strategy game content. Berries on the flank. And we are up to 3 Yatai, remember. So he's generating in total. It's less than 180 now. Okay, yeah. So he's generating 166 food passively per minute. Really important here. That is infinite food. And the reason that's important is on a map like this, like, food can run out quite easily. In fact, most games on this map, it's usually decided by siege because people don't have enough food to keep pumping units. Relics would help that siege strat. Numudan brings the first relic home. Good opportunity to get his hands on 3 here, actually. File 2 may be a bit more questionable. And we do have horse training already coming through. It's such a good tech, man. I don't know. I'm kind of shocked that this is tier 1. Like, personally, I almost feel like it should be the other way around. Because tier 2 on the estate system is the improved Yari damage. I guess they didn't want to make Yari OP in Feudal Age by giving them that choice. But sad reality is, like, horse training, it just feels so much better for fast castle builds. It's insane. Like, look at the movement speed now. Ready? Oh, God. Up to 2.1. Oh, and he's clipping the grenades. Oh, my God. Demolition right there. Kobe. Man, that's a beautiful connection. This is the tricky thing. Once one of those grenades hits, it feels like the follow-up is just manifest destiny about to slap you in the face. And it is siege damage. They actually contribute a decent amount of DPS themselves. Remember, it slows your opponent and increases the damage they receive by 50%. Which, for Mount of Samurai, is crazy. That means they're going to be doing an extra 12 damage compared to what they should. He still has more grenades. He clips him again! Oh! Yeah, this ability is getting nerfed, man. It's so good! Lash comes in. Kiliadi doesn't have the ninjas anymore, so he'll have to back away. But this has been a great start to the age. The destroyed value heavily in his favor. We do have a Yumi switch, which surprises me. I mean, you saw Desert Raider Wing, so I kind of get it. But I do wonder if Spears just would have been better here. Especially considering that if you go Spears with a grenade slow and level 1 of the Koji estate. Did I say Koji? Not Koji. Hojo estate. I think of Koji Mats. The Hojo estate would give him increased movement speed on his Spears. So you can just gap close. I think what's going through Kiliadi's mind is like food is limited on this map. And if I go Yumi plus Mount Samurai, I don't run out of food. If I do Spear Mount Samurai and lose 1 fight, I'm out of food. And then into the back. The problem here for Numudan is the longer he waits to fight, the kind of worse it gets, really. Because the Shinobi still have 50 seconds left. They have 100% uptime. So even if they don't throw grenades, that means a new group is going to spawn by the time they're finished threatening you. Like, the sole fact they exist for 100% uptime is a big problem. It needs to be changed. It's just too long. And even these Yumi now. Think about the damage buff here, guys. 7 damage? He's getting an extra 3.5. Even the Lancers feel that sting. Well, won't be many Lancers left at the end of this. Mount Samurai line is at least thinning. Yumi are going to retreat. But considering that Camel are meant to be the counter there, that is kind of absurd. Oh, man. And yeah, Mount Samurai, easily replaceable, remember? Food gold. And we look at that gold gathering rate. It's kind of crazy. We're up to, what, level 4 Matsuri? Yeah, he's already got level 5, rather. You can tell because you can see little hotbox stands getting added in on the slots. So he's almost capped out there. And you can just see it in the gathering rates here. Like, just watch that little ticker up in the bottom left. They gather so fast. And yeah, a little bit surprised he didn't go for mining. I feel like most people just forget to get mining because specialized picks isn't really considered to be that high of a value attack. Like the other ones, yes, but most players don't do this one. But the funny thing is with Sengoku, it is worth it due to the sake brewery specifically. I do like the fact that he at least got the wheelbarrow text. I think that is very important because there's a lot of movement here compared to mining a gold vein. But we've now got Numudan going Wuludan. Man, he must be feeling the pressure. Relic game looks good for him, though. He got 4 relics. A little bit surprised, actually, that the one closest to his base wasn't denied. Kiliadi let that one go. Pulling out into the deer now. Has got a wall coming up. And we'll be able to at least get 1 relic here. On top of that, the Ikko Ikki, though, it's going to be about capping the sacred site. That's what he's really looking for. Another cool thing here is, remember... Where is he building? Oh, in the center. There you go. The Ikko Ikki will also do damage in fights and heal your units. Fun fact about this unit, by the way. Unlike certain other ones, such as the Warrior Monk, it's a lot less clunky to use in combat because of its attack range. Like, it's pretty good, actually. Like, 0.75. I think it's swimming 0.38, if I'm correctly. So it allows them to stay a bit further away. It's not completely busted to party levels, but it does mean it makes an Ikko Ikki less likely to be the first unit to engage. Yeah, you see here, for example, Camel Lancer has 0.29 tiles. So typically, like, if it's infantry, definitely. If it's infantry, you'll be able to stand behind them. Mount Samurai, I think you just about have enough range to stand behind them to the side. Either way, the importance there is it means your Ikko Ikki just keeps striking targets. And every time he strikes, everything near him gets healed. So this is looking pretty bad right now. Numu's playing into full camel comp. He does at least have the mangoes, which is smart, but unfortunately, it's being mirrored. Not just that, we've actually got Tanegashima Ashigaru coming, despite the fact that they're considered to be complete and utter trash. Yeah, this unit is maybe the most... It's the most underwhelming one of the DLC. It's like bottom 3 for sure. There's some other ones that I think are just as bad, if not worse. Like, I would argue Springwood Elephants are worse than this. But the problem with this unit, its stats aren't that impressive when you consider that you pay 20 resources more than a standard crossbow costs. The good thing, though, and I think why Kiliadi doing it here isn't terrible, is because he went for the Sake Brewery, he has a lot of gold gen, and this uses less food than a standard crossbowman, more gold. But the problem with this unit is, like, when you do the maths on it, it takes 2.5 seconds to attack without the attack speed aura to do slightly more damage than a standard crossbowman, while costing more. And if you have a daimyo, it becomes almost as good as a standard crossbow. But the problem there is, like, attack speed is really deceptive. The way the game engine works is, like, range units versus melee units. Melee units benefit a lot more from attack speed than range units do. I mean a lot more. Because with range units, it's not just attack speed. There's then, like, wind-up animation and a few other stats that are hidden from the player. It's kind of like, if anyone's ever played, like, Dota 2, like, Dota 2 has this as well. Like, I think a lot of games do, really. So, like, in Dota 2, it's well-known, actually. You have, like, base attack speed, the base attack rate, and then attack speed. So, heroes have different base attack rates, meaning that some are inherently better at being attack speed-oriented characters. And it's the same with units in this game, where, like, you know, compared to melee, melee's, like, barely any attack rate difference, i.e. between attacks. It's just their attack speed. Whereas these guys have the wind-up animation of going to shoot between attacks, which hinders their ability to use attack speed well. What is up, X-Lab? Appreciate the raid, buddy. Interesting, by the way. Kiliadi. He's balancing out Yumi plus Tanegashima Ashigaru here. Even upgrading with the +1 damage Higo Yumi. But I think maybe this is because he's going for his final form, which is a state level 2. If he goes for a state level 2, guys, he's going to buff up all of his Ashigaru by giving them more range and more ranged armor. Might be worth it here, actually. Because also that scales really well with the health. Nah, this is kind of like a slow game, isn't it? These are the type of games where I'm like, if I upload this, it's almost like it needs to be edited and fast-forwarded. These Mount Samurai is so gigged. Even just 5% health. Remember, these guys, they don't have deflective armor. That is one of the trade-offs compared to Japan. So they're good, but they're not as good as Japanese. Definitely more speedy. The fact that he just keeps respawning this Shinobi, it's never a real threat point. I'm a little bit worried for Numu, even on like his siege, technically. If the grenades hit there, I think Yumi might be able to snipe them, actually. Yeah, because the debuff works on siege as well. More Manjaniques. I do like what Numudan's cooking with. It's probably the only way he's going to break this. So, after all that foreboding about siege being the #1 factor and big condition. Yep. Welcome back, more siege. it just happens because you run out of food. And because of the Sacred Site timer, it's not really that feasible to go for farm transition for most civs. Most civs would just get eliminated trying to do it. Like, we have a scattering of farms here or there, but we don't have someone saying, right, that's going to be 25 farms now. Yeah, we've seen a few civs try it, though. Like, Abbasid comes to mind. Abbasid's one of the civs that people have experimented with on a farm transition. And that was like a multi-TC build. There was a time where a few people like Dumu quite liked that strat, actually. Moving in now. Outpost to be sieged. Own siege is coming in, though. Baits him in range. You may be the first person I've seen say Kick is better than Twitch. For content creators, money gen, sure. I don't know about the rest of it. And the Mango numbers, like, he is heavily outnumbered here. 8-4. But there's just so much cavalry involved in the equation. And remember, like, the onus is on Numudan to come in. He has to. He's got 4 minutes left on the clock. So be careful with his own mangoes, though, because those scud shots can triple you down. Baits him in. Shinobi! Shinobi gets the grenade! Debuff connects. Single Mad Samurai! Oh, if he snipes one, this is huge. But one Mad Samurai is so worth it. Mango's going to turn again. They're still grenading them, by the way. He's still debuffing them. Scat shot to the backside. That means the Ashigaru are spread out nicely, though. Let's clip a few in the center. The Mango trade out. It's all about the siege. Pure chaos here. The healer boys sustaining that front line for longer with the camels, but the camels on the north side breaking through. But the siege has been caught. Mango's going down. Kiliadi jumps in where it matters. Gonna pull the rest of the range back here. Mango count is low. At the tail end, Kiliadi has not got much left, but he has got outposts. And that's what's really gonna matter here. Few more Mount Samurai coming in. The Shinobi, it's kind of deceptive. It's hard to see the impact of these big fights, but these debuffs are making a world of difference. And now, with no siege, with no real burn, Numu has to leave. The outpost destroy. Quadruple springled emplacements to clutch that up, going on throughout that entire fight. Imagine how different this battle looks without them. Without them? No doubt about it. Camel Lords are reigning supreme here. But quad 42 damage every 4 seconds in a fight that lasted a minute. Insane DPS. It just allows him to slay on the camels, the archers, to shut this down, to remove the threat. Oh, sorry, the spears and the camels, rather. Now with that reset, Kiliadi, only 2.5 minutes to go until he will win the game. Numu somehow has to rebuild from scratch. The question is, do you even have time? Mangoes are going to be rebuilt fast here. But man, how is he not out of food. I mean, this is the beauty of this civ. The boar is still running. Probably haven't got long left on them. Deer is exhausted. So Kiliadi, if he wants to keep pumping Mount Samurai after this, he'll need food. But this is the beauty of the timing. He only has 2 minutes on the timer. And Freya, Daddy's working. I can't watch your car right now. You have to wait. More outposts. Because why not? They basically won the last fight. When all else fails, we go one place. Alright, you want to say bye-bye to stream? Come on, then. Bloody Freya. Say hi, stream.
Hi, stream.
Who's going to win, Frey? Green or orange? Green or orange? Green or orange? Oh, she chose orange. You're a smart girl.
This is like orange, like that.
Yeah. Yeah, orange like that. This girl always gets the right side.
That's a green one.
Ringing the bell. Only 1 minute left. And it's a coming. Tower of the Sultan. There's only 20 mounted samurai. Like, how do you not just lose this straight away? Start knocking on the outposts. Mango's all the way at it. Mount Samurai now with the charge in. And that was 1,000 resources for reasons. Kaboom! It all comes crashing down. Kiliadi will strike back. The fin is not finished. And Sengoku looking pretty good. What are you laughing at?
That's the stream.
Yeah.
Green.
Yeah, you said orange was going to win.
Yeah.
Clever girl. Boop. All right. Why don't you say goodbye to stream and go play inside with your brother?
But I'm going to watch it with my mum.
Yeah, go watch it with mummy. Blow kisses? Blow kisses the stream? You have to use your hand for that. She's busy playing with her cars. You want to show stream your cars? Oh, pink one's off. You show them the camera?
Let's stream.
Yeah, they can see it. Wow. Pink car. Orange car. Mwah.
This, where's your other camera is?
It's up there.
I really two down here.
Yeah. All right, darling. You go play with your brother. And I'll see you a little bit later. Okay? Give me a kiss and a cuddle. Mwah. Where's my cuddle? I said, where's my cuddle? Alright, you go play. Go then. No, Fred, go play inside, darling. It's a bit dirty out here. Oh, bless her. She just got back from nursery. Alright, so let me mark up the score. That is a strike back for the old man. He's not done. Yeah, Frey? No, Mummy doesn't want you playing outside in the cold. It's too cold, darling.
You can bring it inside.
Later.
No.
You got a bike inside. Off you go.
Shh,
Asking for more toys. Then go ask Mummy to get it, because I know how this works. She'll say that you're not allowed it after I bring it in, and then I have to bring it out again, and I'm not doing that. The silly... I didn't realize I have a silly smile. And she left my door open. Oh my god. One sec, guys. And I was right. Mummy said no. I knew it. Wait, why have I got to do push... Bro! I got a Delhi French game to cast. Why are you making me do push-ups? I show you the most adorable little girl you'll ever see. And you pay me back by making me do push-ups. Like, how does that even work? That's the last time I do nice things for you. Alright, someone will redeem a ban on him. Alright. Alright, it's ass cam time. I mean, push-up cam time. I'll move my Anno edition out of the way, actually. It's a bit too clustered. One, two, three, four, five, six. All right. Decent form. I'm getting better. Getting better. Oh. Good thing I didn't stream like yesterday. I woke up with like a super tweaked back because of the way I slept. I felt destroyed, man. Oh. I don't know why either. Like, I don't feel like I slept that much different. But like, I just could barely move. Getting old. Also, I haven't climbed this week, which is really annoying. Need to bump my guy. Because I was going to on Friday, but then I chose to do community games for you guys. You're welcome. Instead. And he wasn't available on the weekend. Because I kind of prefer us just going on weekend anyway. It's kind of better. Oh no, Freya's back. Freya, not in here. Not bringing a bike in here. No, you're not bringing a bike in here. 1 second. No. Alright. Apparently she's swapping. She is screaming about it. Yes, Mummy, I would love to have more stuff in here when I've got barely any room to walk in my studio. Oh, I need to sort it out. Guys, literally over half of this room is filled with her crap. And I need to sort it out. We're talking Freya's toys, Mummy's extra garden crap, but I need to. Ugh. Crap I have to deal with. Seriously, like I have ideas and plans for this. Like, I'd love to expand. I just really never switched the cam for TikTok. They're just looking at my ass the whole time. There's like things I want to do with it, like expanding it into having like maybe a couch area and having like some sort of vlog, whatever, chill news videos or whatever. But I can't, because literally half of it is full of trash. That's why when we go to Ask Cam, everything looks like a mess. It really is in here. I need to find some time. Did I watch Voldemar's last video? Didn't you ask me this at the start? Was it you? Someone asked me this at the start, and I said I haven't watched it. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll watch it later. We'll see. Alright, anyway. Let's get ready to go. Because we got games. Okay. Let me flip it as well. It's twirly mustache time. That's right. French for Kiliadi to try and recover it all. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for a caster game. We have got Numudan on the deli up against Kiliadi on the French. And Numudan, man, he's got a good map to try and close this out. We are on Lipany for game number 6 of this qualifying series to see which person will make it to the finals. Man, it's an interesting one as well. French versus Delhi has for quite some time felt like a pretty much a skill-based matchup. You know, I still remember even back from like the previous Red Bull Wallow when we saw it there. I remember, I think it was it Delhi for Marine Law? And he said he felt like Delhi at that time at least had a slight edge. Arguably, Delhi has just risen up to look better and better with each and every patch. And I think the most recent one is probably no exception. Like, honestly, the changes around Pro Scouts feel like they benefited Delhi. Because with Pro Scouts being worse, a lot of civs don't necessarily want to do Pro Scouts now. Maybe even French. While Delhi will just get it for free. And you know what? French aren't Pro Scouting. Love this. Kiliadi, up against a civ that is not going to aggro him, goes for the deer. And it's a great spawn, by the way. What? Oh my god. That's a Marine Lord spawn. The deer in the back, I mean, that's so wallable. You could just gather here quite safely, and your gold goes this way anyway, so you kind of want to defend that side of your base. Like, the only thing on the east side is stone, and you don't really need stone as French, not until Castle Age. Yeah, like, you don't really do 2TC strats for those that have been away from the game. French 2TC hasn't really been popular for quite some time. Like, most players with this matchup, with this Civ, I mean, even if it wasn't Delhi, they would just be going for aggro. Like, scale knights, scale knights, scale knights, and then eventually go to the third age. Sheep pull for him. 12 to 12. Wow. Okay, that is actually royally surprising. Kiliadi has the edge on sheep as French. And the reason that's really shocking, there's a few missing here, is because Delhi don't have to come home. They're meant to stay out much longer, so they're meant to get more sheep than you. Damn. Guys, I think Kiliadi's back in the kitchen. This is a great start to the game for France. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll look at the Voldy video that people were referencing later. But, like, I'm going to imagine it's literally the same thing that I've seen, like, ranted about in the past in different scenes. No offense to Voldy, I'll use the word rant. Of, like, if it's to do with there being too many tournaments, I've literally heard these same complaints in other scenes. And it's kind of silly because if that is the complaint, and if that is the complaint, the answer is just don't play in all of them. Because Dota had this as well, if that's the case. But I don't know. Maybe we'll look at it afterwards and then react to it. Wow, KP now React streamer. I become the thing I hate. Irony is we probably get very big by doing that anyway. Yeah. So my feelings on like Reacts, the whole Reacts content arc in YouTube and everywhere else is the same as like how most VTubers feel about AI generation, because like it's very damaging to the like area, their expertise, and it's the same with like I think React content is very damaging to artistic content creation because it discourages people from having original ideas. Anyway, that's my little small thought. Let me know what you guys think about it in the comments, by the way, like if you agree or disagree. But like my take has been like, you know, with the way that the systems are set up, it inherently rewards the lazy person and punishes the hard worker. And you can argue work smart, but it's not about working smart. It's legit just basically like you being a small business going up against Mr. Monopoly Man and getting crashed by it. So yeah. Tandem over. We have got knights coming in. Ghazi response from Numudan makes a lot of sense. Sometimes we see spears, but more recently, most Delhi players have been opening Ghazi and then just adding racks in straight afterwards. The challenge here is this is not a pro scout strat. So because it's not a pro scout strat, the initial night timing is a lot stronger than it normally would be. And that means the strategy of Ghazi first into racks should feel a lot worse than it used to for Delhi. Oh, about playing like non-stop for like 10 hours. Okay, that's going to be intriguing then. We'll have a look at that. But like that legit is, that'll come down to another, like, if that's going to be the way, I'll watch it anyway a little bit later. But if that's the case, like that's a whole different discussion. And to be honest, like, there's no good solution. And I'll explain why, if that's the gist of it. But we'll see. Hello, hello. What's the final sheep pull here? 16? Yeah, but that's because obviously he hasn't been eating the sheep yet. The berries are running out first. But it looks like Numudan did clutch up on the sheep in the end. And we do have Pro Scout slowing in the way. 3 minutes out. And he went for the double mill, which is pretty standard these days for Delhi. They like doing this because it actually pays off in terms of getting double techs at once. But also the fact that, depending on the positioning, you get a lot more efficiency on your drop-offs. And that save in time walked for your villagers pays back a lot of the cost of the mill. Ghazi. Enemy chasing in here. The villager is going to get struck down. Nicely done, Numu. Punching Kiliadi for a slow reaction there. Yeah, didn't have a scout in the neighborhood, didn't see it coming. And this is a bad start for Kiliadi. Like, you never want to be reacting to the Ghazi raid. You want your knights to be doing the damage. Like, it's actually crazy that it's the Ghazi getting the first slay. That's meant to be prime knight territory, really. Oh, me shocked and surprised. Nah, even scaring him off entirely. Yeah, surprised Kiliadi didn't go in for at least the night charge. Maybe he just didn't see it and he was already too close. Or he got baited to charge and then Numudan kept running and then just turned around. Like, either way, this is just painful. You don't have chivalry yet. You have justification, of course. But of course, going for that is going to cost you. It's going to be 300 resources down the drain. So you want to be getting an advantage out of it. Right? Like, the need to go. Like, if I need to go for chivalry, I should be taking someone away from you. I should be taking one or two of these little boys and plucking them from the earth. Why are their heads so flat? Are they flat? They kind of look flat. You guys ever realize, like, the... Actually, no, they have got a good bump map. Because, like, normally they'd just be, like, flat top. You know? Gazi plus spears. Nimu, good pushback. Getting access to the berries on the forward. Archery switch now from Kiliadi. So pretty much like just standard play then. Delhi typically just like playing with Spear Ghazi at the moment. I mean, it makes sense. You don't really want to be building archers. You already have the Ghazi to deal with the archers on the other side. And your archers are going to be worthless against knights. Delhi has scholars for heals. Both sides have healing. So, like, scholars are usually pretty good with frontliners in feudal age, but when you're against knight civs, less so. So the thing to be mindful of here is, like, as you scale deeper into feudal, you're talking about 40, 50, 60 army. The knights will heal reliably, because when the cluster's that big, you just cycle the into the back, they engage later, they take a bit of healing on the process, and it tends to go better, right? So, like, I think for Numu, there needs to be some sort of tempo, because also you have to deal with the fact you're going to be behind on villages, because French produce work is quicker. So we do have him trying to address that. He's pulling out for sacred sites now. Needs 2 of them. Kiliadi is just going to be moving in towards the main. That's a lot of time. Tension anyway. A little bit hesitant there. Sees 2 spears and just backs off. Yeah, it doesn't have undermesh yet. So understandably reluctant to go in. I mean, this is the trade-off of having to go for chivalry quite early. Less knights, less potential around undermesh. Definitely stings a bit. Waste the enemy time. He's reaping the ball in the meantime, but the trade-off here is pretty good for Numu. He's just getting his hands on the second secret site. We do have a stone switch from Kiliadi. I imagine this is in placements. And the gradual build up towards like a castle upon age up. And yeah, there you go. There's going to be the fortification. Because the problem you have here is, like, over here, this outpost, you don't want to be babysitting it the whole time. And Ghazi are really good at shutting down outpost players. So, fortification should deter him. Nice blocker. Scares Numu off. I don't think Numudan has seen the archers yet, by the way. And not just that, we are reaching scary point. Kiliadi, he's looking to flex his micro skills. Before the arthritis sets in, he's going to click multiple groups at once. Now, this is important. Makes the spinner's life a lot harder. Yeah, to be in the right place, the right count. And whilst we do have some archers, it's not really a heavy reliance on archers for Kiliadi. Knights. We'll see the spears, though. Yeah, good reaction by Numu. Kept enough home and even stashes one. Numu has played this pretty solid so far. Like, the only criticism I'd really give him is the lack of good sacred site control, but that's now being fixed. Like, 2 sacred sites is good enough. You don't need the 3rd. And props to Kiliadi for identifying the ball location to block this play. Because this is something you can do on Lipany specifically. Like, the balls spawn in range of the sacred site if you do a pull. Spinman, though. Oh, wait, what? Kiliadi. He gets a bit of a freebie there. Numu, I don't know what those spears were doing. And the sad part is if he at least got 1 night kill, it would have traded out evenly. Kiliadi has to be happy with that. Boo-Boo's to be kissed better. Steel Darren now on the way. Even getting textiles to stop any chip raids. What does he need next? I mean, the archers are now known about. I think he shoot them. I think the spinner maybe saw it. Probably the best way to fight here for Kiliadi, actually, is hugging tight terrain and causing little choke points. Because choke points mean less melee attacking, and less melee attacking is good for you because you're the only player of range units. On top of that, the melee units that will be attacking, yours are better per unit. So, like, you know, if you had even the spearman up against the knight, like, the knight's going to last a lot longer than, say, a horseman would or an archer. So really, like, Numudan, when you play this type of strat, you're looking for numerical advantage to overwhelm. The challenge of that, of course, is he hasn't really maintained good sacred site control on average. And, of course, you are playing against more villages than French. Which is very hard, even though your opponent's going for quality, to maintain your lead. Just look at the count. I mean, if you minus the scholars, which probably aren't going to be there for the next fight, unless it's in the base, there really isn't a real advantage for them. Let's do Kiliadi now with a cheeky switch. Yeah, this has been growing in popularity a little. Spearman coming in from the French is a really smart play. But Numudan is skipping out. Damn, that's kind of a sick timing as well. Before Kiliadi can reach threat point, Numu is going to move to the next stage, and you not want to have to build feudal spearmen against war elephants. It's
now you're
ugly.
my sugar daddy.
But that is a pretty little dance to see in the playground. What is up, MSN? Appreciate the raid, mate. Thank you, kiddo. Hope you had a good stream. Shout out to MSN. He was playing in this qualifier, I believe. Was he not in... I think it was on Numudan's side of the bracket, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Numudan 3-0ing MSN to get to this point. He's a tough opponent, to be honest. Yeah. 07's in chat for MSN. He'll keep developing as a player. See, the difference between a Numudan and an MSN Delhi game is like Numudan right now would have 21 Ghazi and 11 spears. He's nodding his head in acceptance of this being true. Kiliadi should be now looking for the tech up. Instead, he keeps investing. Okay, he wants to fight first. Yeah. He wants to punish him for aging. I thought he'd be happy to mirror it 20 knights, but I guess with 20 knights, you might as well attack in the meantime anyway. First war elephant almost out for Numu. Yep. Just 10 seconds away. Gonna try and hunt for a little bit of economy. Maybe struggle to find it. The spears do get baited forward. Slow reaction out of Numu. You do go down. The villagers as well in a weird position there. Textiles at least minimize it to 1 loss. Scholars are being scouted moving out, by the way. Like, so far, he hasn't picked up anything. No. Oh, he's already been camped as well. Oh my god, look at Kiliadi's position. He sees everything. Every single relic option you could go for, he's guarding the area of. Damn, and he uses the main battalion to keep the army in the base so that Numudan can't pick anything up. That is sick. That might be one of the best relic blocks I've seen against Delhi in a while. You know, I've seen it done like semi-level, but not every single relic. Numudan's like, well, the base is not safe. We'll all stay in here and hold hands, sing Kumbaya, you know, just the usual. I believe, did he lose that? Yeah, I think he lost the scholar going out to the flank. Not just that. The gaps on gathering on gold. You see this gold income down to 0. No sacred site control. 4 gold that he just couldn't gather from. It slows down everything and it allows catch-up. Kiliadi now building the guild hall. What do you guys think is the best looking color for French Knights? Like the color they look best in. It genuinely might just be blue, you know? Pink? No, pink is the Japanese. Like actually, technically the sickest color for Japan is either green or red, but they do look fabulous in pink. What you'd be right about with French is that archers look best in pink, and anyone who argues with that is a filthy goddamn liar. Nothing beats those the plumage hats in pink. So, we do finally have relics picked up, by the way. Both from the same side of the map, though. And guess who's coming? Marching forward. Third relic has now been picked from the center. Okay, really well played then. Oh, no. Okay, it's down here. Yeah, I was about to say that. That's a bit of a shocker. If he gets that one home, I would be aghast. The west side is still being blocked out. And remember, Numudan may have picked them up, but they aren't home yet. And on top of that, he's feeding. What? He's panic rushing stone. He wants a castle drop, but I don't know if he's going to have time for it. Clash comes through. The massive knights. No doubt about it. They have the DPS. The only threat is going to be that war elephant. But remember, guys, elephants ain't nothing if you surround. If you want to bring down the fatty, hit him from every side. Clears it before the veterancy for spears even comes in. Numudan, what the hell? You have stone at home. What's wrong with it? I don't know, man. I just don't like the tone of grey on it. For whatever reason, he thought he could grab the stone on the south side. And that choice may have just cost him everything. 15 Royal Knights. Scout also seeing what's happening over here, by the way. That could encourage a little bit of a raid. In fact, Kiliadi is going to be going around to go for that. Need a clip of that? Yeah, we need like the fat shaming moment. KP fat shames an elephant. How could he? Like POV, the person is 5 times your size, but you brought friends. It's gonna be a run and hide in the base moment. Right in the back, though. That's going to be a few workers going down. Nicely done. Kiliadi just extending his lead. Now 10 workers. I mean, I'm struggling to see the way here, guys. Numu's only got 2 relics home. He's being forced into farms, and he's also quite limited on space, which is another problem, even if he had the wood. It's going to be rushing to the east side goal, but that doesn't feel safe either. There's going to be a break-in. Also just dead weight on the stone. Like, he gathered 400. He has nothing. Can't do anything with it. Best thing you can do is eat rocks. Oh, coming in. At least trying to contest. I mean, he's got home blade soon. That's when you're... I'm not going to say gonna beat Royal Knights, but at least you don't get trounced by them. Because they still get the Knight charge off. And Cantled Saddles, they'll win. But if there's no charge connect, then like home blades, he's dead. He wants to turn those 2 relics into none. The bird is looking so good as well, man. The amount of knights he's got here. Numu, he goes for the clutch Wololo. Kiliadi says not messing with that. Backs out. But now there's no recharge, guys. He can't do it again. They're expired. They're on cooldown. He's got 1 more Wololo to hope with. It is going to scare him off. Yeah, Kiliadi fails again. A little bit surprised he didn't just snipe at that time. Didn't want to risk it, though. Oh, the raids come through. Corvin is the raid on a deli game. Wait, aren't you meant to raid when they're winning? What's up, buddy? I think they're losing this one, though. This is where Corvus like, I would have done it better. Dome with the faith down, and I'm quickly losing faith in the deli. Castle drop now coming in. Numudan did clutch up on the stone at least. Wait, did he buy? He bought the stone. He definitely bought the stone. Yeah. That's expensive. Where's elephants? He tried. In fact, I'm hoping someone clipped it. It was like watching the fat kid get like piled on. The fat bully getting piled on by the playground. It was not pretty. 1 elephant to try and hold back everything. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. Kiliadi. No rush now. With the lead that he's built, Guildhall is just going to start stocking up. I mean, why throw away your advantage underneath a castle? Just scale the game now. Come out ahead. So, it looks like we are getting 7 games today in this series. It's gonna come down to a BO1 barn burner to see who will make it to the final EGC event. Not just that, it's gonna be decided on Frisian Marshes, which is actually a little bit worrisome for Kiliadi, maybe? Because Numudan still has... What does he have? Oh, wait, he used Knights Templar. He does have Byzantines. He's got Order of the Dragon. He has Tuklak. Tuklak is the big thing that I think Kiliadi is going to have to be worried about. And Kiliadi only has Jean, Golden Horde, and Rus after this. And I don't know if any of those actually beat Tuklak on Frisian. Because, like, none of them... I guess, like... No, not even Jean. It's going to get weird with healing, man. Jean hates healing factions. It's their biggest weakness. Or one of them. So it sounds like it's going to be an uphill battle. We do, of course, now need to see him thrust deep one more time to snatch that victory. The clutch at Numu's balls. The Guildhall about ready to be pulled. Good setup for the Red Palace. Rus for the extra wood. The problem with Rus on that map is like Rus will not be able to fish in any capacity. The fishing boats are too expensive for like a small short-term investment into like free fish on Frisian, and then also they don't really want to go out and fish with their villagers either because the hunting cabins are expensive. So what's Kiliadi waiting for? Are we just gonna... Should we just red past the enemy base? Please. Come on. You know you want to do it. It's in good taste, fella. Just pull those workers and all the wet... He is actually... Oh, no! The castle's in range. Guys, you want to see what it looks like when a castle destroys another castle? We don't even need to fast forward for it. This is going to be fast. Numu sees this. He can't do anything. His army's way too small. It's a baby army. Little bubbies. He's going to be crying like a baby after this one. And he already sets up the siege workshop. I mean, come on, guys. Just 2 cannons deletes everything. It's all in range. And, oh, Numu, he could go decap the sacred sites for this, but I'd be more worried about what's going to happen to your base in the next 3 minutes. And let it begin. Here we go. Target the castle. Look at that. Watch this health bar. It's losing almost 200 HP every, what, 1.5 seconds? Yeah. That's not bad. That's a pretty good deal. Like, I'm going to tip the hat. Oh my god. This sounds even more horrifying from the final crossbow going in for some reason. Just look at this. It's taking him, like, what, 1 minute to destroy a castle. What a landmark. I love that. He optimizes. He just puts other units in so the villagers can gather the gold. So much for that 900 resource investment. And now for the rest of the buildings. He goes, wait. The TC's in range too. Oh my god. Just 1 inch in it. Kiliadi's got the length. He's got the reach. And he's got the cannons to now strike the fear of God into Numudan. Trebs are going to need some repairs. He's in village right now. 5th trebuchet coming out, but the TC... I actually think the town center goes down first. Like, he's also traffic jammed himself. And Kiliadi has just been milking this to get all his upgrades. Elite Knights are ready to roll. The War Elephant defense strat against Arbre Trie hasn't got a hope in hell. What a lol. Why are we even running? Just shoot him in the face. He still triggers anyway. And that is going to be game setting this match to be decided on one map. Brilliant. Oh, that's it. Whoopsie, wrong scene. Oh my goodness. What a game. That moment was probably clip worthy as well. Yo, what's up, Jimmy Jenga? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Smart lad. Being like Jimmy. Sub to the channel. Trust me, you don't want to miss out on any of this action because we've got one more game between these two to decide it. And ads could crop up at any moment. I wouldn't want that to happen, you guys. Plus, it does support us doing what we do, creating content and entertainment for you guys. So let me just type out the title for this. We'll get ready for the next one. Yeah, I think that one had like 2 good clips in it. Yo, what's up, Marco Tambi? And here we are, indeed. Smart lad. That's a good use of a sub. Keep them coming. Remember, guys, we've still got other games after this series because we have got the KPMM. And then we've got KPMM tomorrow. And then we've got KPMM on Thursday with the grand finals. And then we start it again. We run it again. Maybe if there's enough people, we'll see about doing some community games on Friday. We might actually revisit that. The alternative, if we don't do community games on Friday, what we might do instead, actually, is we might see if there's like a new strategy game or something that'd be fun to check out. I've been thinking about doing some challenge modes, actually. Like, I was even listing a few ideas. Like, I think we had... I think European versus 5, where you have to take over Europe, but you cannot war anyone. They can war you, technically, but like, you cannot declare war on anyone. I don't know if that'd be fun or just boring or what. But like, I'm ideating. Like, I've had a lot of creative block at the moment. I've been overly stressed, should we say, about things. I just want to get back to creative freedom. And, oh, God. Well, I got something that everyone else has been stressed out about. Guys, what is the... Give me a sec. Just marking it up. Because we're heading into Frisian. Alright, guys. Guys, what is the most stressful matchup you think Kiliadi could run into here for the final map in this series? Come on, get your answers in chat now. You're going to be in the video. Spam them. You want the game? Respond. I know what you guys get this. You know it. Socotra? No, we're on Frisian, you muppet. It's only a map left. Come on. You got no predictions? Come on. You guys know. You knew where it was going to go. You knew what it was going to be. It had to be, didn't it? It's tuk time. And Roos from Kiliadi. As if that, to quote another player who will not be named, a player that is like top 8 easily in the game, they over-nerfed them. This Civ, in the minds of a few players, feels practically dead. And he has now rolled it into the big bully in the swamps. Tuklak Dynasty, Elephanto Fun Time. On a map that usually just means more food, more elephants, and more defeat for our opponents. Man, this is going to be hard. I don't know, man. Like, what's your player's roost? I guess the counterplay to what Tuklak normally do with the heal elephant strats is to build a lot of archers. And Roos build archers really fast because they get 20% more wood. But the big thing to keep in mind here is like the strategy that can then defeat you isn't the healer elephants alone. It's the raider elephants alongside them. And the brutal fact of that matchup is that feudal knights versus raider elephants perform surprisingly well. They should because they're the same cost as a knight. But they don't fall dead straight away, and they also can be healed. Whereas Rus is just a worse French in that situation. Like, if you had the choice between French or Rus for the idea of having Knight Archer, I mean, why would you ever pick Rus over French? Maybe for later in the game, maybe there's a strat where Kiliadi fast castles here? Because he's not going to fish. Like, this is another thing that's really sucky about Rus on this map. Because Shoreline Fish did technically get buffed a bit, but your fishing boats are insanely expensive. So, you know, you only have 1,800 food per pond, and you have to invest in more expensive fishing boats to get online. It just doesn't feel like right. Why are they allowing grabbing sheep the elephants? I think it's an oversight. Because they're technically, like, they're pseudo-buildings, aren't they? And that's why. Because, like, a Gur could do this as well anyway. But the thing is, like, these worker elephants move way too fast. Because you can just run them around, you can scout sheep. And in fact, you should already be seeing it in the sheep count. He's got 20 sheep here. Meanwhile, it's only 12 for Kiliadi. And he has started eating a few sheep, by the way. Like, he didn't go straight berries. It's not that type of situation. Top of that, having fishing. Second pond now coming up. Remember, Tuklak get more fish out of fishing. They get 5% more food on drop-off, and that is scalable up to 20% in the impure wage. It's pretty freaking brutal, actually. So not only is your opponent fishing and you're not, but he's getting more fish than a normal player would. But yeah, my take on the worker elephant. The worker elephant should not be allowed to convert sheep. He should be able to rally them. I hope that's the change they make. It's fine that it can anchor sheep. You'll still see people do some sort of efficiency play of like, if my scout is down on this side of the map and I'm running him back, I could have a worker elephant meet me here and take the sheep from me. I think that's a cool strategy and that's fine. What's not fine is in the current format, a scout could run to the east here and an elephant could run west and could pick up some sheep. So like my take is that you should be able to send a worker elephant to retrieve the sheep, and that's still going to be a powerful strat, by the way. Because it should function like a building anchoring them. But what it shouldn't do is be able to get the sheep on your side. And we can make that lore friendly by saying the scout has a really seductive voice that just soothes the sheep into a sense of security. They feel safe. It's like being a mummy and daddy's mains again, you know? Whereas the elephant, I don't know, like he grunts and thumps. It's not really appealing to a sheep. Buildings also convert right now, like mills. Yeah, but only mills is part of it. And also the range on mills is quite low. And also that doesn't, you can't mirror worker elephants to mills. That's like a really weird comparison. You know? That's like comparing a car to a wheelchair. Sorry, no, that's not even fair to wheelchairs. That's like comparing a car to a chair. You know? Because like a mill isn't going to move. You have to walk a village around and build it. A worker elephant is going to insta be built. You don't even use a worker to do it. You don't waste TC time, and it just goes. So Numudan looking pretty good on the economy already, up to 6 fishing boats. And we have got knights beginning for Kiliadi. Okay. Melee against healing is... painful? Painful feels like the accurate measurement here. The problem with melee against healing is it's much harder to stop healing. Usually your advantage against healing is either sniping the healer or sniping the healed before they get healed. Melee doesn't really do it that well. Not unless you have good control in the fight and are able to surround. Because think about, like, if we fought in this area here, and I brought a bunch of range, you brought a bunch of melee. My range is already attacking here. Your melee standing here isn't going to attack until they reach me here. And I can kite as well. It's just a lot more control for, like, archer and range mass to do. But I assume we're going to be seeing that as a follow-up after for Kiliadi. I'd be surprised if this is just raw knights. Because, like, the other problem is, like, actually raw knights is really good for Tuklak. Because if they build only spearmen, that buffs the healer elephants. How does Springles do against healer elephants? I'd say not really well. The healer elephants won't really care about the damage that much. And the other problem is, like, you might be hurting units around them, but you need good attack speed, really. So unless you're getting upgrades to increase attack speed on your Springles, which only comes later. Eh. And what you just suggested there is a castle solution to a feudal problem. So, like, if you're in castle and they're still in feudal, like, anything could technically work. if you have enough time to build it up. Like, veteran archers will work. Castle knights could technically work there. You know, the big problem with heal elephants isn't that they have great scaling. It's their presence in the early age. That has been the big negative experience for the majority of players. They're just too oppressive. Like, this strat is one of the most bully strats in the game that you'll find. Yeah, like anyone who used to play when John came out and thought that was oppressive, this almost feels more oppressive. Only get one scholar? Possibly. I think, like, actually, you just need to nerf the combat healing even more. Like, you know, if you really want to go crazy with this, maybe heal elephants just can't combat heal. I mean, they still would be able to contribute in combat. They're a melee unit. They have a lot of health. But maybe that's too drastic of a nerf. And then they'd have, like, I'm saying they'd have their full healing when the unit's tagged out of combat. So there'd be strategy still, but it just wouldn't be cheesy. So this night idea from Kiliadi is, like, intriguing for raiding potential, but it does kind of struggle against docks. Because you don't have much burn power. Funnily enough, actually, like, right now, Numudan could be guarding himself with these fishing boats. I'm a bit surprised he's not. Because the fishing boats can shoot. So it's worth doing. Like, you do half damage. If you're idle in the dock, you might as well. Kiliadi is going to jump him, try and burn him again. Yeah, really surprised he's not attacking him. I guess he's just distracted elsewhere, as he has got the units moving in on land. And wait, hold on a sec. Kiliadi did go fishing. Oh, he crept it in the corner. Okay, so delayed fishing play here. That's really smart by Kiliadi, because healer elephants are slow. The elephant comp is mainly going to move around this north side of the map, I presume. It doesn't want to come all the way south. It's too far out of position. It's kind of like when you play against Siege. Like, one of the best strats when you're playing against Siege and they're winning is to pull everything away from where the Siege is going. So, like, your economy, you don't want on the front line. Stick on the other side of the map, because unless your opponent suddenly pivots into knights, he's not going to go left. Cool idea. Nice block of the honey cabin there. The healer elephants are going to be moving in to just begin sieging. But the good news for Kiliadi is that this fishing is completely unknown. He's getting a boon. Much needed one as well, because otherwise he would have been drained of food. He's already out of sheep, so he needed something else. Yeah, remember, this is not a pro scout game out of the roost. Pro scouts on this map isn't as good anyway. There's only 20 deer as opposed to a standard 28. And some of the sheep, some of the deer positions rather are really hard to get. Not to mention dragging them that far back, even if you get them, there won't be that much food. This feels more oppressive due to the ease with which you can execute healing elephants. Exactly. Like, it's such an easy thing to do because you just open Feudal Age and start doing it. And then I have to react to it. It's not like there's some optimal strategy required. Like, for example, at least with Golden Horde, the broken Kipchak strat, I have to get to Castle Age. That's a much bigger challenge than getting to Feudal Age. Like, maybe in 2021, we had discussions about how hard it was to get to Feudal Age. But when have you ever heard someone say it's hard to get to Feudal Age this year? You must have, like, a really crazy map for that to be the case. And no, these elephants are meant to attack. That's intended. They literally have an ability where, when they have melee infantry nearby, it buffs their damage. The whole mechanic built in tells you it was not a bug. Vicious idea, unfortunately. Here's what we're waiting. DC5 is going to be a nuisance. Numudan just doing what most two black players do in this situation, neglecting blacksmiths. He went Steeled Arrow but didn't get Undermash, despite the fact it would double his range resistance for the elephants. Move the attack entirely. I don't mind it having an attack. I think it's a cool identity. It just needs to have less health and less healing. And then I think we're fine. No, the healer elephants aren't easy to execute. The strat is. Alright? Because Microsoft is trying to be PETA friendly, they don't want to make it easy to actually slay the elephants. You know, like, shout out to my boys over at World's Edge. They realized that if an elephant goes down, I'm going to have to say that an elephant begins with K. I'm not going to say it because then I lose money. All right? Violence against animals, big no-no. We like our ad rev. Shout out to World's Edge, making the elephants invincible so that we don't hurt our revenue source generation as content creators. That's right. That right there is next level Giga meta strats. What do you think about the link for qualifiers? Oh, we are going to dive into that after this, because apparently there's a video, so I guess we'll react to the video. I'm becoming everything I tried to avoid being. I'm just going to switch over the just chatting section and start stealing people's content. Alright, Nimu. He's guarding really well, actually. The Night Raids just haven't done much, unfortunately, for Kiliadi. Still, we've got a big Archer and Spearball. The problem is, look at the numbers. Like, actually, just look at the numbers. It's the economy difference. And another interesting thing here, guys, Numudan went for the tier 1 of the work elephant tech. So his elephant economics give 10% more in drop-off, meaning he's getting an extra 8 food every time the fishing boats drop off. He's turning each pond's 1,800 food into almost 2,000. Oh. Right. I'm just going to add up in favor of Roos, is what you've got to be wondering. Because his heal elephants make it much harder to penetrate to get those kills you're looking for. Target firing down units one by one with his archer mass. Trying to guarantee he does enough damage. But I feel like it's not quite enough. No, he's not breaking through fast enough here. He scares the archers off. He's trying to snipe archers to enable spears instead of getting rid of the spearmen. And guys, that's a really big problem here because all you guaranteed is that each of these healer elephants keep their bonus damage of almost 100% extra damage. Kiliadi, ambitious idea there, but I think also part of it is the idea that the spearmen are always taking trickle damage, so the healing's always on them. So he's trying to trick the healing and snipe the archers, but it just doesn't work. Like, you've kind of created a harder situation because now you have archers that don't get bonus damage against what they're attacking. Meaning there's more time for the healer elephants to react. Meaning there's more requirement by you to kill even one unit. Be much time left in this. Kiliadi caught trying to build farms. Archibald looks so freaking big, but it's only because Numudan doesn't have all of his here yet. No, he's got wave after wave on the way. I've got some muddying of docks, by the way, like all over the place between the two. I don't think Numu knew about the docks until now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so this is going to be a revelation to him, but it's going to make sense how Kiliadi's been able to blob that many troops. So I think they'll change the Elephant's next patch. I think if they know what's good for the state of the game, they will. Leaving toxic metas in the game is a really bad idea for the longevity of the community. It just drives players away. We already had this with Pro Scouts being too oppressive for too long. Like, a lot of people, I think they just clocked out because of it. And then I imagine on the ladder, Lancaster was causing similar earlier this year. I think that's like the biggest challenge for the devs now for this game. They really want to try and build this up towards the recovery arc of existence is more content that engages the casuals and a regularity of development. I'm hopeful that this gets fixed fast because I think it's just too oppressive. I'll never agree with the idea of, oh, it's counterable. Like, even if it's counterable, it just does not matter. Fun comes before beatable / unbeatable. Nice fire here, actually. Numu taking a lot of damage. However, he's aging. Kiliadi, I mean, we know he's already aged in the real world, but he needs to do it in game, and it is going to be slower. Not just that, Numu does something crazy. We've got Compound of the Defender. We never get to see this landmark, but I am wholly on board with Numu. I actually think this is the superior landmark. Yeah, I mean, the stone discounts are pretty nice. It only applies to the base fort, but it still lets you get them online cleaner. And also allows you to scale late game into the final tier on your governorships. And some of these governor abilities are freaking wild, guys. Like, we're talking about gathering food, but then also getting stone on top of the food, which is a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? It's like the idea with Knights Templar. Once you build the first castle, the extras are easier. Same concept there. High trade house. Get your numbers in. That actually, like, props to him. He kind of concaved it, so got the best out of what was left. I don't know if he's going to get the best out of this fight, guys. Because remember, Numudan, even if they had been the same on their tech timing, it took him 5 seconds for that. Kiliadi needs 1 whole minute. It's like because of his army being out of position. Wait, what? Why is his whole army down here? Oh, no! He's completely out of position. Numu, is he going to try to rush siege this? I mean, he's got the healing to sustain. Castle turrets was a smart call by Numudan. By Kiliadi, rather. But the healing should be good enough. If Castle turrets giving the bonus damage, so you can try to guarantee some kills, but it's not even fully garrisoned. Siege begins. Dock on Dock as well. Several archers going down. Kiliadi betrayed by an A-click there. As the Tau wins out, continues to idle him. The villagers have to run for it. Snipes are going to come through. Got a backup outpost here, but he doesn't have the castle turrets for the +2 damage. It's really not that threatening when you've got this many elephants. Oh, actually, let's just call them what they are. They're elephants. They are pure hell on earth. Tries to go for the target fire, but the healing. Come on! It's like, I was so close. I almost done it. I can taste it. Yeah, now you just get to taste pain. Crossbows being intercepted, which would have been the counter to this. Knights now also arriving. Spears being held in reserve. I mean, this is impossible. Kiliadi, his crossbowmen are coming from the wrong side of the fight. He has to hard A-click into it. But Archer's there for the blocker. The elephants, they look pretty damn safe. He's starting to snipe him down. But now it's too late. There's no answer left to the cavalry. He's only got a handful of crossbowmen left, and the archer count is good enough from Numu to destroy that. Spearman at least are going to pull away. But the healer elephants have been sitting here for the last, what, are we approaching 2 minutes now? It feels like it. Actually, it feels like a lifetime. Valiant attempt, but Numu still has plenty more troops coming. Numbers are a bit deceptive because his fishing boats are being attributed on the bar, on the military count. But still, even without them there, you feel the advantage he has. Kiliadi with barely any food income whatsoever right now. Men-at-Arms now coming out as a cool idea in theory. Will at least snipe one more to heal elephants. But now Numu switches it over to relics. He already has 1 home. And yup, took lack of bad forts. Okay. Wait, is he doing what I think he's doing? Wait, no. Dude, that's dirty. Is he? Guys, there's a choice here we very rarely ever see. The governorship that's about religion. It will give him more gold from sacred sites and relics, but it also gives healer elephants an extra ability where they buff units that they're healing. I actually think that's the sick play here. Like, it would just be kind of game-ending, actually. With Lancers now, buffing them up. Yeah, I think you go religion. We'll find out in a second. So fort is now up, and this is what we're talking about. It's this one right here. So you increase damage by 10% off of tier 1, and you get more gold. With Lancers, it's just the most logical choice. No, he's going Ajmer. Oh, okay. So is this a castle creep? Ajmer surprises me a bit, but I guess he wants to secure the sacred sites. Ajmer's the one that spawns you Emir warriors for free, but they only stay giga buffed when they're near castles. He can build another fort later, so he could stack all 6 of them there, and then keep drop next to the enemy base, and they'll get buffed. But instead, oh my god, Numu! It's actually going to work out perfectly. Kiliadi, he's bum rushing the sacred site. So you've got a castle now to defend you. Ajmer warriors to assist. And a healthy lead already. Yeah, this looks cooked. Numu, he's blocking practically any resource access. You got oh my god, you got the tiniest tree line in the world. Twigs. Twigs is all he has. The farms are just gone. Pure deletion over there. More nuisances over here. And I believe a lack of long-term food left. Gold gathering on the flank is at least still safe, but the main base definitely not. Tuklak are going to do it again. What a sieve. Kiliadi in the death throes at this stage. I mean, he just... Could he have maybe got more crossbows up? Maybe, but the problem at that stage is just mass archers. The trade out against you. Just feels like there's too much for him to try and solve at once. I'm no way out of this hellhole. Elephants are still winning. Elephants are still deciding pro players' future outlooks. As with the Elephants comes a denial of Kiliadi even appearing in the final tournament of the year. The 3-3 comes to a close with a victory for Numudan. Numudan deserved quite so good. Oh, I think they're both very good. Like, Kiliadi played very well in some of these games also, so... Like, deserved is a strong... Like, deserved and, like, yes, he got the win. But, like, I don't... Like, careful with that. Like, I wouldn't say it like Kiliadi didn't deserve it either. I think they both played incredibly well. But, yes, on the day, Numudan having the edge for sure deserved the win. Alright, so... Apparently, we've got a video to react to. Alright, we're going to do the video react. Alright, we've got some airing about frustrations around tournaments and competitions. One of the pro players just put out a video. A lot of people have been talking about it in my chat. So here I am, now a React streamer. Let's get into it as we get Voldemar's take on the current state of tournaments and competition. Hey, buddy.
What's up, everyone?
Hey.
I'm making this video just out of the qualifier, the second qualifier for EGC Masters Finals, where 2 players Saturday and Sunday would qualify.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm making this video, I think, because I don't really know what to do from here. I want to talk a little bit about the qualifier and just in general, like, some thoughts about tournaments in general. This is not going to be like, by the way, if you don't want spoilers, don't watch this video. But
Too late. Get me into it.
this is not going to be like, oh, I'm about to quit tournaments or anything like that. It's just...
I'm glad he said that, because, like, he looked strained, and that did start out sounding like this was doomsday, but let's see.
some thoughts about it. Because that's not where I'm at. I'm very much excited about the game, but I'm also very exhausted.
Is
Because as you can
good?
see, down here, it is currently 2
I can't, because your
AM,
logo's in the
and
way.
I just finished.
This is the bait. When you make a YouTube video, your own little logo goes in the bottom corner. It's 2 a.m. for him right now. I just pulled it.
Finished my set.
By the way, he finished his set at 2 a.m. Dumu, on the same day, I think his set must have went until like 4 a.m. Because he was in game 2 of his best of 7 when we finished casting the B Voldemar set. Or is this like from... Oh, no, sorry. This is from yesterday. Sorry. Okay, no, my bad. Yeah. Sorry, this is the second day. This is his second set. Yeah. So the first day I don't think was as long for him because he got 4-0 by B. But I glanced at the broadcast length for Sunday on EGC's channel, and it was 10 hours long, which is freaking crazy.
And I think last night I finished at like 12:30 or 1 a.m. or something. These qualifiers always take really, really long. They take like 9 hours, 10 hours. And some of them take 12 hours. The King of the Rockies qualifier. I played my last game versus Magic and I was done at like 4 a.m. in the morning after we started at 5 p.m. in the afternoon. these games go really, really long, and what I find happens a lot of times is I will like have a really good like baseline level, like the first 1 to maybe like 2 hours or something, and then I'll like get like into the swing of things like this.
The flow, yeah.
This is like by hour 4 maybe. And then we kind of approach this like 6 to 8 hour mark. And that's when the hardest opponents come around. So you're playing all the easy opponents when you're high seed. So I was the highest seed in my pool. So I play the lowest seed.
Yeah.
So I'm playing the easiest game here. And then maybe I'm waiting a bit, but I'm playing my second set here. My third.
Now, I can predict what's going to happen next. That chart is going to go all the way down. What I will say, however, is like one, and we'll have our own paint ready for someone else here, by the way. What I will say, however, is like every other player, so this is your bracket run. You're up here and you're going like do. Every other player is going through this as well, technically. And there's a game flow state of things. Actually, like one of the biggest concerns I would say isn't the length of the day is the challenge, because that is a skill set. Stamina is a skill set, right? Like fatigue, whatever, and your ability to outlast that is a skill set. In fact, you'll hear that from a lot of pro players in the early days. They'll highlight like one of your biggest challenges is being able to play an entire day of pro league games, because it burns you out so fast that you have to somehow, like, it's a skill, right? That is, by the way, why when we talk about, like, you remember these type of brackets, guys? Knockout ones, like double elim, right? So, like, you know when you have the matchups where I'm gonna, like, he's made me paintify now. So you know when you've got like your matchups and you come through here, and then you know how like often people question like, why have we got like these matchups where when you come through, the person who like in grand finals, their only advantage is like they don't have to play. That's part of the thought process. So like normally, so for example, Dota does this a lot, where the person coming up from the lower bracket, that lower bracket series we played, like, so let's say like this happens on Saturday. This will happen on Sunday, and then this will happen on Sunday. Multiple reasons for that, by the way. So part of it is length of show. No one wants the grand finals day to be one series long. That's stupid. A show match on its own usually doesn't do much. You want to hype people up, which is what this game will do. And then a show match in between keeps a level of hype while the team that just played preps, and then grand finals, boom, in prime time. So, like, that's part of why you have, like, that style is, like, A, length, but also there's an argument that the person playing, I'm going to use different colors as I go, here is now exhausted because they played a series. Now, that can happen, that cannot happen. Actually, what can happen can backfire. Some players, and I've talked to them about this, some players love playing that because that's warm-up. So the guys up here, like, I'm going to use red and blue perfectly to represent this. They're ice cold, they're veiny. They may have played some scrims while they're waiting in practice games, but they aren't warmed up like the team coming up from lower bracket. So if it doesn't go long enough, this can like lead to a situation where like this person's advantaged. I'm just like using this example because I have a feeling this is going to come in. But my point around this like is partially to do with day length, but also the idea of like sitting and waiting versus like playing. Because if we bring it back to what he's going to be talking about his bracket example, which he didn't draw a bracket, right? But when we talk about his bracket example of like both sides playing throughout the day, sometimes you think that actually it's an advantage to wait for your next opponent because you can go eat. But for some players, it's a big disadvantage because you lose your momentum. So that's like another issue. I wonder if we'll go into it, but like that's another issue just off the top of my head with the inherent nature of like qualifiers. But let's continue.
It's set around here. And then there might be a really long wait of like 2 hours.
I kind of went off on a tangent, but it's relevant.
And then at around 7 hours, I would say, I have to like start a best of 7 in this case. And then my level just goes like this. Because now I'm getting really, really tired. So the hardest part about being pro gamer is that all of the tournaments are optimized for long Twitch and YouTube live streams, because the Twitch and YouTube economics dictate that when you have a tournament, when you have a stream, the longer it goes, the more people will see it, and so you will reach more people. You can't have a short stream. You want to have a long one to have your viewers there for longer, obviously, and play more ads for them and make more money that way.
Now, I want to praise Voldemar a lot as well, because I have listened to plenty of players that will moan about this type of subject before, and it's really short-sighted because they don't consider this. What he's referring to is, if I am like looking at sponsorships and whatever, this is a big part of how I dictate sponsorships. I'm going to come in and I'm going to go, okay, what is your average viewership? I'm going to negotiate a deal with your channel based on your average viewership. This is why, like, I feel stressed to stream longer as well, by the way. Is like, my viewership is going to start off weak, and then it's going to build. And then, like, now this is where it gets interesting in mind. Technically, what the optimal strategy should be is that I go like this, like, let's say Saturday, I go all the way up, and I hit here, and then I begin to plateau. And, like, as I begin to plateau, or whatever, like, I should just stop the stream, right? Like, you see these ones where I continue on? There's a reason for that. One is I'm still doing my content to have fun, whatever. But a big part of this is because of the way that averages work, going up like this and then stopping here is bad, because my average is still going to be here, right? Like somewhere down here. So if I continue on, even if my viewership's going down like this, worst case scenario, the average is going to balance out to where it started, but best case scenario, it's going to meet somewhere in the middle to be better. That's a problem, right? But that's sadly the way that most deals are negotiated. Because also, like, within the average viewership, if you go deeper, if I'm a sponsor and I'm running an event where I'm being sponsored on this event by X company like PC Specialists, if they see I do 20 hours or 96 hours, that's a big difference, because they can calculate the amount of viewers higher than this. If I'm only doing 20 hours, then, like, actually the amount of viewers seeing it is, like, it's a fifth of literally what it would otherwise be. So this informs it as well. So he is right that, like, and I love that he actually understands that, because a lot of players just, like, glaze over this when they're trying to, like, make the unfair to the pro player point. You need longer broadcasts, or you need more reach and quicker ramp up to reach your peak numbers, right? And one way you can reach your peak numbers quicker is you can have hype sets at the start of the day. But that doesn't work with qualifiers. That completely contradicts what qualifiers are meant to be. Because if you were to have, like, Numudan versus Kiliadi at the start of the day, one, that's unfair because one of the players is going to be eliminated straight away. And, like, two, like, you end up finishing with trash sets that'll actually decrease your averages. Like, it's weird. So, yeah, let's continue.
What this doesn't take into account is that the quality of the games usually at this point, this sort of 6 to 10 hour mark, they dwindle for a lot of players, I assume. But at least for me, they do.
He's not wrong, by the way, with a lot of players. I still distinctly remember talking about the Puppy Paw versus Wham set to qualify for Red Bull El Renado, where they had the bracket reset. And you could see the way they were playing was substantially worse than the way they played at the first set. And I don't think they'll mind me saying that. And it's because they were burnt out. They were spent after a long day. You could see by the amount of mistakes they were making. But, once again, an element of this is meant to be the potential to make mistakes. Like the potential to hold your composure 10 hours in is part of the idea of, like, stamina, right? It's like, you know, London Marathon. The impressive part is that someone can keep that sprint speed or the jog speed, whatever, and finish next time, right? If you went, well, this is unfair, this is too long, and then halfway through had them, like, take a coffee break, it's, like, not really a London Marathon of the style anymore. Like, it is a skill. Whether it's the right skill is a different debate, and we'll probably talk a bit more about that, because I saw some people talking about extra days.
And I know my set was just cast, and it was a 3-4. I didn't qualify versus someone that I usually have no problem beating, but Scarlet Devil played really well. So I apologize for the flashbang. Scarlet Devil played really well.
Dark mode, please.
It was a 3-4 yesterday. And this is me getting to the finals. I didn't play the first set because I was the highest seed. When I played the Open Qualifier 1, I also got to the finals.
Against B.
You could say I kind of got a jump up. Which was nice. Because then I didn't have to play as much.
Pretty sure I'm convinced there isn't any real ramp up for 7 hours.
I make it here. I do
it depends on the person.
3-0, 3-1.
Some people
lose 0-4.
Some people will, like, spike
so
really
better.
crazy at a certain
at
hour.
Point,
some people are just gradual always, and then some are like quick peak and then drop.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is
Like our football tournament. You know when you see that like young wingback that like, you know, they can just sprint like crazy for 20 minutes and then they're kaput, they're back on the bench versus the person who can run around the pitch 90 minutes, right? That's a skill. That is actually a skill.
like it would be really, really nice for players to have shorter qualifiers, to have finals games that maybe are played or can be played the day after if it's like past midnight, because I feel very, very bad playing a qualifier and doing really well in the first 3 matches, 3-0 certain, 3-1 Kiliadi players that I usually have struggled with in the past a lot, and just playing super well, and then I have to face off against someone that I am already, you know, not favored against, but also I'm just so tired because it's 1 a.m. when the finals games are being played.
So to that point of like having it on another day, this is always scheduling conflicts, right? So like what you can do in that situation is like you've got Saturday, Sunday. So you're saying actually what I want is to play the next day. So if it plays the next day, like you've actually compounded your issue because whoever doesn't qualify from that set now has to play an even longer day. And that isn't just going to affect you. That'll also, if you say let's say you were going to start at the same time as the other qualifier is going to start. Now you've delayed the rest of the bracket. You've staggered the bracket progress in day 2. So that method doesn't necessarily work unless you're literally doing them before the day starts the next day. But that then screws with scheduling and like coverage and whatever. And the idea is, once again, you want to build up into the epic sets, the crescendo that holds your viewership. So this is a very big challenge from a tournament side, is like you're warping the entire format if you do this. So like solutions is potentially to have like Friday be a day that you operate with. But by playing on Friday, you are potentially alienating several players that would otherwise play. How do you make Friday work? The reason Saturday, Sunday works for qualifiers is because players from any region can potentially prep themselves to play in that tournament. But if you have it on Friday, someone who is not a full-time pro but is a aspiring pro, they're now being gatekept by the structure of your qualifier because I can't be there. Like, you know, if you're Kazi Johan here and you want to play in the qualifiers, he has a job as a developer. He can't be there to play on Friday at the same time that Beastie, Dumu, Marine Lord can, right? So like you are very limited by days. The only other option is to extend the amount of weekends, but that can have other logistical nightmares around availability, budget cost for like tournaments. That can also have like knock-on problems around scheduling of things like the DLC releasing. Like actually a big part of it, genuinely the core of it will be budgeting, is like qualifiers are not good for viewership in general compared to main event. So if I'm a tournament organizer, I don't want a longer qualifier if I'm already not making money. And AoE4 doesn't really make money.
And you could say, yeah, you're a pro player, you should just get used to it. I know Marine Lord have always said, you know, we're used to playing late into the night and we're used to having, you know, long series, so it shouldn't be a problem that you play for 10 hours. But I'm sure Marine Lord would also say that 10 hours is really, really long. And you are not playing your best. And you feel really, really shit. And I will say this, and it might, you know, come off wrong, but Scarlet Devil is not a guy that I struggle with. I usually beat him. But I don't here, because I play like ass. And kudos to Scarlet Devil for staying up. His situation is even worse.
Yeah, China.
If you're in the US, with the way things are right now, you're playing in the morning at like 10 a.m. If you're in the EU, you're playing at 4 a.m. during the winter time, maybe 5 p.m., 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. If you're in Asia, that might be 6-7 hours later that you start. You might start your games at 10, 11 p.m. The games are, the sets are not, you know, they're not optimized for time zones.
No.
If I was a US based...
So they never will be in Age of Empires 4. One of the big problems we have in Age of Empires 4, that's also one of its big boons, is unlike a scene like StarCraft, we don't have regional qualifiers because we don't need them. 2 reasons. We don't really have many lands, and also the way the netcode is designed in Age of Empires 4, pro players don't mind playing from America to China or China to Europe, because there's ways that can work out compared to like StarCraft, where the input design is very different. You've never played that. Same logic with like Counter-Strike. Like Counter-Strike has regional scenes because you would not play 200 ping plus Counter-Strike at pro level. It's stupid. So AoE 4 is very different in that way, and it has been a very big boon in some ways. Like, legitimately, I think if we had more regional restriction, the esports scene would already be completely fragmented and dead. Like, I actually think it's a really big like deal that we able, because like you have stories like Louis MT. You know, China wouldn't even got off the ground from a competitive standpoint if it wasn't able to interact with the European side, because the European side is where all the money was to begin with, all the top players there. So we have a really big problem around scheduling no matter what. And I see a comment in there about like have qualifiers on different weekends. Who's going to pay for that? Like, this is the thing I always go to. Is like EGC is going to hire 2 casters, 2 observers, and an admin per weekend and per weekend day. And the problem, like I just highlighted, is really what you're kind of looking for is a way of getting past the crap to the good stuff as quickly. And that's not to offend players, but like in most viewers' minds, right? And one's in chat if you're the type person, you're probably not watching the qualifier, but you're watching the main event. And then there's going to be people that aren't going to watch the main event, but they'll watch the grand finals weekend, right? Same with any esports scene, actually. Like, some people are esports enthusiasts of multiple scenes, so they're watching majors and they're watching the main events, whatever. So they'll miss out. So, like, creating longer qualifiers actually just burns more cash. So unless you're making more cash from the later phase, it becomes a bigger negative in your balance sheet at the end.
Time zone player, or North America or whatever, that time zone, and I had 6 more hours to run on. I mean, the experience in Denver just showed me how good that felt. Even when, and the games, you know, we'd already qualified, so we didn't necessarily have to play many games in a row. You know, 2 to 3 sets. And so that's fine. Whenever you have an EGC event, the playoffs, they're never like more than 2 sets in a row, maybe 3. It's really, you know, loser brackets finals after winners brackets finals into grand finals, and then even there might be, you know, a redraft, and then, you know, even more games, and it is what it is at that point. But you're playing the same guy, you know. Here I'm playing so many different players, and I have to adjust.
It means having the qualifiers for the sake of having qualifiers. The point of the qualifiers is that it is the median ground for anyone to break through, and it is I believe a mandatory requirement, if I'm not mistaken, for most Microsoft sponsored tournaments, because otherwise you're gatekeeping and inviting whoever. So you need to create a logical system that allows for the potential breakthroughs of certain parties. Otherwise, you're creating a closed format circuit that like actually kind of spits in the face of the identity of esports as a whole, but also just doesn't make sense for the participation element of Age of Empires 4s and 2s and all of them's tournament tracks. So like the solution is, there is other solutions. Like a perfect example, and we'll talk about later, I'll let you guys brew on this and see where we're going with it, is actually KPMM. But we'll bring
Just
that
all the
towards
time, so it's really tiring. And the waits can be really long. I've waited multiple times for 2-3 hours. And that's the hardest part. It's the wait. Because now I'm like, well, I could have played the last 3 hours, but I played 3 hours later, and now I'm pretty damn tired. No matter how much caffeine I take, or good food I eat, or how little I try to stimulate my brain during the day, not trying to, you know, fire myself out and just, you know, trying to get in the zone. I spend my whole weekend, when I'm not playing, in the day leading up to the games at 4 or 5 p.m., I spend my whole day prepping mentally. I'm not even able to do anything. Because if I go out for a run, if I go, you know, visit friends and family, you know, do things, go on a day trip, then I'm not warmed up. In the winter, my fingers are cold. It takes 2-3 hours before they're warm. So many things. And yeah.
So this literally goes to like work-life balance. And it is something that like you can struggle in any field. But in pro play, it's a different metric, because for a start, you actually have to realize you're an entrepreneur. It sounds weird, but you are. Like, your business is you. You as the pro player, your business. You're building a brand, you're building your accolades, you're building your skill set to win stuff. You are an entrepreneur, just of a different format. And, you know, like, so I rep his Watson. He was talking about this recently in one of his videos where, like, he said that, like, someone asked him, like, when is a good time to start scrimming? And he went, never. Me and my team were our best when we played 10-hour plus days, and that was it. But when we started playing less to look after ourselves and our body, and to also to play into scrims and organize those instead of just play pub games, we got worse. We actually became trash. And there is an element to it. Like, there is a raw math logic of like more hours equal better. Now there is a balance point of where like more hours equal better, but past a certain point it is bad. So for example, if you spend 10 plus hours a day playing, your inherent hours after that are just going to be worse. You'll build up stamina, but the way you're going to play is going to be more monotonous. It's probably going to be less inspiring, innovative, or educational to yourself, right? So like it's the same with like software devs have this. So it's like you get about 3 to 5 hours of good coding per day, and and then when people expect you to work past that, you're just basically the next day filling in and fixing the mistakes, your bad code from the previous end of the day.
Some blue collar guy is gonna sit and watch this and be like, "You're playing video games for a living. Shut the fuck up." And I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, you could be too if you were good at it. But you would also struggle working at 2 a.m. You're not gonna, be the best carpenter there."
I do also think like to counter that and to defend Voldemort and other players like on this one, and same myself and content creators. I'm not saying our job is harder, but when you do this as a career, it's not just fun anymore. It's still fun, but what I mean is there's now obligations. There's an expectation to succeed and make money. Like I feel this as a content creator every month. You need to start thinking in a different way. Like often people think of Twitch and they think of like pro players. It's like you just get to sit and play your game for 10 hours. And in some ways we are blessed in that we do that. But also like it's different than just doing it, if you know what I mean. It's like it is privileged, but it is also like what's that saying people have? Like, don't turn your hobby into a career because then it's not a hobby anymore. There's an element of that.
You're not going to be doing the best office work. Everyone knows this. So no matter what your profession, take it to the extreme, and then ask yourself, is that really doable? So you don't have a boss, you don't have an employer when you're a pro gamer. So I guess I'm just trying to speak a little bit.
You're your own boss. You have
organizers.
to encourage yourself. Really.
Maybe something. I don't know what it should be. I guess I'm also just trying to get some frustrations out here. Okay. But yeah, like overall, it's this same thing every time. Like the game is okay. Of competitive, there's a lot of issues. For example, sheep spawns. So sheep spawns, we have some of the new tournament maps. So you might see all these maps here. None of them, not a single one in this best of 7 here, is a normal ladder map. They're all modified versions to try to make the gameplay more competitive. I don't like playing ladder, for example, because ladder is not very competitive.
Yep.
Currently, there are huge bugs with Golden Horde, but
And by the way, like ladder has a multitude of problems. So it's just about to mention things like the Golden Horde exploits, which you literally could not have in this qualifier because there is a mod that disables the Kipchak bug. But on ladder, you're going to encounter that. You don't learn how to draft, so that's another area in which like pub games can't help you as much. But like to his point as well on the map designs, this is a sad reality with the Microsoft team. Is like we have good maps in customs that should just be in the game. Pigeon's View is not even subjectively, it is simply categorically a better version of High View. And yet they refuse to copy the template and put it in. EGC Lipany is a better version of Lipany because Lipany on ladder is RNG. Gorge, Dry Arabia, a little bit tighter, but still small details. King of the Hill, in my honest opinion, after seeing a few games, is a better version of default King of the Hill. And then we have maps like Coastal Cliffs that like a lot of work was put into. There's a really good map. And yet over a year has passed and it's not in the game by default. That to me is a huge failure on the development scope to prioritize the right things. And part of it, I can tell you, like this should be a whole different discussion, is because they want all maps to be ready for 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, and 4v4s. And I also have been vocal on this before. I disagree with that entirely. I think that's the wrong mentality. You should make a map good for what it's good for. Because when you try to jack of all trades something, you don't make it great at anything. You make it okay at everything.
Biggest problem for me, even with these tournament versions, is the sheep spawns. So you have a...
That is another problem in general, by the way. I'll let him talk about it more, but my take on sheep spawns... Look, there's a guy called Kavayu who makes some really good maps for this. He just spawns the sheep close to the enemy to each TC, and that's it. And go from there. Sheep, like sheep. The fact we don't have more food types make sheep RNG ruin games.
A lot of times where you take one wrong turn to the left, and now you're, running after your opponent, and now you're getting no sheep. And
But by the way, chat. Sorry, I just thought. Anyone agree on this? That for RTS gamers in AoE4, sheep spawns is like the equivalent of like FPS players moaning about lag. Like it's valid, but it's almost become a like memeful out.
I've also been saying to the developers, it's like, well, now I'm in a situation where I'm asking my opponent for sheep to try to maintain a competitive.
Wait, is that what
level.
happened in the B game?
But for him, it's like, well, I'm going to win the game automatically now because I've got 20 sheep. And
because B dropped him 2 sheep in the Phrygian Marshes game on Saturday. Is that why? Because B always does this with people.
Some people are even, very nice and will give you sheep, and others will be like, well, you're just unlucky. And then you just sit there, well, I might just surrender now because I'm not going to win against a guy that's better than me when he has 20 more sheep. That's just not going to happen. 15 or 10 more sheep than me. 20 in total. Yeah, and then there's stuff like server ping. I think that's another issue that's huge.
That you're never going to fully solve that because of what we just said about the global presence of AoE4. You would have to regionalize the competitive scenes. And I genuinely feel like if we tomorrow regionalize the competitive scenes, the scene just dies. Because then you have to disperse the money. So then are we saying NA is not worth that much, but the event cost is higher? So Puppy Paw and Wham are screwed. Do you just now put 90% to Europe? Or do you say China is worth more? And sadly, the ping issue, there can be things done to reduce the impact, but you can never fully solve it.
The server pings, I practice a lot with people from Asia, so Louis and, as I said, Scarlet, and I play with Mika in tournaments, and I think they're CSO as well. Yeah. And you always end up playing on best US, which is about 150 MS for both players. But what ends up happening with this game is, I think it's because of the ticks or something being really slow. So when you combine server ping with the tick rate of the game, the biggest issue becomes now a lot of commands are not going through. So it can be upgrades that you're canceling and requeuing. It can be units that are not getting queued. It can be shift clicks. That's the biggest one. Shift clicks that aren't going through. So all of a sudden you're losing resources because you didn't build a drop-off point. And
I'm going to say so a weird... I mean, it depends on how the code... I have to see it back in. He's right. Tick rate has been brought up a lot of times by many people. I almost want to say, the way that you do this is, you almost want to have a baseline simulation of ping of, 200 MS that gets calculated higher or lower based on the average connection of the two players to the server. I thought they had something like this, but depending on how they've coded in the tick rate, it might not be relevant. But I always felt like there was an inherent lag forced to balance out wide scope of where people are regionally. But the ideal situation is with a global presence in AoE4, you basically want a system where someone connects at 60 ping and someone connects at 160 ping. The person with 60 ping is getting 140 MS artificially added, and the other's getting 40. I'm trying to think how you code that. There's ways. It would be clunky maybe at first. And I always felt like we had something akin to that in AoE4 anyway. But he's right. I've seen games where I've legit seen games where a guy just skips building some entirely. In fact, we had, was it Vortex versus Louis in a show match? I think it was Vortex versus someone who's far away, and Vortex kept not building runestones, and I think it's because of the tick rate. He was shifting them and then shift queuing afterwards, but it would just skip and move to the next order.
Or something like that, or you didn't build your production buildings, or it skipped some, command in queuing something. So you end up having some really, game-breaking things happen.
I think this is a completely different discussion.
Abysmal in this game. And if they've said, the developers, that if they were to improve it, the game would become really, really hard for most people to run. So I understand. You made a game that...
Trees, chat. The issue is trees. I'm not even kidding. Why do you think they hollowed out Hideout? Trees are the biggest negative impact on performance in AoE4.
It's built on an engine that's super hard to optimize.
Small trees won.
And we can't really maintain a competitive level because of it. A lot of the times it's just well... I guess I'll just get used to it.
I will say this is a bit of a different steer after the start of the video, though, for sure.
I'm just very frustrated.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I don't know.
I think the end of this video is, his frustrations now stacking on the original frustration. Because now, like we're almost since... Sorry, because I talked a lot in between. I think, like, what, 10 minutes, we switched to a different discussion.
Like, let me know what you think. I don't have much else to say than go watch the series. I think I played really bad in the last one here. Even though I took games, I shouldn't have won those.
That's a bit of a rough sale. Go
We're
watch
both
the series.
extremely
I played
tired
bad.
playing this. None of us could, you know.
But like, once again, the argument that will get made is that that is a skill set. Whether that is ideal to have that be a skill set, being able to overcome the fatigue and still perform at even 80% of your level is a skill. You know? Like, it's endurance. Like, so like, the argument then shouldn't be this is right or wrong. It should first be, what is the goal of a tournament qualifier? Is it pure skill, or is endurance a huge part of that and considered part of the skill? So that's the identifier you have to come away with.
Really perform the way we usually do, which is a really big shame because the game quality is lower. As a viewer, you're not going to enjoy the games as much. And the casters, who wants to cast at 2 a.m.? I just rewatched the last game because I was done and there was some delay. And all the casters were talking about is like, it's late for the players. They've been here for 10 hours. And for us casters, they didn't, want to be there either.
I will say, as much as I love Dumu and Numudan, when we finished the first series on Saturday for the qualifiers, and like I didn't need to say anything. There was no recommendation to cast Dumu and Numudan, and like we finished, and I was like, yeah, nah, we weren't gonna do that, nah, because that would have been a 12-hour like broadcast day or some crap. There is like an element that, and I'll let him finish his thoughts and I'll dissect that because I think it's important to talk about.
And a lot of the times, the games go on after the broadcast has ended. Mm-hmm. I don't see why the broadcast ends, but we still have to play the games. That's just something food for thought. If you can end the broadcast, you can postpone the games as well. All right, that's it for me.
The problem, once again, though, is genuinely time span of when they have to be played. I get where he's coming from on that, but like in this format, that idea doesn't work because, well, like I guess you could argue it would for Sunday, but like then you've got different rules for Saturday to Sunday. It gets like it's more crap to handle. Like the less rules you have, the less points of exploitation or confusion there can be. You know what I mean? Like that's a really big part because like everyone likes to think that pro players are smart. Sorry, pro players, for what I'm about to say. Some of them can be really dumb because just humans are dumb at different things. No one's a genius, and that's bullcrap if they think they are. Like, I still always reference the story of a very, very talented and accomplished player at the time in Dota 2 at a LAN that moaned that his PC wasn't working, that his mouse and keyboard wasn't working, that the PC sucked, and that the tournament organizer had no clue what they were doing. And then 2 minutes later, it's working. He's like, yeah, finally you fixed it. And the admin comes over to me, and he goes, he hadn't plugged in his mouse and keyboard. So like that's what I mean. Like just because someone's smart in one way doesn't mean they are in every way. So like you add in more rules, like one person's gonna probably find a loophole to exploit, and the other one's gonna get confused.
I don't really have anything else to say. If you have any comments to make, anything,
right,
feel free to do so. I'm gonna probably take like a day or two to just think a bit and probably just play Outback Octagon. That's what's next. I think Thursday for me.
Because after long days, what you most look forward to is a game mode that can go 5 hours. I'm sorry. All right, so what were the two final points I said I was going to go back to? Something here, wasn't it? It's about...
I'm really tired playing this. Which is a really...
Oh, it was about the broadcast ending. We already kind of covered that a little bit. So, one of the big solutions to this. We already highlighted that, like, as a tournament organizer, you've got to decide if, like, endurance is an important part of the task. And if it is, it is. It just is the nature of things. If you can't perform, that is a skill that you're missing, you know? Like, if I'm really good at... So it's like, if I'm playing tennis and I'm really good at returning the ball, if I'm really good at swinging my racket, but I'm terrible at running, I can't just go, I don't think we shouldn't run in tennis. They're going to laugh at me, right? I know that's an extreme example. My point is, like, it's all about setting the metric expectation of what is considered to be important as a pro player. And there will be a lot of games where people say endurance is part of it. And it is important that it's part of it because, like, as a tournament organizer, you need longer days. You can't have a short day. A short day is stupid. It doesn't work. You lose out on potential viewership. You make it harder to get sponsorships. There's a lot of compounding issues there. Ideally, what you want on a broadcast is between 5 to 8 hours of length I'd say more like 6 to 8 hours length. I'd say like 6 to 7 is your perfect zone if you can be in it. But that's not always possible because games aren't fixed lengths. Even games that are meant to be fixed lengths can have things like overtime that can extend them beyond the confines. So like you're jumping into a mad hoop of mad hoops. If it was a case of, hey, we want the players to play at prime, top level quality, the solution is like already there. For qualifiers, instead of using a qualifier dictation on one weekend, use an open scheduling format or use a different qualification metric that you can justify. A perfect example, and now I'm going to shield myself, is KPMM. You could qualify players to your main event based on KPMM participation. That could be based on average placement across X weeks so that someone doesn't feel inclined to play every single week. That could be based on the overall scoring on a big leaderboard and you curate all their scores together. But that, of course, that means you have to play all of them. I'm not saying you have to use mine as an example of this, but like if you want an open scheduling format, we literally already have one that runs every single week almost of the year, all year round, that could provide that. Or you run your own open scheduling format for the opening rounds. So you could say round 128 and round 64 is going to be done on open scheduling. Now, counter argument against that. Choom's probably already hiding in the back of the chat screaming, because for an admin, that is an absolute nightmare. It already feels like a living nightmare on a round of 32 on my KPMM weekly sometimes. I can tell you right now, I've got players that had to be DQ'd today because they didn't organize their round of 32. I've got other players that are now going to be trying to play 3 sets in one day, right? So it doesn't solve every issue. It gets rid of some and then introduces others. So you as a tournament organizer need to decide where your sanity's at. And remember, like an admin working more hours like that is going to be an admin being paid more. Then some people are going to argue that the matches didn't get covered. The broadcast ending before the last match, you can't expect players to play high-level long games than some guys casting. And yes, I know the casting more exhausted than one might think. Yeah, like actually, like it's more than that. Actually, Gully, it's called money. So when I started out as a caster, I was like, one more game, one more game, one more game, game. These games are hype, and I still think a lot of these games are hype, but all around me, the seasoned casters were like, I get paid the same if it's 4 hours or 12 hours. And I get where they're coming from because time is money. And for some of these people, like for me, I have other things I have to do behind the scenes. I'm not just there casting. So if I'm working 12 hours on one day or 6 on the other, do you want to know how much I get paid between those 2 days? The exact same. It doesn't change at all. We're not paid by the hour. You could argue maybe we should ask to be paid more, but the problem is there's not money. Like, I always think it should be day rate for casters anyway. I've wholly always believed that, because if you don't pay casters per day, they, let's say a day is only 4 hours long. Well, I've already marked out my entire day because for all I know, I could be needed for 12 hours for tech issues and length or whatever. So, part of that, I think the casters would be up for it, but legitimately we need to be paid more. But, where's the money? The money doesn't exist to pay us more is the problem. I think the thing that a lot of people don't grasp there is, there's really not much money in Age of Empires 4. Unless your name is Marine Lord and you get sponsored by Gentlemates and you win every tournament. Right? For the majority of people, it's just not much there. So, to the length, to bring it back to the defensive side, I think there's fair arguments on each side. There's going to be the diplomatic guy here. Are the days long, insanely long? Yes. So how do you fix that? You can't have more days because it'll make some of the days feel more mundane and it'll just cost EGC more or anyone more. And, for a one-man army, for me, I'm going to be like, that's just more viewership. Well, yes, but you could argue that, if the viewership numbers are bad because everyone would rather go watch, Dumi versus Numudan on the ladder because I'm watching Jerry versus Timmy in a round of 128, then I'm actually losing out, not gaining. So, yes, you go to the open scheduling format, but the open scheduling format doesn't solve all the problems because people are difficult to organize, especially if they have full-time jobs. I think legitimately in this situation, maybe the better way to have gone would have been to have had one qualifier, as merciless as it sounds, and then just expand that across the 2 days. But, that's going to suck for a number of reasons. Matchups matter. The people you meet matter for sure. have first round not be casted? You could, but like, how does that solve your problem? Because like now your day is still going to be that long. You as the player, like you've just gone from complaining that we didn't cast your final game of the day to now complaining we didn't cast your first game of the day. It doesn't change anything for you. Because like I said, open scheduling the first round doesn't work like you think it does. Take it from someone who has to deal with people scheduling their matches. Some of them just get the time zone wrong, let alone the rest of the details that get wrong. So like, you know, my take on this, I feel for Voldemort. I really do, and I get where he's come from. I think in these situations, in an ideal world, we just have more time. But we don't live in an ideal world. We live in a world where everything has to be paid for in some form or way. And if you foot an extra weekend, someone has to foot the bill. And we've already been over this. I hate to sound like a broken record, like, please give me money. Like, I don't really make money from what I do here in Age of Empires 4. EGC doesn't really make money. They just put it all back into the production that they're applying. And an extra weekend of qualifiers is not statistically going to generate that much money. Because the first weekend's going to suck. Like, I'm going to, like, show you something. I'm going to be a doom scroller now. Sorry, guys. But did you guys check the metrics we were talking about before? Like, the metrics matter. Should we have a look at EGC TV on the weekend? Because these ain't good numbers, by the way. I don't think these are good numbers at all. 801 average. These are good numbers if it's me, right? If I'm a solo content creator. For tournament organizer channel, this is death. Because I don't know how you get a sponsorship with this. Because I've tried to help them get sponsorships. Like, you know how hard it is to get this? Like if this is your viewership, it's so hard. Like, the viewership's just been going down, statistically. Like, technically, this one seems to be up on this day, but that's because it was an insanely long day. But, like, you see what I mean? The qualifiers just drag it down. The qualifiers always drag it down. Because people they don't care as much. And, you know, like, I can use an example of my boys Back to Warcraft. Like, Back to Warcraft pulls in better numbers. Admittedly, they put in a lot more hours, though. Got to give them props for that. But, you know, it's like, but they'll have the same thing of, like, the early rounds will be less encouraging, like here, and then they'll spike up. So, like, qualifiers are like this weird beast where, you know, they have to kind of be covered. Otherwise, guaranteed people will complain. But the cost, like, it almost feels like you're burning into what you earn. And it does go back to the idea of, like, you know, you want more hours on the board because technically you make more money, but this is like a whole other trap with live streaming content creation in general. Is live streaming content creation in general, from a BeLive standpoint compared to an edited standpoint, you make money when you're live, not when you're not. So you're encouraged to have more hours on track because if you don't, you make less money. And it's toxic because, like, the way you calculate for deals and sponsorships is based on averages anyway. So if you're live longer, your averages are technically higher. It's like a really warped, like, brain system compared to, like, so for example, like, if you made a really good YouTube video, your YouTube video would just make money if you're not doing anything. It's a different mentality entirely. Qualifiers generally have lower viewers. Yes. EGC is always at the bottom of my follow channels and never recommended. Yeah. Yeah, and to that point, like, the reason EGC is on the bottom of your channel not recommended is because Twitch has bias towards weird recommended sometimes, but also statistical height. So if you follow Lyric will show instead of that tournament channel. I don't think it's that crazy that qualifiers do not get covered. Yeah. I mean, you could go that way. Before I watch EGC broadcast, I open my game and spectate myself with good quality and UI. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's like another discussion is like, is EGC trying to do too much and is it affecting like the quality in some ways? Because I know we had some tech issues on the weekend. But like, that's an argument for why it's worth having a day or two where they cover qualifiers is to iron out the kinks of like problems so it doesn't impact the main days. It's like, it's almost like you want some qualifier coverage, but you don't want too much. 99% of my watch time is Age of Empires. UKP are usually at the top of my followed. Yeah, probably because... So, like, to the person who's saying, like, I'm always at the top of their followed, that's another issue of, like, the recommendations. If you're already watching this content, it's, like, the most brain-dead suggestion that it can give. You know, like, imagine if I'm your doctor, right? And, like, you're already taking, like, this drug... Like, I'm your new doctor, and this previous drug you were given is working. And my advice is, yeah, take this drug. And it's like, well, yeah. That's the easiest call for a doctor ever. So, like, what's happening recommendations on Twitch there is if you're already watching 90%, then you're going to get recommended. Like, my recommend tab right now, because I was watching loads of Doug yesterday, is Doug. It's like the most lazy recommendation that YouTube can give me. It's not giving me new content. The problem is, like, with EGC, they go away for 2 or 3 months and then come back. And because of that, it's very hard to find that continuity. That, in fairness to them, was the whole idea with the EGC Masters series, is to basically bridge that and give you a, hey, we'll be back with this, and we'll be back with this. It just didn't really pan out that way for a multitude of issues, some under their control and some not. Play a drinking game while watching EGC for every crash take a shot. Sheesh. Cool, you're in a very toxic mood today. Oh, Cow's here. It can turn into a fight. Plus, I feel like EGC is not that bad issue-wise. It's like, it varies. You're always going to have issues, you know? No esports broadcast doesn't. I'm just honest. Remember, there's a difference between honesty and being an asshole, though. Constructive feedback is fine. So as long as you're being constructive, it can be useful. Just don't sit there and go, they suck. Because then it's not helpful. What's the drama about? It's about tournament lengths and things like that. No, like, I mean, Core, like, he's not wrong. Like, if there's tech issues, it's going to... So, like, Core's not wrong if there's tech issues, it's going to deter. It's just, like, the way that you feed this back is, like, how do we improve this? So, like, for example, sometimes there is elements of the community that, like, set up this situation where, like, the broadcast quality is lower. For example, if you want all the extra stats and you want sheep tracking and all that crap, that has a much bigger technical overhead. I've had people ask me to do it, and I'm like, I'd rather not. I'd rather focus on getting you a higher crisp bit rate because I'm not trading piece for piece, right? Because there's limitations and budget on what you have. EGC managed by ChatGPT. I mean, if it was SaaS, aren't you still mod there? So ChatGPT trusts you to be there. Wait, doesn't that mean, like, wait, no. Managed is part of the role of mods. So does that mean that SaaS is also a robot? Go for it. Have different small issue pointed out. I'm still like pause recording because I just realized this video is like 47 minutes and my guy is going to hate me when I hand it to him later. He can edit it down. I'm going to be like, we need to get to 25 minutes. Good luck. Complex infographics. They're so hard to read. Yeah, so like... God, that's going to turn into a different video. But yes, they're like, I was feeling it. I think the flags and whatever, there's too much visual pollution. I was feeling it on the weekend. Like, I could barely see the relic signs because of, like, the way the background pops against them. And I have wondered about this. Like, you have to be careful. Quality over quantity. Having more stats doesn't help. Most players don't know what the different stats mean or how they're relevant.
What's up, everyone?
Oopsie, I just accidentally restarted him. Not again. Yeah, hold on, so let me just... I'm going to round out this video. All right, I'm going to round out this video because we're almost to like an hour long, and I think like we've covered most of it. Editor, have fun editing this down. In the end, the issue that we have is like, you've got to decide if you want to continue on a direction of quantity over quality. And if the argument is quality, then fundamentally as a scene, we need to change a lot more things than just the length of a day. Because if we're not attracting enough people for shorter days to make sense, that creates a convoluted issue, right? Time quality. You see it in some streamers. Some streamers only go live 5 times a month, but they have huge viewership because what they're going to do is meaningful. And like we as AOE4 have this, maybe this issue of like what we're doing is just a little bit too repetitive to be intriguing. Whatever it is, you know, there's multiple tugs and pulls here. I feel for the players. Long day is a long day. Some players love that. Some people won't. And that's a skill set. And you could argue it's a different skill set than you'll see in the main event, but usually like the argument that we make is like, as a competitor, you have challenges to overcome. I think from a tournament organizer side, the viewership is declining on these tournaments, technically. And because it declines, it almost lights more fire underneath your ass to stay live longer, to generate more worth for yourself through subs and ad revenue, and for potential sponsorships. But my overarching take is like to be in a profitable position where we get a better tomorrow for both players and tournament organizers. None of it is going to work until a miracle happens with the size of the scene. And that's a bigger challenge that I'm sure we'll do some sort of talking head on. But let me know what you guys thought about this. I'm probably going to end the YouTube video here. We'll continue on Twitch, of course. You can join us live anytime you want. But the TLDR takeaway is the days are long. I agree. Is there an absolute perfect solution? No. If we change the way that qualifiers work, someone's going to suffer. One cool recommendation I could have is to just trust qualifiers into the hands of community casters and say we can have extra weeks. And then EGC doesn't have to burn $1,000 or whatever plus is going to be per day running a broadcast on a part of the tournament they technically know is going to lose the money. So that's one solution. The other one is obviously using other metrics like the KPMM or other tournaments to qualify people only. But you have to be careful of that because it'll be some sort of crazy gatekeepy thing if you're not careful. There's always a trade-off. Open versus closed has this. You can literally look at any esports scene to see it. Just look at something like Call of Duty League compared to more open formats and the way things like Counter-Strike, whatever functions. No solution is perfect. But that's going to be it, guys. If you like what you've seen here, make sure you subscribe. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Jesus, that was 50 minutes long. This guy can't stop talking. I mean, I feel bad because, like, Voldemort... Did I talk in too much depth on this? I don't know. Like, Voldemar's video was 13 minutes long, and we've somehow added over double onto that. That was a hefty talk. All right, let me catch up and chat. And what's up, Jean Doe? I see you the raid. Thank you very much, your friend. I'm sorry, Fat Blob. I didn't say thank you for the sub. You're a legend as well. Thank you, thank you. Hope you had a good stream, buddy. Let me catch up and chat, and then we should have another series ready to roll. If Kiliadi can step and play, why would Voldy complain? Did you ever consider, like, actually, like, Kiliadi's asleep when he's playing? We need Beexter out to KP. Oh, God. Don't. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. It'll turn into react on the react on the react on the react. Let me catch up on chat. Did you talk about sheep RNG? Yeah, and I think I chipped in a bit, but I also feel like he's just hopping into a completely different discussion at that point. Like, it's a separate video, in my opinion. Need to be more variants in prize pools? What do you mean, puppy pool? Like, from tournament to tournament? What are we talking about? Or do you mean, like, money for the qualifiers or whatever? Like, there's just not enough money. There's not enough being done to grow the scene, so you can't put more money in either. Like, legit, like, if we're being totally fair, if you look at the viewership on an AoE 2 tournament and AoE 4 tournament, I don't know, like, I get it, we'd like to have more, like, I don't think anyone at this stage can be surprised when more money gets put into AoE 2. We can argue AoE 4 is the future, but sadly, if the viewership isn't showing it, it's hard to just, like, it's hard to justify that, you know? Like, you know, we proved that KPMM can work well because we went for, like, you know, no proof of it to some proof, and that's why we got more money for it. Sheep RNG and additional delay caused by ping and input lag cross. Yeah, but, like, that, you see what I mean? Like, that's a completely different issue than, like, his tournament scheduling video. Like, I say he should just make a different video on that and farm more content. Guy complaining about being cold and when it's sitting there and he's Danish. It's just like, it's just the natural state. Devs should focus more on solutions for casual players rather than competitive. Yep, agreed. I think, like, one of the big follies of, like, development and even content creation, and we're part of the problem, is, like, everything is just focused on pro play. And I think I said this over a year ago. Like, it's just become a self-fulfilling prophecy, where everything is just based off of, like, pro play now, right? And, like, you know how hard it is to stop that once it started? Because if you don't get a new influx of players, how do you fix that? You know, like, for most people who've never touched Age of Empires 4, this game is not going to register on their radar, so you can't get new people in. So you're stuck with what the player base is, and what the player base is competitive 1v1. At least on the content side. If it was not focused on pro play, the marketing is literally just pro play, puppy people. Literally just pro play. I feel like another weekend qualifiers, the first round not be casted would be a better solution. Yeah, maybe. But like, I think it comes to the scope of how close it is to the patch then. Why viewership isn't showing? Like I said, I think all content is just like the content we've created, because it's just tournament based, it's not reaching anyone who's not already in that circle. You know how hard it is to drip feed people into esports? Like, think about the funnel of a game, right? Think about the funnel of a game, and like this wide piece is like anyone. And then you keep funneling it down, and esports is nowhere near here. Esports is like here. And then for a more complicated game like Age of Empires, it's even further down the funnel. Like, here on the funnel is like Rocket League, because like I see Rocket League, and like even if I'm not very good at Rocket League, I see, oh, Carb kicks ball, I get that. But like Age of Empires 4 has got so much crap going on that now your requirement to even filter the game to begin with gets thinner. You know? Like, it's esports is like, if you're trying to build a scene off of esports alone, you're probably just going to fail. You can't build a scene off of esports. You have to have a wider content base to then build an esports scene off of. You can't do it the other way around. I don't think there's been a single game that's done it the other way around. Should adopt whatever rank pool is would be first thing. No, I don't think that's the solution. I think like it's reverse it. Like, good map should be put into the rank pool. But also, like, that's once again, that's not really solving the problem. That's just like esportifying it further. You know what I mean? Like, it just needs to... The solution legit has to come from a completely different direction of, like, what are we marketing? You know, like, I've been really big on this. Like, if someone gives me 10K, I'll go make a tournament with content creators from several different games. Sorry, I know that's not putting money into the loyal creators that work with us now, but, like, that gets more people in. That gets more people looking at the game. You know? Or like sponsoring someone who's really good at creating curated strategy content to come and create a showcase series of like new civs when they come out, you know? Like I think I was saying this the other day, the way that we done the creator preview, there was not enough time for anything but like low effort stuff. No offense to the stuff people put out, but what I mean by that is you couldn't make something truly high effort in the time. Like, my editor tried, and yes, I'm not able to pay him full time. For the part-time effort, he was able to get one video ready in time, not 4, right, for the new showcase civs. And we were also looking to do, like, a Crucible, like, breakdown. And we're talking, like, full cross-edits. We're talking 30 hours plus editing per video. Instead, like, we're bum-rushing marketing because we don't have time. So you're just doing, like, here's my face, I'm in-game, let me tell you the civ, go, right? It's like, even on those levels, there's not enough thought being put into, like, wow, how do we make this epic to someone who hasn't seen it before? Esports happens by chance, then by design. That's the thing. Like, Age of Empires 4's esports scene did happen by chance. It truly did. Like, it legit wasn't meant to happen. There wasn't even going to be funding for esports. But then Pesty put 15K into a tournament and it popped off. You know? And it went from there. If I'm a casual gamer, why should I watch a tournament stream with bad quality, with maps I don't play, with an overlay that's super hard to understand? The point, like, starts before even that. Like, if I am a casual gamer, why am I even looking at your game? How many people do even know Age of Empires 4 exists? You know? It's like a wider marketing problem. But I've kind of given up on that being solved, to be honest with you. It's been 4 years, and I don't feel like it's been resolved ever. You think they'll love 004 next week? I think they'll love 004. Like, if you're an esports fan, you'll love 004 because, A, Drongo does have one of the biggest reaches out of any still existing AoE4 creator. Statistically, he does. Just YouTube, like, is 120,000 subs. And B, because you always see 1v1s and it's different and it's still the top players competing, you do it. By the way, before anyone says, then why don't we do team tournaments? Because if $20,000 doesn't feel like enough currently, how do you manage to get people to play team tournaments with $20,000? It doesn't make sense. But like basically, to answer that, like 004 doing Outbox Octagon doing good, yeah, it'll do good by like the current like standard comparison in certain ways. But like it's still not bringing new people in. I'd say like a free for all doesn't solve that at all. Free for all actually complicates that. It's even more variables to figure out if I don't know the game. There's just nothing being done to, like, get people who don't know the game in. And, like, it's weird because we've got 20,000 plus people, so then what's happening there? Is it a case we're not filtering people through? How do we filter people through? How about advertising it inside the game? The amount of people that with me or EGC or anywhere else goes, oh, I didn't even know that there was tournaments for this game. It's freaking crazy. It's crazy how often that happens. Map rotation every other week, and KPMM adopted it to 80% every time, and EGC took a lot of it. I mean, dude, like, I'm just gonna be like El Dictator and put my Napoleon hat on. They should just put me in charge of like map rotations, and then we can mirror it up to KPMM. We'll have an experimental map. We'll have some general maps that people are comfortable with, and we'll cycle through. That's literally what we do with KPMM. And then just follows flow. And that's cool because then, like, you know, we could even have, like, a rookie KPMM league that we don't really admin as hard, but anyone can enter and they can just play. And, like, you know, it's almost like you get people participating in the ecosystem, becoming part of the system. But yeah. What do you think, guys? More talk on this, or is it time for tournament games? What tournament games do we have? Let me have a look. Beexter versus Lash. I saw some games comped, by the way. Vortex series is in a wee little bit. We've got some time to go until that. Time for something else? Nah, people love the drama. Drummer. Arc Raider stream? Damn. You know, yeah, we should become an Anno stream right now. All right, let's do Lash versus Beexter, because this is a very interesting series, apparently. Let me switch over all my stuff. I need to change my UI, because I was using the one from EGC Finals. Let's get map draft in, civ draft in. Been a Turbo 84 player for years, and now I've only discovered this cast. There you go. Welcome, Anesm. I've been here since the very beginning. Bitterly. Festering in the corner. Maturing like either wine or cheese, depending on who you ask. Yeah, I'd never heard of this Beexter guy. I think like maybe we cast one or two, but like, you know, I hadn't really seen much. And then I checked, he's like rank 300. So it's not that crazy of a matchup. And it's double German. It's a German showdown, guys. Whoop, whoop. So let me switch this. It's going to be B03. And let me get that data up. Draft's kind of interesting as well. Knights Templar as well as Order of the Dragon. And we have got Frisian in there. It's not great for viewership when MLord wins 50% of the S-tier tournaments. Welcome to most RTSs having this problem. But if that's the argument, then why is AoE2's viewership pretty good when Hera literally wins everything? Hera wins more than Marine Lord does, statistically. Sorry, Marine Lord. But true. So, like, I don't think that's entirely true. I would agree there's an element. Alright, so Alopecia game number 1. No, we shouldn't ban Marine Lord. We should just make him play with his teeth. You know? Like, can't use the mouse with your hands. Alopecia. Yeah, I thought it'd be kind of fun to put Alopecia in. Relate. Yeah, so I kind of thought it'd be fun to put Alopecia in. It's probably relatable for a lot of you middle-aging gamers, but also on top of that, a great time with Pro Scouts getting crippled. Let's hop into it. It's time for a caster game. Let me get rid of that EGC logo. We're done with that. We're back to ours. It's midweek muster time. Welcome back to the channel for a caster game between two Germans. We've got Beexter on the Knights Templar up against Lash on the Malians. This map is Alopecia. It was a map that we designed for a bunch of show matches we done earlier in the year. And we decided to bring it back. It turned into a full Pro Scouts time, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to start seeing people play out onto the deer now that Pro Scouts has been shot. Yeah, it got nerfed pretty hard. It's not really the direct go-to it once was. We even just had a series between Kiliadi and Numudan where the French, he didn't Pro Scouts, he went out onto the food instead. So, Knights Templar is going to be a Rax opening here. And there's a lot of talk about this Civ actually being decent on land now, believe it or not. Yeah, they received some substantial buffs. The mid-late game wood income is better. The early game wood is worse. But they also got buffs to some of the wing choices. A perfect example is here. Anti-Op got improved by 50% on the bonus, with now being 15% damage buff. So there's a lot of nice, cute little details together that has given a fresh look of life. And when you add in the Pro Scouts nerf as well, we've even seen players now starting to revisit QTC KT. But of course here, for obvious reasons, it is going to be a Dark Age Rush. Lash, already anticipates it. He doesn't even wait around to scout the first spear. Yeah, and he'll be smiling his face at this. Like, okay, this is definitely the right call. Outpost now coming up. He is going to feel protected. And I just realized, am I capturing? I am still capturing. Yeah, sorry guys, you're going to get whited for a second. Yeah, that's the white flashbang I get every time I go to update the scores. Okay, so Bex is still going, by the way. He's adding in additional spears, which suggests we're going to probably see a villager pool, maybe? AoE2 had a 20-year head start over us? Sure. But then the argument the other way is AoE4 has an opportunity more easily to grab fresh viewers. I think building an esports scene is hard, but focusing on building the esports to build the scene doesn't work. It's something I'm currently thinking about with what I do as a content creator in AoE4. Because I'm, like, you know, I've loved helping build the esports scene and contributing the way I have. But I'm reaching that point where I'm like, what else could I do to help bring more people in the directory? I love entertaining the ones that are already here, but how do we grow this game from, you know, 1,000 people watching it to 20,000? And that is a Goliath's task. Shout out to Lash, by the way, always consistently being there on the German side. #1 German crit at Bog. Well, except for when one of the very big strategy gamers comes in for an hour. So, outpost coming up. Interesting position, actually. Yeah, so this is going to block a play onto the close deer. Also the secondary tree line. But he still has the safety of the primary. It's not the end of the road for him. And wait, what? X. Wait, what? Okay. I don't think he's going to be castle rushing. That much is for sure. He goes long distance gold twice? I mean, I say he's German. I don't know if he's a streamer. I hope he's sponsored by Adidas to justify this. Good lord. That's a lot of walking. Double drop off of gold. Have I seen anyone do this? I mean, it's given him a more lean outpost timing, I guess. Would it have not been more optimal just to move more people out into woods sooner? Like, actually, no. Oh my god, no. Wouldn't that have been more optimal to chop this tree, eat the tree, and then drop the mining camp? How interesting. Oh, Principality Antioch on the way, which now has me questioning even more the gold move. Because Antioch, if you want to build axe throwers, if that is the actual strat we're going for here, that's food and gold. Let's see him moving in. The outpost just to try and harass things out, but like it's so late on this side, he's just going to get the house up for free. Still, this does stop any active gathering. And he did actually wedge it to block the sheep. And Lash has got quite a lot of extra sheep. It's not the end of the world there. Antioch about to complete. He didn't keep the worker around it. He's blocking the backup golds. Alright, so this is going to be a pure gold starvation game. I mean, you could technically still just delete a house here to actively gather. I mean, I'm not debating that Age of Empires 4 has a low community, by the way. It's just the challenge is building it bigger. Obviously, there's a direct correlation for me wanting to do that. So that, like, you know, I can make moonies and then bring more people in. The easier said than done. You know, it's like, I've thought about taking a more newbie cast approach to these type of games, but I think even that, there's a time and place. I would love to see like a pure full newbie cast for like a big event like a Red Bull Wall. That would be intriguing. So Villager is going to run home. He actually did set up the pit mine. Yeah, there's no Arislets here. Bex, there you go. No pro scouts needed. He is just going to be eating the deer. Okay, what is Lash's plan here? He did go for the free cow opener, which has become really popular. So you just get 3 of these up. It gives you a lot of food income early on. Pads you really nicely. He's going to have to find a way of breaking these outposts soon. I mean, you could think about going siege engineering. Quite pricey at this stage. Especially if you're up against Knights Templar, because you know they're just going to start spamming archers. So while you're building siege, they'll be building range mats. One needs AoE4 EWC. The problem there is, like, you're now relying on a completely not even already involved in the scene entity to solve all your problems. And you're not wrong that it could be, but, like, my problem is, like, they're not invested to solve it. You need that push from Microsoft, in a way. I still would love to see Microsoft have their own, like, their tournament ran for Age of Empires 4 at Gamescom each year. Like, dude, talk about great marketing effort. When they had the new DLC coming and hyping it at Gamescom, why not fly out the 2 best players in the world to play, like, a best of 7 there? In front of all these new people. That is a perfect example of doing a newbie cast, by the way. In front of all those new people who don't know the game, explaining how it works. Get me and your boy Winston out there. I think Winston's really good for that. Just, like, taking a very enthusiastic approach and understanding, like, bridging the noob to what's happening in pro play. Still, overall, game plan right now looking reasonable, I want to say, from Beexter. I'm impressed. For those that don't know, this guy is ranked, I think, about 300th in the world right now. So, based on that statistic, you would definitely favor Lash going into this 100%. Because Beexter, yeah, last season 336. This season he actually hasn't ranked at all. He's just been playing a lot of team games. And then, of course, we're all familiar with Lash. Usually in the top 100, top 50 often. Why would you be salty about Red Bull World Law? We've got a new Red Bull World Law coming. We're going to have 4 players there on the main event. It's a good time. It's a good sign. Warrior Scouts love this move by Lash. Great interception on the Pilgrims, because remember, these guys hit for 7 damage each. There's a little clapping in there. You're talking about the last Red Bull? Yeah, but now you're ruminating on the past. Stop being grumpers about what went wrong, and let's be like, oh, actually, we have improvement. Positivity. We're moving in the right direction. Big army now for Lash as he moves in the west direction. Nicely done as well. Snipes out most of the firepower on the outpost, so he will resecure the pit mines on the left side as an option. I wouldn't be surprised if Lash starts to think about scaling towards castle now. Like, let's put it this way. I'm a British person, you know? Like, as a British person, if I cannot hold a grudge against France, like, you know, I don't consider Marine Law to be an evil person. Even though, based on the heritage of my country and his, we should just inherently hate each other. I don't consider him being... If I can get beyond that, you can get beyond your feelings about previous Red Bull and be excited about the next. He is short, though. Sorry. Alright, anyway. Chiraxis. I don't think there's ever a world in which he switches into axe throws, right? Like that would that be that crazy? Yeah, it would. Against archers, that'd be pretty crazy. This is just going to be for a castle timing. Like, I think the strat for Beexter is get castle, get Templar bros, and beat Sofa. Bludgeoning begins between the two, but a lack of spinman on the front line here. I've got Undermesh coming through, but Beexter made a big mistake on timing here. Yeah, he wasn't expecting the 1-1. This is a bad fight right now. And it is going to be for the next 20 seconds. So, have to be careful about it. Still has the Archer lead. But Lash gets more breathing room. We'll look to reset, understanding that overextension is death here. And so far, they are a nice frontline pusher, but in small quantities and feudal, they don't have much health. You know, and that's at least the upside. By Beexter going for ranged damage over ranged armor, it just gives him this pressure point. You know, like when your opponent tries to approach you, his Sofa are going to get enraged first, and you get a better trade there. thought Bex might have considered going for like blacksmith siege after this. Because like one ram can repay itself quite quickly. But I guess the problem is it slows down your tempo. Like if I spend time building a ram, that's time that Lash gets to breathe to maybe add in like a second ranch and then play its eco. These scouts still being a nuisance. But the pilgrims are shifting west now, so they are getting through. Top point by Lash. Hello, honey. Looking for the reinforcements. Great find already. Yeah, no possible response out of Beexter. Bex is still just harassing on the pit mine. Maybe overextended at this point? I don't think there's much to stop Lash now turning onto that army. It's got, what, 23 archers here? 22 on the other side. Of course, you've got the sofas, which are just more valuable. Donzo count also really good. And Lash, instead of contesting, he's going to force them home. Idles out the deer. Might be a good time for Bex to consider going deeper, but the problem is the warrior scouts looming. Likely to be seen. Now remember, the cool thing about this map is it tends to have one deer stack in the open, and the other one is secretly hidden in the stealth forest. And the remaining hair you have on your head. Lash going even deeper now. Bex. Has he hung around too long? Ironically, he's trying to cut Lash's reinforcements now. Interesting choice by Lash to burn on the blacksmith. Doesn't really have any value at this point. Unless he's worried about ram play. Just shift away. Sneaks off into the ether. Bex. Bex doesn't have a scout. He's fixing it now. Does have the outpost though. Yeah, well played. Gets there in time before it be decapped. And we're looking at a bit of a concave here. Good chase. Lash, no easy exit. Did he just get baited? Sofa, look for the commitment. Spears coming in on delay. We've got to scare them back. Count is not looking good here. Lash, out of position. He's up against 36 archers. Who said that wood was nerfed? Maybe in the Dark Age, but this is still the same beast of feudal. Oh my god. Raw archer bulk. When he realized Lash was never going jabs, he full sent it. Beexter, an unknown name in the competitive scene, now has a clear advantage over Lash. Oh my god. Talk about laying the trap. Beexter now marching towards the enemy base. Lash, I mean, he hasn't got many cow. He could try to rush it up, but I don't think you get Fulani for free here. Crazy timing. I'm impressed. I mean, just the raw power of this Civ on wood still fully in existence as we saw. And age up he went was Antioch. Like, Antioch is barely useful here. He's got a few horsemen and spearmen. Technically, for this strat, like, Hospitalaire would have been better. Because Hospitalaire would have given you, well, better movement speed on your villagers, better movement speed on your pilgrims, more economy. Speaking of economy, that poor worker is gone. Yeah, what we need to bring back the melee behavior when archers are engaged, so they just start punching for plus 15% more damage. That's what's missing. I think the issue here for Lash is like he's optimizing for castle as most Malian players do with the Sofa strat and archers, but the Sofa never got online really, so the archers just look like a waste. If that makes sense. Like old school Mali, you know, if you know it's gonna be a long feudal, you're Javelin Donzos. Javelin Donzos should perform pretty well here. But he's just stuck with archers against substantially more archers. And the Sofas just aren't as chunky as you'd like in the feudal. Like at this stage, with this many archers, they're gonna start dropping before they reach their target. Once more in the breach. I mean, hell. If your back's up against the wall, you might as well punt another Hail Mary. Spears are gonna just drag the army on back a little bit. Gives time for Beexter to catch up. Lash. He actually might have to sack his archers. Try to trade out as best he can as he shifts around. Stealth forest. Lash, of course, does still have the warrior scout with him, so he sees everything. tree line is going to vacate just to be safe. Bex could cut across here. Be a little bit risky because he doesn't see where the army's going, but if you get this around, you'll do some significant damage. Instead, he plays it safe, just keep chasing from one side. This one goes in for a few pokes. I guess you can just tech up off this, though. Like, I think Bex has maybe been baited a bit far here. Yeah, look at the macro. He's got half Fulani if he goes for it. Lash. He's bought so much time with this move. And Lash is already prepping the next wave at home. Okay, wait. No, so he's not rushing castle? He adds 14 more archers. How peculiar. Let's start to bail on his archers on the enemy side a little. But still, they're getting great trades because the spearmen. I think Bex is throwing away spears a bit unnecessarily here. And Lash, okay, he just breaks away now. Wait, what? Oh, he cancels some of the Q, I think. So now he's just trying to distract. Bex, it's all about not making that mistake of getting baited here. It's just so for now raiding, just build spears, send archers in. He's got the spin coming home to address this. Block out on the ball. Lash. He's clawed an eco lead again. Let's continue to extend. 8 worker kills compared to Bex's 1. I think Bex... Someone's got to change here. Right now, he's just headless chickening around the base. Like, it kind of felt like he had him. But now, with Lash building Fulani, 75% full, he's going to have the answers. Beexter, he's macroing up as well now. I think he knows what this has turned into, but the idle effect, slowing him down. I guess you could go Angevin here, but the problem is Beexter doesn't have much food. He's got a cluster of farms and, well, questionable access to outside resources. Especially if it's sofa play from your opponent. Damn. Anyone else impressed by how Lash has clawed back into this? Like, that kind of raid seems a bit obvious, but it shows you the value of sofa play. Like, you just have to respect it as if you're going to get dove. Complete game changer, it turns out to be. Veterancy's now coming in just 20 seconds. Lash already up to 43 archers. Bex will look for the raids. Finds a few on the gold. Better snipe them down. Handful still get away. Now 5 worker leads still for Lash. Bex, I mean, this is tricky. You're going to be waiting 2 minutes for your upgrade. Because he needs to upgrade. That's going to be 45 seconds. And then on top of that, he needs to wait a minute for veterancy. That's a lot of time when you compare what the Malians can do with that. Minute 30, that's going to be, what, an extra 10 sofa? Sofa that are already going to be the answer to your archers, even if they're vetted. You know, imported armors makes them hella tanky. Won't use the deer. He did originally, got pushed off. Never went for the secondary. Went straight for the ball. Guys, it is indeed Angevin Empire. All right, we're getting pokey sticks. There you go, guys. If he wins this game, it's because he chose Engerland. If he loses this game, it's not Engerland's fault. Find the brain of an Englishman. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Lash just has poison arrows queuing in by then, though. Like, why not in this type of position? You got 56 archers. You gotta be expecting castle. Like, you know, it's either Templar Bros or Spears. I really thought originally it was going to be Templar Bros. But I guess Bex just doesn't have the economical lead to do that now. So veterancy gets queued up. The first Spearman now on the way. Now, they are going to have higher damage, remember. It's got a 15% buff to all melee units damage. These are not melee units. The imported armors also just gave me... Oh, no. He gets baited. He's chasing after a single sofa. The other half of the army in trouble now. And Lash looking for the kill shot. I mean, he's fully stacked already. Bex can't turn for this fight. He doesn't have any of his upgrades. He's not going to have a choice in the matter, though. There's not much ground left here. Lash, under siege, but never in doubt. All right, there may have been a few moments of doubt there. Bex's archer army got pretty big. Oh, there can be no doubt now. This is a kill squad. Moves in towards the primary TC. Food gathering is lackluster. More on the east is at least being gathered, but that's it. Wood's going to provide a little bit of food. But I'm hesitant to say it's not going to be enough to get Angevin Empire online. Got 10 spears. Do we have poison arrow? We do not have poison arrow. So Lash will have to pull away. But surely this is where you queue it up. Spears? Wait, Lash? Hold on, buddy. No, wait. Lash. We're getting a bit close to the sun here. This is a lot of effort to kill one spear. And we're switching targets regularly. Let's just run. Oh my god, no. He never got poison arrow. This whole time. It's now a minute and 20 seconds. Oh, I totally forgot. It used to be a minute. Now it's a minute and a half. Oh, no. Well, we talked about Bex needing a minute and a half and being a long time. She was on the other foot. Lash. He's got Musafadi coming, but against 64 archers. Good luck. No fun. Bex, you freaking monster. After Lash clawed this back, we got him raiding again. Correct call. He can't fight the direct army, but Bex, he was starting to run back again. He needs to go now. Because this Sofa flood down the flanks is not going to stop. Lash building a bigger and bigger lead. Bex now definitely on the clock. Mass Musafadi from Lash. Only 5 Raxes to get him out. They are on their way. Comes in for the clash. Sofa against this many Angevin spears. Happy to take the fight. Bex in a rock and a hard place. No choice but to go. And it's going to be going too soon. Nah, spear count not big enough. Poisoned arrow for what? Didn't even need it. Lash will slay the Templar, but a crazy back and forth affair. What do you think, guys? Knights Templar. Did they have you on the edge of the seat? Were you starting to believe? Ooh. So, game 1. Pat. I'd say not the most comfortable game we've seen for a Malian player. To be fair. Game 2, we go into Dry Arabia. What are the picks? Give me a sec, it's taking ages to load. Okay, French versus Sushi. Pro Scout Civ versus not Pro Scout Civ, maybe? He may have won the first game, but folks, it was not easy. Welcome back to the channel for a competitive series between Lash and Beexter. We've got some competitive caster games between two Germans, and we've got potentially full night spam. Sushi versus French. This used to be a Pro Scout all-in matchup, but times are different, folks. Sushi kind of feel like they've got a bit of an identity crisis right now. Trying to figure out what's next, where you go, how you go. So let's see if Beexter can educate us. Maybe the next echelon of players, because, you know, Bex ranked about 300 from the world. Mid Lash that we see week after week after week. He's got to be happy about getting that win under his belt. Game number 1 with arguably his most experienced Civ. He was playing Malians there. Bex, like, it's kind of interesting, actually. Like, for Dry Arabia, he also had English Roost or the Dragon. Yeah, I guess this pick makes a lot of sense. Could lead to a very spicy game 3 if we do get there, though. Like, Phrygian Marshes, you know, you've got Sengoku and Japanese for Lash. Order of the Dragon, English, could be intriguing. Maybe even the Roost for good old Beexter. We start off here. We're going to hit the 2x just to get to the feudal age. is it going to be Pro Scouts? It's a pretty split spawn on Deer. And logically, when you're against French, Pro Scouts feels good because otherwise you're putting your villagers out in dangerous territory against those knights. It's kind of weird, actually. You'd think that this is the Civ that would want to proxy because they can set up outposts so fast with their build speed. But the trade-off, obviously, is like, if you set up outposts and you build a mill out here and out here, you quickly get your protection up. But the trade-off is you will not have easy taxation. Right? So there's a lot of gold that just gets wasted, potentially. I think that's why a lot of players don't opt for it. That's a decent meditation garden. 36 food, 25 stone. Probably about 30 wood. You take those wins. School of Cavalry now coming in from Lash, as expected. I mean, come on, guys. Look at the Chamber of Commerce game, man. Come on, like one big fat Chamber of Commerce game waiting to happen. You know I'm right. Just needed a taste of it. Lash. I like this. It's going to be a play out to the Deer. I think this is the new way French are going to be going. If you're a French player and you're looking how to up your game right now, get used to doing this again. The Pro Scouts nerfs just, I think, buffed French in a weird way. Like, yeah, it was really nice when it was cheap for you, but you're meant to be the bully on the map. You're meant to be the guy who controls the map, so why not play out onto the map? And wait. We've got Jiangnan multi-TC. Okay. I thought Shushi was going to try to evolve into a beautiful butterfly, but we've metamorphized back into a caterpillar here. This is a blast from the past. Okay. A different direction than I was expecting. I think the last time I cast a multi-TC build, well, it's either that crazy Anatan game, but I actually think the more recent one was the Crackety know how to be eliminated build. That was against a House of Lancaster play, and for over half that game, I feel like Crackety should have been finished. He never was. Let's see if Bex is going to feel under siege too. So yeah, we've got the 2 TC set up, stacked up at home. This is how you do it when you're China and Shushi. You don't want to spread out your TCs because you're not going to use them as drop-off buildings. You want to use actual drop-off buildings so you can tax them and supervise them. It's going to see what his opponent's up to, but he can't really care about that right now. Like, you have to open Spearman here. With it being Knights, there's no other way. Would have loved Bex to have stayed on the stone for one more stone, by the way. He's going to get it passively anyway. Actually, yeah, I think he probably was optimal his timing. It's just this baiting me. So the reason why I'm talking about this is when you're against French, one of the things they hate is hand cannon shots. Yeah, the gunpowder shots are super effective because it's a substantial amount of breach damage. You know, 25 damage against free ranged armor. Compare that to like a standard TC doing 8 damage. The percent speak for themselves. All my thoughts on the new EGC casting overlay. Some of it's cool, but I think a lot of it is maybe too much. There needs to be prettier ways of showing the data. I would say less numbers on screen and rotate the numbers that do show. I'm a really big believer in diluting down quantity to quality, because for like most people, I don't think that there's a lot of data there that matters to them. And by the way, it's not to like, I'm not taking crap on them. I think they have some cool ideas there. I love the idle TC effect, for example. It's just obviously having that data on screen at all times is overwhelming. A perfect example is like, if you want to talk about a matchup and the percentage rates, right? Like you'll have it pop in off the side here, and it'll be like, oh yeah, like French wins this 8% of the time. And I'll show you the most recent breakdowns, but you don't leave that info there. Sure, not everyone might see it, and they're like, oh, I didn't know that because I didn't ever see it. But if you leave it there, it's too distracting. And the problem is like with RTS they're the type of game where there's already like so much info on the screen. You know, if you're a relatively new player to Age of Empires 4, this much info on the screen is already confusing. So yeah, like I don't mind them experimenting with bringing new stuff in. I'm just always mindful of being careful about what a casual person needs to know. Like actually some of that info is just useful for the analyst to know so they can reference it in a cast. And that's another thing that like I've gotten used to on shows in different games like Dota or whatever. It's like you could legitimately have like some of this info fed through to like the analyst. Like, yeah, so it looks like blah blah has a percentage win rate of this. And then they feed it across to the viewer. We'll see. We'll see how they cook. So Bex, a lot of spinmen to defend, just a few horsemen to poke raid. But Lash, I mean, this is an impressive scale point. We're already at 11 knights. This is the thing, like, you go pro scouts and this count would have been, what, probably like 8 by now? Maybe 7? Doesn't sound like a lot. But when you're looking for a direct flash, it's huge. The problem I'm seeing here, though, is like Lash, he sees it. It's being allowed. Beexter's getting both sides of the deer, and he's going farms. Like, this is triple greed? What? You can't let him get away with that. No, Lash, he's stepping up. He saw the spinman, though. He needs to wait for his archers. That's freaking crazy, man. Bex is a psychopath, and I'm here to watch him cook. Alright, ones if you think Lash is going to win this game, twos if you think Beexter is. It's almost a 10 eco lead already. Does Lash maybe go castle? I wonder if that's actually instinctively more value than just trying to hang in this age. The problem I'm worried about is like with your opponent being double deer plus the granaries. If you go castle, Bex will just mirror it. His economy should be good enough. Like, look at the numbers. Remember, he only needs to spend an extra 150 food on the villager production. So he's already beating you. By quite a margin, actually. His only weak point is a little bit in gold. I think Bex is in a great position right now. Does have to be careful about scaling too deep. I think playing along feudal is pretty bad for Shushi against French. Because eventually you just lose the French knights. So the idea is, like, if we keep doing this comp on both sides, Lash will get so many knights that the injured ones, after a skirmish, go to the back of formation. And every time he approaches, the idea is you're going to do this dance where Bex will charge him with spearmen, you'll pull the knights back, your archers will snipe some spears, and the Chig will hit the knights. But that means that, like, none of these units get eliminated, whereas these units do. I've seen this play out even over several minutes of it non-stop. I think we had, might have been Louis MT versus Numudan, an epic game of back and forth. It was Louis versus Wham on the 2. And the lead took a while to build for French, but gradually they just take over the game. Now, difference in this situation is going to be the farms. Like, technically, Beexter can keep meat lobbing. And with 2TC, if Lash does want to make this about feudal tempo control, he needs damage now. Because at 12 eco and the farm set up like this, I mean, there's no doubt that Bex is going to pull ahead. If you're ahead, you can just afford to throw more bodies at bad equations. Yeah, don't need the math right, but just math okay. Just taking a chill pill. He adds in more farms. We don't have any farms yet, right? I wouldn't expect it. Lash still has his deer. He's on the boar. And I was kind of hoping Bex would try to creep the boar. It's really ballsy, but it's out of the purview. Neither player has actually even scouted that. Good target fire. Chug taking out the archers. Great micro there from Bex to actually make it a bit more of a balanced exchange. And he doesn't really need balance, remember. It can be slightly against him because of the food count. Props to Lash for keeping up on the rates, by the way. But we have to remember this is temporary. But these deer will not last forever. This stack is almost gone. Tick-tock goes the clock. Good position to shuffle towards. This is where Bex has to guard. It's the farms. Not walled in. Brazenly out in the open. 1 granary, 21 farms. Night raid on the other side is going to be activated by a few spearmen. So good job by Bex. Not overreacting. I think in game 1, maybe like a little bit of digestion for him to think about was like, hey, some of these raids I maybe overreacted to. If you guys remember that Malian game, yeah, he chased the entire army with his entire army. Just gave all the breathing room that Lash needed. In this type of game, if you overreact to just these small night raids, it's going to be different though. It will allow Lash to win the main fight. So this is what we're talking about. Like, Chew King Knights, who cares? Walk away, heal. Boo-boos get kissed better. That's the thing. Anytime you choose to hit a knight, unless you've got enough to slay him, it's just pretend damage. That's the way to think about it. Right. Boo-boos will be kissed better. Military now. The lead is building. The tricky part that you often see is like when the spear count gets too high, archers don't really counter anymore. If that makes sense. Like it's too much for them to slay. It's like the spearmen always then get to gap close. So what does make it a bit harder for Bex and why I'd prefer Ghost Castle is like, although that is true with say Spear Archer, with Spear Chuk slow everything down. So like the pressure point is meant to be my spearmen will eventually reach you, but also my archers will come in and assist. Here, if you just keep kiting, that doesn't really happen for Chuk, unless you're already at the enemy base. Which is apparently where Bex is going. Damn, he's going to be popped. We're getting feudal pop before 20 minutes here. Bursting at the seams. Fluff his cheeks. Fluff his cheeks. Chuk. Wow, they don't even back away. He actually pins 2 of the knights. And the archers do get exposed. Spear's now moving in. Lash. He's teasing the tip. Only the first few spearmen able to give a touch there. Lash, he just has to optimize this, but it's not working. Beexter. It's the economy advantage. That the bodies hit the floor. I mean, it's a lot of red ones, but even if it's 2-1, with this income now. 2TC Shushi. Is it back? And how worried are you? Chuk just standing their ground now. Spearman going for the clash. Lash trying to brute force his way through this. Can the Knights carry? Feels like a lot of them are going down. The Chuk are targeting the back line. Spearman lasting longer than you'd like to see here if you're blue. 2 of them left over. The Knights are eventually going to win, but the cost, what is it going to be at the end? Archer count heavily reduced. Chuk ball to be wiped out. But it was on Lash's terrain. So Lash gets a great fight, yes. But now we've got to query the meat blob. How quickly can you remass? Lash doesn't at all. He goes in on the tech. Okay. And wow, he's swinging hard. I actually respect this. Because of the farms being set up, I think if you play Guildhall, it plays slow. So Royal Institute, with 21 knights left over, is Lash saying, you go down now. And what a great timing as well. Like Bex, he's been forced to remass. I like that Lash chose a tech over a chase because of what we said. Like, the fight was on his terrain. So if he pushes across map against 2 TC farms, your opponent's going to reblob a lot of spearmen. So you're just going to be remaxing knights into another feudal fight. And remember what we said, like, although that fight went really well for Lash, it absolutely had to. Not just because it's in his base, but because the food is almost gone. Yeah, boar hasn't got much left. In fact, 80 food left on it. He doesn't know where the other boar is. Neither player has scouted that. Bex is walking up. Yeah, okay, he's looking to punish the castle play. I don't know if he's fast enough here. I feel like you just castle instead, though. I mean, you're walled up, you're playing Shushi, which means you can tech up fast and upgrade fast. So we'll back up. Just go back home. Does he have good gold access? Is the only concern. We've got 1,500 here, not a lot. We could reach for these just beyond the walls. The reason I'm highlighting that is, like, if you're seeing Lash's comp right now, you're probably thinking crossbows is your safety maneuver. Maybe a few lances your own. Either way, that's going to be a lot of gold. Mount the Academy is a very smart call here. Remember, it has that increased production rate tech, so he can just pump out a lot of units from supervising. Which he's probably going to need here. He's got 4 archer rangers, so crossbows, if you just queue them normally, they're not going to be coming out fast. Pick up complete. Veterancy should be priority. Yep, Vet's the spearman. So he's sacking the Tube. He says to hell with them. But he's not supervising the spears. Yeah, no quick veterancy. But Lash, the problem right there in that choke point, didn't really feel like he got to use all of his melee. Interesting strat from Bex. He's still just sacrificing Duke. Racing again. Knights trying to brute force. I'm liking the look of this right now. There's a lot of blue knights on the floor. Saddle's not complete yet. Veterancy did just come in. Prep point for him to worry about. He exposes the Tube, which invites the Knights in. He's going into Veteran Spears. Good micro to pull away just before a lot of them start to flop dead. Second wave gets bailed on here, though. Spearman. There's enough of them left over. Lash! Oh! Economy wins! It's just too much meat. Yeah, you guys ever been at like one of those all-you-can-eat buffets? You're like, I could clear the plate. Like, it's, you know, it's not too high of a price. I've definitely got this. One plate in, you're like, I'm full. Well, that's what's happening here. It's more than Lash can swallow. The amount of spearmen that just keep getting reproduced here. Bex, he's approaching 2,000 food income. This is a great point to consider just going fertilization tier 2. Remember what we said about Lash. I mean, he's got no guild hall. He's got no great food. All the game is gone. It's just berries. Is he looking for the boar now? I think he might be. Maybe relics could be the play, but unfortunately for him, Bex is already ahead there as well. 3 monks versus the 1. What do you think, guys? Shushi 2TC back? I'm trying to figure out if it, like, I don't feel like it's totally that Lash misplayed this. Like, there is an element of maybe Bex was allowed to be a bit too greedy. But you can't fault it, man. He played this really well. Spring Monk. Going for on the wall. Pump the Legion of Rebel. I love the fact Bex like, this will be just enough time to get the army through. Not entirely true, though. Nice from Lash. Just sending in 2 knights. Because the problem is, if there's a wall on the other side and there's still a tree line, you're just dead. So you don't want to greed this in the dive. Problem is, 2 knights aren't going to do too much damage. They are at least going to buy time while the army reacting. But you just notice what Bex has done. He's hard onto the stone now, so we're going to be seeing him dropping a castle soon. Probably for the east side, just to fully defend. Could even consider stonewalls, actually. Stonewalls get slept on here. Like, when your opponent's playing knights, just stonewall here. All the way around and in, and you're good to go. TC now, so Lash playing catch up. It also looks like he's trying to save for Imperial. His food income is ugly. I think ugly is the only appropriate word here. You know, this is like trying to feed a family of 14 with 1 job versus I was born into my inheritance. I think I know who's getting the turkey at Christmas. 1,400 food. 300 food on them. Second wall coming in. Spears just kind of staring off. We do still have some knights at the back, but yeah, nothing changed. Still, for Lash, this has bought the time to get relics. Got 2 home already. 2 more still to come. Okay, that's interesting. So we're going to be seeing Red Palace eventually. He's just like hunkering in the corner. Did he keep drop his main? He did not keep drop his main. So no discounts on his units. And what am I... When was the last time you saw these type of walls? Is he worried about trade? Might just be he's worried about Sacred Site win conditions. This feels like the type of wall you do, though, if you're worried your opponent's adding in trade. So he has the right ideas that, like, oh, you know, Lash has got to build something economically. Great castle drop here. Bex locks in the AK. Lash, I'm just not seeing more knights, man. Like, he just doesn't have the food anymore. The number's gradually been going down. He only has 11 knights with a Royal Institute play. I call winning strat. Someone's going to institute a victory here. Unless they can find a big raid. This would be a great target. Bex quick in the reaction though. Lose maybe 1, 2 villages. Steer away by Lash. Make sure he loses nothing. I spoke too soon. Actually, like, they're stupidly kind. Oh yeah, don't mind me. I'm just gonna run my knights head first into a line of spearmen, and none of them will be eliminated. And just royal bloodline things, really. In fairness, it was a whole landmark to get that upgrade. Bex, now with the gold access, he's cushy to go in Imperial. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Temple of Sun here. It's really great for rushing across the spears. Lash is trying to mirror an age up here, while also going mass farm. So he will at least get to touch Imperial. Still, the problem is by rushing Imperial like this, you're not building more units, but the Red Palace will be able to protect something. And we have to remember, French is actually pretty spooky in the late game. They can find the timing to, like, mass knights. Oh no, the castle! Wait, how did he creep in? Wait, what? No, what happened here? What? Wait, what? Where did they get in? Well, it's a good thing he went free TC. Oh my god. I assume he snuck in before the wall went up here, because you can see what he's doing. But the unfortunate placement of that. Oh my goodness. Red Palace Roman. He cancels! Bex! He found it at the perfect moment! Has to build it at the back of the base, but that might not be safe either. There's a raiding party there. And the spearmen have seen it! He knows! Bex, he just needs to get the army across here now. Knights are gonna sally forth to defend. Red Palace now being built up, but no doubt about it, this is a poor man's palace. He gains no gold access off of this whatsoever. He simply has the infinite gold, and even that is not gonna exist. The strategic understanding from Bex, starving any gold out of the French. And if you know anything about French, it's that this civ is not a real civ without the ingots. It's going to be 4 relics on the ground, and he calls it before they can get snatched. A castle drop convinces him he will never see another gold coin in this game. Dude, Bex, what is up? Who saw that one coming? Bex, evening us up to 1-1. Holy crap, who is this Chad? Where did he come from? Just gonna mark that one. Shushi's coming full circle. Right side win. This will now all be decided on the Frisian Marshes. And it's going to be Japan versus English. Okay. Nippon versus Anglais. What is the strat? Talk about an unexpected turn of events. Beexter has beaten one of our regular pros, and he's now looking to slay him out in this tournament series with the English. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for another caster game. Beexter with the English, looking to overcome the Japanese on the swamps. We're in Frisian marshes of all maps, the ones that's good for fishing. What's the efficient play going to be for Bex? Yeah, we've got two Germans clashing. It could be English that comes out on top. As a Brit, I am all on board for that. English is quite interesting at the moment, actually. They had a few buffs coming through. One is the fact that Pro Scouts got nerfed, kind of buffed them. But also, they now actually benefit from gathering off of deer because they have campfires to buff the gathering rate. A map like this, I mean, we could just be seeing a good old-fashioned council hall rush. Quick rush across the map. Maybe 2TC still in the menu, though. Just have to see what Bex has in mind. Do the 2x, just the first 2 or 3 minutes of gameplay. I don't expect a Dark Age rush here. It's quite expensive for English to do because you have to go men-at-arms. Like, men-at-arms to burn down docks can be a little bit rough. Not impossible, but very expensive. Usually, people feel better about men-at-arms rushes when they're able to idle economy rather than just burn a dock. Yeah, because if you want to burn a dock, you would just build Spearman. Spearman 8 resources and men-at-arms 120. Problem is, you can't build Spearman with English until age 2. And it is going to be Abbey of Kings. Okay, so on the gold. Wow, okay. After all that, we're just going back to this. I think I know what type of player Beexter is. For the second game in a row, his strat is going to be 2TC. I'll tell you what, guys. It's not a bad time to revisit 2TC strats. We just saw substantial nerfs to Pro Scouts. It's gotten to the point that even the best Pro Scout civs in the game are questioning whether they should be doing it now. That's a great time to invest all of your stocks into 2TC. Okay, maybe not a great time, but a good time, you know? maybe don't reinvest don't remortgage the house on the 2TC strats, but dip your toe. You know, put 10% of your stock portfolio there. See how it goes. See how it does. Lash still just trusting the fishing. Obviously, this means his age up is going to be delayed. And this means because his age up is delayed, there's going to be no pressure point against 2TC. So, Beexter gets his eco. Because it's 2TC, we'll just stick on the 2x anyway. Lash should be the first to make a move. 5 on Kura Storehouse tells you there is some urgency here. So I'm not expecting to see a fast castle build. Because if we were, you'd probably have an outpost on the gold already. And you'd have 1, maybe 2 on the Kura. And by the way, the reason he's not outposting the gold is even if this was a longbow rush, you need double outposts, really expensive at this stage because he went fishing. So I think he already scouted it out, so he knew what was coming. Second TC on the tree line. Yeah, not the gold. Which suggests that Bex is attacking. I would say if you're going to set up on a tree line like this, you're not looking for fast castle. Because otherwise your gold is completely unguarded. That's a bit different, actually. Like, most English players, they'll play a little bit of feudal just to scale their economy, but their inherent goal is to get castle. I mean, it could be he's just rushing farms. But considering that we've got, what, 4 ponds now for Lash? And surely just rushing farms would be too greedy. King from Bex is just going to be a little bit annoying, but is there actually going to be any commitment? There we go. I was getting to the point where I'm like, someone has to be doing something other than just booming. We're not returning to that meta, surely. Oh god, if we are. I think I talked about like how I didn't feel like that was that great of a meta anyway. Like the boom meta was quite redundant. We went from talking about how Dark Age didn't matter to talking about how Dark and Feudal Age didn't matter. Then, obviously, at the start of the year, we went into Dark Age matters. Now we're back at Dark Age sometimes matters? Dare I say sometimes Feudal doesn't matter either? He's setting up an outpost. Yeah, okay, there's the rats. He scouted the horseman play. So, Spearman to defend. Imagine first farm cluster coming in soon. Yeah, already starting. Is this just a bait and switch though? Lash is pretty heavy on gold. Bex is doing a great job scouting it. He's not seen, so Lash may think he's pulled the wool over his eyes, but Bex sees everything. Everything he needs to anyway. He knows it's a castle play. Okay, so probably you only build 2 or 3 spearmen and then what, rush Age? It looks like instead he's thinking about rushing Lash. Archery range and rats. Okay. Does this work? Because I feel like your attack point would be too slow. 9 on gold. Yeah, he's going to have what he needs for attack up in a minute. But then obviously he needs knights. So there is an argument you can block him from getting knights. Because remember, on Frisian, your gold spawn forward. It's very hard to safely gather. Because then your backup options are walk across the map and pray I don't see you. I wonder if the choice of 3 horsemen has backfired a bit. Because you know what the goal is? Like, 3 horsemen is pretty good for chasing down a king. Like, you can actually snipe them if they're too greedy before they get home. No, it's been encouraging Bex a bit. King is still going to charge in. We'll have to start pulling workers away. He's got Spearman behind this. Lash may have to add in something extra. Oh, he doesn't have enough gold. Yeah, and he is adding an extra SP archery range. Yumi can technically beat Spirit and Lombos, but this is a bait and switch. Look at Bex. He's prepping for an age up. He's already got 1 farm cluster, second one being built. Alright, Bex is cooking, man. It feels like a game of baits. We had the initial bait coming in from Lash, forcing reaction. And now we just got Bex being like, but you activated my trap card. Just playing an elaborate game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where the entire deck gets activated in 1 turn. The question is, who plays more magics and who plays more trap cards? Deck's now ready. No. Is he? Okay. I was about to say, without Wheelbarrow, this would have been the insanest thing I've seen all day. And I've been casting for over 5 hours. It genuinely looked like he was going to white tile the enemy base, which is way too late. So we'll be safe at home. Case of Lash not scouting? Yeah. And it's not just that, it's the fact that Bex got to scout without being seen as well. So Lash is probably giggling to himself like, okay, I've got the next move. And it just betrayed him. Maybe just confident that he had enough greed to get away with this as well with all the pawns. And it is a lot of food, but guys, never spit in the face of English farming. Okay? Some of us like run a more serious operation than Clarkson. English farms are no joke. 30% gather speed buff coming in now with the white tower. You're seeing the food income already. I mean, this is 22 to 22, yet the lead. That lead in economy is about to get even better. Count on Yumi, but white tower up here. You could venture towards the secondary town center. Probably his best move is to try and break this. My concern is that Lash, like, what has happened, man? We haven't been back on the gold quick enough. He has 2,000 food. Yeah, all the eco in the game in one department, lacking in the other. Floodgate should be now on the way. Gold vein being set up. What are the... Wait, what? Okay, there we go. Bit of weird idle time there. I thought these guys were going to be building the landmark. I think that maybe was the original case and they changed his mind for whatever reason. Guys, this is a big deal. Beexter's in a really good position here. And this is going to be, like, upset of the week already. You know, Lash, he's the type of player we see in quarterfinals quite frequently. Boone had some semifinals appearances, if I remember correctly. So, to see him flopping out in the round of 32, I believe this was, wasn't it? Yeah, this is the round of 32. I mean, it's not an easy path for whoever, because whoever loses this at least gets to dodge a date with Vortex, which nobody usually looks forward to. nothing else, it's a teaching moment. I don't know if Bex will get away with 2TC approaches against Vortex. Vortex is a much more aggressive player, actually. So you might have to flip the script a bit, because like right now, Bex is winning this game with 2TC strats. This series, rather. The only game he lost is the one where he went 1TC. Which is funny, because he was playing Knights Templar, which technically could have... Like, every Civ he's drafted could have went two-town center. Dive with the Knights. Hard time force. He's on the back as well. Just ignore the Mountain Samurai. They don't matter. They'll beat you. The thing that you can beat is the unarmed peasants. Right over here is much better. It's just horsemen. So Knights are going to stand their ground. Yumi with the irrelevant damage. I think Lash needs Onimusha. Hits him again. It's a butchering. Crossbow switch now on the way for Bex. Not just... Wait, is he building rams out of the... Where's he building rams? Oh, he's over here. Yeah. So he's built rams with 2 spears. So now he's denying the docks. That's going to be 1 going down. Cheeky son of a gun. I mean, you just wouldn't expect him to do this amidst it. That's freaking crafty. For a second, I legitimately thought he'd queued them out of the White Tower. Remember, guys, they gave us this. Once upon a time, pros were complaining that you couldn't build rams out of the White Tower. Devs added to the game. I've yet to see a player build rams out of the White Tower. Couldn't have wanted it that badly, could you, lads? Oh, great denial. Villager probably going down here. Horseman will clear the second ram at least. Oh, wait, he pulls away. Okay. So Villager will survive. Still. You know, that's denial of an extra dock, and this one is non-existent. Lancer count, or Knight count, heavy cap count has evened up, by the way. Like, Lash is caught up there. Beexter is prepping the counter wave, though. We've got crossbowman plus longbow. Kind of like that combo, actually. When the Mountain Samurai come in, it means your longbow shots should disable the armor, and then your crossbows finish the block. And it also contests. Issues from Bex, though. That was unusual. Carry on, soldier. I think Bex is just not keeping track of things here. Like, yeah, this is not a fight you want. Slap down. I mean, anything that's injured can heal off with the Abbey of Kings. But, you know, injured, not dead. There's 2 very different states of being. Lash. Now it's his turn to return some eco damage. He's going to need to return a lot though. Bex, he's already got 2 relics full. Soon to be, as he's got 2 on the way home. Oh my god, I love this guy. It's so annoying, actually. You just want to select all army and move across the map, and you can't because this keeps happening. And wow, he calls it there. Okay, a little bit surprised he called it that early, but I guess the ram threat on the flanks, the fact he can't break 2TC kind of getting to him. A bit of a shocking loss there, actually, in the end. But guys, let me know what you think about this game. I mean, an upset for sure. Beexter, well played by him. Able to slay one of the consistents here in the KPMM. Maybe a bit of a short final game, but I don't know. This kiddo's got me convinced that maybe 2TC is going to make a return. I mean, it was always there for English, but winning with Shushi as well with that was kind of crazy. Yeah, a little bit premature of a GG, at least my take, but wonder what Lash's thought process was. Because I don't know if was he playing this before you had to play qualifiers? Like, not to rob Beexter, like, the way he's playing that, but it did feel like a quick GG. I'm weighing up what we do now. Yeah, that was very, very early. I might call it because I've got to eat. On Mondays, I haven't checked my inbox, but like Mondays is usually where you get like a bunch of responses to different things you need to respond to. Actually, it doesn't look that bad. Then again, I haven't looked at the inbox. Beexter Chad with the win. GG's to him. Look forward to seeing him up against Vortex. I think we'll cast that tomorrow. So like tomorrow we'll have... Yeah, our bracket's a bit of a hellhole right now because a lot of people have been delayed. But we got some fun ones. I think tomorrow we'll have like LUMT versus Gully. We'll have Anatan versus Scatterbrained. Bam versus what? GF4 Tyrus. Vortex versus Beexter. Pog. And then quarterfinals, hopefully, as well. Yeah. So, I think I'll get ready to round out, guys. As I am getting hungry. We could go for like a food break, but I'm trying to think, like I say, we're kind of behind schedule on games played anyway. People need to catch up on RO16s. So I'll be back tomorrow to do some of them into quarterfinals. But guys, that's going to be it. So if you are on anything but Twitch, I'm going to end the stream now. Twitch, hang around. We'll find something to raid. Remember, guys, make sure you're following the stream. Make sure you're liking the streams. If you haven't already, ! OperaGX. Go check out OperaGX or check the description on YouTube for the link. Be sure to download. It is a free and easy way to support the channel. Downloads there equal more money in pocket, more OperaGX sponsors coming down the line. As we've been working with that browser a few times this year. Really cool one. We've been enjoying it. We use it a lot of the time in the background, as you guys are seeing. Actually, you need to use that to check what upcoming games have got coming. Maybe, is there any variety stream we could do like on Friday? What's Friday? 21st? We got anything POG coming out? We've got games before that. Moonlighter 2 I've been seeing advertised everywhere. I never played 1. Stalker 2 released on console. I never bothered with Stalker. Maybe it's finally time. But I'll have a look at game releases. I think there's a new Octopath Traveler coming on the 4th of December. What's that? Traveler 0. I don't know. And then... yeah, there's probably some other things I need to look for. But, guys, end stream now. Thank you very much. And I will see you all tomorrow. Same time. When we kick off the round of 16 and quarterfinals for KPMM.